Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box. please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
A leading business and investment center in the Bicol region, the province of Camarines Sur is known for its agro and agri-industrial expansion, IT innovations, and social and infrastructure development initiatives. Confidence in the local economy and the provincial government is driving entrepreneurship and accelerating financial transactions. And with sustained peace and order across community in the province, business and investors are assured of a secured environment. Sustained public investments in critical infrastructures and facilities capitalizes on the province's strategic geographic locations, expansive agricultural lands, and scenic tourism destinations, while protecting its gifted and hardworking human resources, continuously enhancing their skills, have built a local economy resilient to external shocks and threats, such as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Today, the province of Camarines Sur, under the guidance of Governor Mix Villaferte, is enabling business and investment opportunities, sustaining growth and development, and transforming lives of its people and partners in a globally competitive and highly resilient climate. United under a common and shared vision, Camarines Sur is facing contemporary challenges of our times with transformational and decisive leadership. To address the challenges of comprehensive area development in the province, massive road infrastructure projects were initiated: the Camsur Tourism Coastal Highway, the Quezon-Bicol Expressway, Pili Central Station, bypass roads, and other road networks. These mega projects in the integrated Luzon Spine Network ensures 2 hours savings in the travel time from Manila to Camarines Sur, making the province an attractive place to live and work. Camsur is poised to be the home of one of the largest international cargo ports in the world, expanding the country's economic corridor and connecting the region across the globe. Camarines Sur, the Philippines' gateway to Western Pacific region trade. To intensify the benefits of the transport-related infrastructure, Camsur also embarks on widespread sitio electrification and power line enhancement programs, construction of the iconic Capitol building as one-stop-shop hub for business transactions, and development of special economic zones and industrial parks. By integrating our communities and business, as well as tourism and industrial zones, we create a growth corridor that increases accessibility and reduces the cost of business operations. Prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, the provincial government of Camarines Sur has already implemented various interventions, policies, and programs aimed towards ensuring continuous operation of businesses. Camsur has established the first IATF-designated hospital isolation facility outside of Metro Manila. The province also launched the Hospital on Wheels for patients in special or high-risk situations and employed healthcare backpackers modeled from the Cuban healthcare system to serve as active case finders. As a result, Camarines Sur was one of the first provinces to transition to MGCQ, allowing businesses to recuperate immediately and opening doors for the emergence of the new MSMEs. To further support local businesses, Camsur pushed for the procurement of locally manufactured face masks, face shields, alcohol, and other personal protective equipments or PPEs. The province also implemented a tax subsidy and incentives program to stimulate and encourage small and medium entrepreneurial activities. As we move forward to a post-COVID-19 scenario, the province of Camarines Sur boasts its readiness to shift to the expected new normal through the intensified research and development and upskilling our workforce. While COVID-19 is our most immediate threat, we continue to pay attention to the broader issues of our contemporary societies: digital connectivity and integration, environmental conservation, and global climate change adaptation. To support food security while investing in more sustainable alternatives, we invested in a NIPA bioethanol production project, in aquaculture demo farms, soft broom making from tiger grass in upland communities, gabot productions from raw abaca, and bee culture demo farms. Finally, we believe that investing in our people is key to making it in the expected new normal. Our business expos, technology fairs, construction and agricultural summits, youth entrepreneurship congress, and food beverages expos have consistently provided a platform for consumers, business, and industrial interactions. The expected new normal, they say, is digital. This is why we have to prioritize building our digital infrastructure and upskilling our students and workforce so they can adapt and survive the digital new normal. Our modern Wi-Fi ready classrooms, e-learning initiatives, and other skills development programs are just some of the ways that will make Camarines Sur digital future ready.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, culture for economic resiliency and industry innovations on New Normal. As a domestic non-stock, non-profit, and non-government business organization, the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated continues to strive in increasing competitive edge and innovations on entrepreneurial culture among Bicolanos. Since 2002, the CSCCI serves as a province-wide organization of committed businessmen and entrepreneurs who will serve, among others, as a private sector arm of the provincial government in the thrust to promote the economy of Camarines Sur. Being awarded as the Most Outstanding Young Chamber in 2005, a finalist to the Most Outstanding Chamber in 2018, 2020 recipient of Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Parangal para sa Katuwang sa Lingkod Bayad, and recipient of the Most Outstanding Chamber Award 2019 in South Luzon, the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated is beyond inspired to uphold its vision of a robust business community legging up at all levels of national and global economies, with a combination of breathing life in its mission to secure the long-term interest of all members and take a lead role in policy advocacies of all spheres of economic activities, in pursuit to its commitment and advocacy of improving and sustaining competitive position of local businesses in both national and international markets. CSCCI has continued to promote its Giant Steps objectives. The success of CamSur Business Expo affirms it as one of the most sought-after business expos in the region and heightens our desire to introduce innovations even amid situations wherein we are challenged. The COVID-19 pandemic that we face is a newly opened gate of challenges wherein CSCCI bravely takes on by providing the business industry regular platforms for inspiration and mentoring. CSCCI remains positive in reimagining and promoting business-as-usual environment and the promotion of sustainable development and finding solutions to key challenges faced by the business sector. The CamSur Chamber ensures proper representation to national, regional, and/or local policymaking bodies to actively participate in the steering of public programs, fuel economic growth, and foster good public-private partnership. This 2020, CSCCI has influenced a local policy on truck ban affecting easy access to and from of our prime commodities and trade. its leadership steers the region by strongly opposing Provincial Ordinance Number 011-2020, which prohibits trucks from traversing the National Road or Maharlika Highway within the province of Albay. Strengthening Chamber's influence in the localities in its membership and affiliations to private and funding institutions as well as governmental entities. The Cscci, in partnership with its member training institution, the Center for Creative and Technical Skill Institute or CCTSI Incorporated, recently launched its first industry-based education and training program for the cooperative sector, the TESDA Co-op Competency Courses. This framework provides a consistent foundation upon which all programs, policies, and requirements is mapped to ensure that a focus on cooperative competence is maintained. Recognizing the importance of collaboration and partnership for both local and international business success, CSCCI officers and members joined forces and voluntarily traveled to Taiwan for a business benchmarking trip in early January 2020 to gain insights on innovative business strategies and explore global business opportunities. The CSCCI also utilizes Hanap.co, an online shopping destination designed and created by Cscci past president Rico Evangelista, showcasing chamber members' products and services in a click. The organization banks on partnership with various entities, contributory efforts with its members, and the empowerment and capacity-building programs for the marginalized groups. It regularly collaborates and closely supports social outreach projects and advocacies of the province and nearby areas.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box. We would like to thank our valued partners for the year 2021. Province of Camarines Sur, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office 5, Department of Trade and Industry, Anjena Trading, GCI Construction and Development Corporation, Julia Outdoor Advertising, Jurassic Construction and Supplies, Pixeled Solution, Medlane Enterprises, Ngo & Sons Trading and Industries Incorporated, SVM Marketing Solutions OPC, Tugawi Cove Resort, and Samgyup Masarap. Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you to our generous sponsors: Moraleda Farms. Bronze sponsors: Area Vice President Clarine P. Tobias, PCCI Antipolo, PCCI Bacoor, PCCI Camarines Norte, PCCI Lipa, Metronaga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI Palawan, PCCI Puerto Princesa. Donors: Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI El Nido, PCCI Marinduque, PCCI Quezon, PCCI San Pablo, PCCI Taytay, Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
The threat of COVID-19 has changed the Philippine socio-economic landscape in many ways. Over a year, we have been forced to choose between safeguarding our personal health and our own economic survival. But now, there is a better choice. There is a safe space where we are free to work, to socialize, and do business, where we can be a community. Welcome to the world of CSCCI Vertex. Experience our immersive and interactive digital platform where online meetings, webinars, and virtual events are just one click away. Where you never have to leave the comfort and safety of your own home. Bringing together all the elements of a real business expo. This digital platform not only hosts virtual events, but also features an interactive virtual exhibition hall where consumers can explore, shop, learn, and be entertained. With CSCCI Vertex, businesses can showcase their products and services, link to external websites, offer downloadable content, monitor participation, generate electronic certificates, manage mass SMS and email distribution, and create a consumer database effortlessly in real time. This is the power of CSCCI Vertex, and now we are putting this power into your hands, powering your business for a better normal.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds. PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that, one voice of business in the country.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
If my people humble themselves and pray, if they seek my face and humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin. I will hear from heaven and heal their land. Lord, heal our land. Father, heal our land. Hear our cry and turn our nation back to you. Lord, heal our land. Hear us, O Lord, and heal our land. Forgive our sin and heal our broken land. Lord, we bow our knee, we humble ourselves and pray. Lord, we seek your face, we humble ourselves and turn from our wicked ways. Father, in your mercy, forgive our sin. Father, in your mercy, come heal our land. Lord, heal our land. Father, heal our land. Hear our cry and turn our nation back to you. Lord, heal our land. Hear us, O Lord, and heal our land. Forgive our sin and heal our broken land.
Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
A leading business and investment center in the Bicol region, the province of Camarines Sur is known for its agro and agri-industrial expansion, IT innovations, and social and infrastructure development initiatives. Confidence in the local economy and the provincial government is driving entrepreneurship and accelerating financial transactions. And with sustained peace and order across community in the province, business and investors are assured of a secured environment. Sustained public investments in critical infrastructures and facilities capitalizes on the province's strategic geographic locations, expansive agricultural lands, and scenic tourism destinations, while protecting its gifted and hardworking human resources, continuously enhancing their skills, have built a local economy resilient to external shocks and threats, such as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Today, the province of Camarines Sur, under the guidance of Governor Mix Villaferte, is enabling business and investment opportunities, sustaining growth and development, and transforming lives of its people and partners in a globally competitive and highly resilient climate. United under a common and shared vision, Camarines Sur is facing contemporary challenges of our times with transformational and decisive leadership. To address the challenges of comprehensive area development in the province, massive road infrastructure projects were initiated. The Camsur Tourism Coastal Highway, the Quezon-Bicol Expressway, Pili Central Station, bypass roads, and other road networks. These mega projects in the integrated Luzon Spine Network ensures 2 hours savings in the travel time from Manila to Camarines Sur, making the province an attractive place to live and work. Camsur is poised to be the home of one of the largest international cargo ports in the world, expanding the country's economic corridor and connecting the region across the globe. Camarines Sur, the Philippines' gateway to Western Pacific region trade. To intensify the benefits of the transport-related infrastructure, Camsur also embarks on widespread Cscci electrification and power line enhancement programs, construction of the iconic Capitol building as one-stop-shop hub for business transactions, and development of special economic zones and industrial parks. By integrating our communities and business, as well as tourism and industrial zones, we create a growth corridor that increases accessibility and reduces the cost of business operations. Prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, the provincial government of Camarines Sur has already implemented various interventions, policies, and programs aimed towards ensuring continuous operation of businesses. Camsur has established the first IATF-designated hospital isolation facility outside of Metro Manila. The province also launched the Hospital on Wheels for patients in special or high-risk situations and employed healthcare backpackers modeled from the Cuban healthcare system to serve as active case finders. As a result, Camarines Sur was one of the first provinces to transition to MGCQ, allowing businesses to recuperate immediately and opening doors for the emergence of the new MSMEs. To further support local businesses, Camsur pushed for the procurement of locally manufactured face masks, face shields, alcohol, and other personal protective equipments or PPEs. The province also implemented a tax subsidy and incentives program to stimulate and encourage small and medium entrepreneurial activities. As we move forward to a post-COVID-19 scenario, the province of Camarines Sur boasts its readiness to shift to the expected new normal through the intensified research and development and upskilling our workforce. While COVID-19 is our most immediate threat, we continue to pay attention to the broader issues of our contemporary societies: digital connectivity and integration, environmental conservation, and global climate change adaptation. To support food security while investing in more sustainable alternatives, we invested in a NIPA bioethanol production project, in aquaculture demo farms, soft broom making from tiger grass in upland communities, gabot productions from raw abaca, and bee culture demo farms. Finally, we believe that investing in our people is key to making it in the expected new normal. Our business expos, technology fairs, construction and agricultural summits, youth entrepreneurship congress, and food beverages expos have consistently provided a platform for consumers, business, and industrial interactions. The expected new normal, they say, is digital. This is why we have to prioritize building our digital infrastructure and upskilling our students and workforce so they can adapt and survive the digital new normal. Our modern Wi-Fi ready classrooms, e-learning initiatives, and other skills development programs are just some of the ways that will make Camarines Sur digital future ready.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Live from Cscci studio in Camsur, Philippines. When poverty strikes, hunger occurs. When economy plummets, unemployment prevails. These are the apocalypse that every country is escaping from. No one ever dreamt, no one ever wished. The global crises gripped every country to economic paralysis. Natural disaster like virus infiltration, coupled with corruption of every man's greed, creates a smear on the face of progress. This is the Solabc, the concord of newfound champions, the business sector who draws the lines and contours the new surface of progress. True to its advocacies, The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, through the South Luzon Area Business Conference, conceives initiatives in improving lives through business and industry. At the onset of the global pandemic, the business sector was crippled, creating a hole in the Philippine economy. Thus, the Solabc, anchored in the theme Innovative Economy, a better normal for all, aims to be the mitigating medium that bridges the gap between economic recovery and the people by introducing and embracing innovation. Zero hunger, ensuring food security in South Luzon. A proactive move for the PCCI in alleviating the pressing needs of the Filipino people. Food security guarantees physical, social, and economic access to safe and nutritious food so that no Filipino shall go hungry. Sustainable cities and communities, adapting to climate change. This is the power to empower. The PCCI, in its crusade to develop the countryside, highlights the need to recognize the impact of climate change, while offering the means to successfully adapt to the changing environment. Industry innovation in infrastructure. With the goal of keeping at par with the technological advancement of highly industrialized nations, comes a need to make innovative changes in infrastructure and management on a national scale. With surgical precision using the right tools, a technological facelift for the business industry could remake the face of business in South Luzon and raise the self-confidence of budding entrepreneurs. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, through the South Luzon Area Business Conference, shall be the voice of business for Southern Luzon and for the entire archipelago. Through this forum, the ray of hope in alleviating hunger, eradicating poverty, providing sustainable employment for better economy through industry innovation and infrastructure shall shine the brightest. When cities and communities work together, a promise of better future is solid. Thus, the global sustainable development goals are achieved. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry shall breathe life in sustaining partnerships for the goals. This is the PCCI, improving the countryside in making difference worldwide. The PCCI and its regional and provincial counterparts have convened in making this cause a realization. With their allied forces of being the champions in alleviating poverty and hunger, these noblemen have broken the bounds of their abilities, beyond the tightness of time, beyond the loom of the pandemic, blowing on the trumpets as we welcome these men in the virtual parade of colors. Welcome to the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference, the largest annual gathering of the local chambers in South Luzon, organized by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, hosted by the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pride, we present to you the PCCI South Luzon Local Chamber Presidents. From Region 4, Aurora M. Macavinta, PCCI Bacoor. Virgilio C. Hernandez II, PCCI Cavite. Marvin P. Adolfo, Laguna Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Fernando Jose Maria A. Alvero, PCCI San Pablo. Raul D. Mercado, PCCI Batangas. Noraida M. Morada, PCCI Lipa. Glady P. Malyari, PCCI Rizal. Bryant O. Kim-an, PCCI Antipolo. Engineer Elmer C. Espiritu, PCCI Taytay. Elizabeth R. Enverga, PCCI Quezon. Dr. Federico A. Caballo Jr., PCCI Oriental Mindoro. Carmelita R. Reyes, PCCI Marinduque. Jeffrey A. Armedilla, PCCI Palawan. Josette A. Cortez, PCCI Puerto Princesa. Conrado N. David, PCCI El Nido. From Region 5, Marian Giovanna M. Berzuela, PCCI Camarines Norte. Engineer Armando L. Aman, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Rosemary Quinto Rey, Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Charles P. Clemente III, PCCI Sorsogon. Attorney Susan Ubalde Ordenario, PCCI Catanduanes. And the vice chairpersons are Sally C. Lacson, Regional Governor, Region 4, and Mergy N. Moraleda, Regional Governor, Region 5. This year's 30th Solabc chairperson is Clarine P. Tobias, Area Vice President for South Luzon. Solabc is one of 5 area conferences leading to the 47th Annual Business Conference and Expo, chaired this year by Mr. Jeffrey T. Nam. The Annual Business Conference and Expo is a premium event of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by its president, Ambassador Benedicto V. Uico, and the members of the PCCI Board of Directors. The 30th Solabc is hosted by the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, under Conference Director Past President Hoover S. Picar, and the leadership of CSCCI President Maria Soledad V. Magtuto. Invocation by Ms. Mergy N. Moraleda.
In the name of the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Amen. Loving Lord, today we gladly welcome you in our midst as we hold this 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference of Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today, however, Lord, we are at a highly self-conscious moment of our situation. We are a people that bloom about by crisis and change, turned by conflict and disunity, and served by pain and frustration, this COVID-19. Father in heaven, we thank you for this wonderful day that leaders and advocates of economic development, progress, and prosperity are once gathered for this occasion, the Solabc. We implore your mercy, divine intervention, as we face the health crisis of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Loving Lord, help us keep our faith and strength as citizens and leaders to continue our fight for economic growth not only in this region, country, but in the whole world. Father, bless everyone here present with your love and wisdom. Forgive our shortcomings, indiscretion, and imperfection. All this we ask in this mighty name of Jesus. Amen. In the name of the Father, and to the Son, to the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The Philippine National Anthem. Call to Order by Ms. Clarine P. Tobias, Area Vice President for South Luzon.
Good day, PCCI and Solabc delegates, fellow South Luzon PCCI officers and members, Solabc prime movers, invited speakers, guests, and conference participants. Last year, the pandemic brought about by COVID-19 was a total disruption. It has been responsible for the staggering disarray that is evident in all fronts. From the world stage to our national shores, to our homestead and personal lives, the cost of such a microscopic organism that the pandemic exacted to our lives is unimaginable. We could have stopped right there and claimed defeat. We could have remained frozen in the middle of life and just hope for better things ahead. But last year, we chose to manage disruption and shelve thoughts of defeat. Although it was evident that the negative impact of the pandemic to livelihood was catastrophic, we had to pretend there was business as usual, in spite of the usual being just a hindsight. The farmers have to farm because we need nourishment. Traders have to trade because exchange is crucial for the balance of the economy. There are people who need to move things around because the cycle must not be disturbed if we are to maintain the status quo. Surviving the challenges was so last year, as resilience was just a short-term panacea to the ills of the pandemic. Last year's conference was our first journey to pull experts and industry members together in an online platform. Thanks to technology, for it has allowed us to defy obstacles of time and space. But it was the prime movers of the Solabc whose insight and creativity made it possible for us to leverage on technology and other resources. This year, we aim to take last year's success several notches higher by building up from what we have achieved. Today, we again gather to map out the future of our industries in our 30th Solabc themed Innovative Economy, a Better Normal for All. Innovation and economy are separate and not interchangeable terms. Innovation is an essential driver of economic progress. It entails application of ideas and technologies that improve goods and services because it presents new way of doing things. Innovation makes it possible to increase productivity and output, enhance services that eventually result to overall improvement in the standard of living. Although innovation sometimes appears intrusive and causes temporary disruption that harm constituencies and interests, innovation is key in economic development and progress because it results in economic growth that brings vast benefits for all. To tackle the topics to our related guests for a better normal for all, we tap experts and industry leaders who are magnanimous to share with us new insights, proactive thinking, ingenious methods, and new discoveries and learning on how we can adopt innovation in our respective industries. Food industry, the backbone of our economy, still occupies the top spot in our priorities. Day 1 will cover topics for Session 1, dubbed as Zero Hunger, Ensuring Food Security in South Luzon. He will be joined by Honorable William Dar, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Engineer Mario Corrales, owner of Corrales Integrated Eco Farms, Honorable Eduardo Guillen, Mayor of Pidig, Ilocos Norte, Dr. Ramon Clarete, Chief of Party, Be Safe, Project of Winrock International. They will share updates, approaches, strategies, and outlook on how we can stabilize food production, supply, and distribution. Mr. Rodel P. Tornilla, MABE, Regional Director of the Department of Agriculture, RFO 5, will share best practices in a special presentation. What good is development if it cannot translate to human development? After the Build campaign, come the clamor for sustainability. How do we keep the momentum so that economic gains in infrastructure sustainability be able to adapt the world problem for climate change? In Session 2, dubbed as Sustainable Cities of Communities, Adapting to Climate Change, DPW Honorable Secretary Mark Villar will open the session with exigent message on this subject. The speakers will give updates, touch on legislations, and push solutions to current infrastructure problems. The table for USEC Maria Catalina Cabral of DPWH, Honorable Luis Raymond Villafuerte, Representative of 2nd District of Camarines Sur, Mr. Renato Redentor Constantino, Executive Director of the Institute of Sustainable Cities, Mr. Ronilo Balbiran, Vice President, RAID Foundation, Attorney Jeremiah Bellica, Director General of Anti-Red Tape, will share updates on one-stop shop at Matnog Port. How do we leverage on technology to strengthen our infrastructure? Our Session 3's topic, Industry Innovation and Infrastructure, will address that. Technology honchos will take on the issues, plans, programs, and testimonials and valuable things learned on how they champion technology to boost their industry. We have Honorable Secretary Gregorio Anasan of DICT, Mr. Romel Serrano, Regional Director of DOST Region 5, Ms. Carmencita Reyes, Proprietor of Rejanos Bakery, and Ms. Annie Liaguno of HML Food Corporation. Ms. Sylvia Wang, President of Cloud and AI Business Group, will present developments and evolution of the digital technology. A special presentations on the 47th PBC&E will be delivered by its chairperson, Mr. Jeffrey T. Nang. This year, Solabc invited Honorable Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua of National Economic Development Authority to be our keynote speaker. As slightly mentioned earlier, innovation has the capability to harm constituencies and institutions and disturb the status quo. But it has also the capacity to elevate our lives many folds. We have embraced technology as if it is the second nature to us, and we have relied on technology for everything that we do. Innovation then must not be perceived as threat, but rather a new mindset in our journey towards economic development. On this note, I'm officially declaring the conference open.
Introduction of Speaker Charles P. Clemente III.
Honorable Miguel Luis R. Villafuerte. At the tender age of 24, he became the youngest governor-elect in the history of the Philippines. A public servant through and through, he also became the Vice President for Luzon of the League of the Province of the Philippines. He set the benchmark of excellence in the public service for his fellow youth by being the founder and the president of the visionary organization of Young Chief Executive or VOICE and of the Youth Development Affairs Center of Camarines Sur. A staunch advocate for the environment, he is also the climate change ambassador of the Philippines. His many achievements won him both national and international recognition. He was given the distinction as one of the People Asia's Men Who Matter in 2014, along with the likes of former US President Barack Obama and other renowned businessmen and public officials. He was also awarded by the Department of Health an unsung hero of Typhoon Yolanda and given the Bronze USA Award by the Boy Scout of the Philippines National Council. In less than a year of his outstanding service as Kamsur Council Chairman, an excellent public servant and well-rounded role model of youth. Please give a round of applause for Governor Miguel Luis Migs Villafuerte.
Good day to all. This is Governor Migs Villafuerte of the province of Camarines Sur, and I would like to welcome all the hosts, guests, participants in this year's event, most especially our friends and colleagues in the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry for trusting Camarines Sur once again to be this year's host. I would like to give special thanks and greetings to our president in the CamSur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, my dearest auntie, Soledad V. Magtoto, and partners for doing such an incredible job in this year's hosting. You know that I am always here to support you 100% because I know the benefits and advantages of a good public and private partnership, especially in Camarines Sur. The private sector really is one of the keys in revitalizing our economy here in this pandemic season. With a great partnership, being one and united, I know that we can bounce back even stronger and better post-COVID-19 in Camarines Sur in the Philippines. I know we were supposed to be in sunny Caramuan right now, but due to certain restrictions, we are here. But we know you, we know who confirmed, and everyone is welcome in Camarines Sur when restrictions are eased up in the nearest future. So we hope to see you all in our province. Mabuhay po ang mga private sector na nagsisipag tumutulong sa taong bayan para po mas lalo tayong mas mabilisang makabangon. Again, this is Governor Migs Villafuerte. As we say here in CamSur, Diyos mabalos po sa inyo kabos.
Introduction of Speaker by Mr. Jeffrey A. Armedilla, President, PCCI Palawan.
We are honored and privileged to have with us to give us an opening statement the President of PCCI, Ambassador Benedicto V. Hiwico. Ambassador Hiwico is involved in property development through joint ventures and partnerships, and in the technology business through investments in startup companies. He served as a special envoy of the President with the rank of Ambassador for Trade Relations for Eastern Europe, the North America, and Latin America. He was also the President of the Confederation of Asia-Pacific Chambers of Commerce in Industry from 2010 to 2014, which comprised of the apex chambers of commerce of 28 countries. He is currently a member of CACCI Advisory Board. He is the founding partner of DDMP REIT Corporation, chairman of Istana Development Corporation and Istana Social Development Foundation that promotes literacy among underprivileged children by granting scholarships and constructing school buildings, particularly in isolated communities. He is also the founding chairman of Bayaning Police Foundation, which helps educate the children of PNP personnel who gave up their lives in the line of duty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Benedicto V. Hiwico, PCCI President.
Ms. Clarine Palomares Tobias, PCCI Vice President for South Luzon, Ms. Sally Lacson, Regional Governor, Region 4, Ms. Virgie Moraleda, Regional Governor, Region 5, distinguished colleagues at the PCCI Board, local chamber presidents and officers, our distinguished speakers and panelists, friends and colleagues in the chamber movement, our dear members and conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure to join you this morning at the opening of the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference, appropriately Solabc. This year's conference theme, Innovative Economy, a Better Normal for All, reflects our collective aspirations for an economy that is inclusive, responsive, and supportive for businesses. It highlights the importance of embracing innovation to help us effectively navigate our businesses during these difficult times and pivot to the requirements of the new normal. We are gathered here today to exchange ideas and to share experiences and discuss policies and programs which can help accelerate the progress on various economic activities which will benefit SMEs. Specifically, policy issues and programs relating to food security, industry innovation and infrastructure, internet connectivity, and climate change, as these are the areas of concern that can bring development to South Luzon, particularly the Bicol region. A report from the National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA, indicates that the economy of Bicol region has improved over the years, with agriculture as the main economic driver. The Build program of the government has likewise attracted more investments and generated employment opportunities in South Luzon. However, these gains in the area continue to be threatened by the adverse impact of the extreme weather conditions. This is one significant reason why we must embrace innovation and innovative solutions to build on the gains and maximize the potentials of the area. Smart agriculture, smart cities, Industry 4.0 transformation, and innovative changes in infrastructure and management are the way forward to lift the lives of Filipinos and move closer to our national goal of Ambition 2040, when no Filipino is poor and every Filipino can enjoy a good life. This brings me to the main thrust of PCCI. As you may recall, innovation for business has been the core of my agenda and the work program. This has been proven to be relevant and timely. The disruption brought about by the pandemic has forced all of us to constructively innovate in our approaches and strategies and embrace technology to survive and sustain our businesses. As I have emphasized since the early days of my presidency, there is a continuous need for us to work with government in establishing an innovation ecosystem to generate new ideas and transform these ideas into new products, services, and processes. In fact, from last year up until now, we in PCCI have concretized our advocacies and successfully proven how partnering with government can promote innovation for all. Allow me to share with you some of the substantial contributions of PCCI towards an innovative Philippine economy with public-private partnership agreements. For more innovation-oriented regulation and ease of doing business, a unified approach was forged with several partnerships, both at the international and local level, on technology promotion, funding management, and allocation for digitalization. I am glad to inform you that PCCI is in collaboration with government agencies such as Department of Finance, Department of Trade and Industry, Anti-Red Tape Agency, and Department of Science and Technology on several projects and lobbying advocacies such as the top 10 recommendations of PCCI to Sulong Pilipinas advocacy, sustainable startup support programs, and PCCI local chambers as ARTA champions in their respective areas. A highlight of our successful advocacy is the signing of Executive Order 127, where it is now possible for non-telecom companies to access satellite services and provide connectivity to the underserved and unserved areas in the countryside. Yesterday, PCCI, in partnership with the Asia Foundation Philippines, conducted a public webinar to raise awareness on EO 127 and examine how we should be able to leverage on satellites to recover and thrive, especially in the countryside. The PCCI Innovation Committee, led by Director Perry Ferrer, also had completed the installation of a working prototype satellite connection at the PCCI Innovation Center. For easier access to finance, PCCI partnered with key government lending institutions, commercial banks, and financing consultants to put together this webinar series to guide members to make informed decisions on the various financing and lending solutions available in the market. Bank representatives were from the DBP, Union Bank, BPI Unibank, BPI Direct, SB Corporation, Philippine Business Bank, BDO, and Land Bank of the Philippines. I am also very pleased to let you know the innovative approaches that PCCI has delved into for facilitating labor market access. We have conducted a training with Huawei Technologies Philippines, Inc. for cloud training, also app development, and artificial intelligence in order to prepare our workers and the youth to be leaders and perhaps even teachers in technology, and to promote the use of technology to sustain and expand businesses. We also partnered with the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, ECO, soft skills training program which aims to support the development, growth, and enhancement of enterprises and individuals through peer learning networks as a value-added service to our members. Building and development of smart cities is also at the heart of my advocacy. A smart city aims to provide a decent quality of life to its citizens and sustainable environment and application of smart solutions. The pandemic situation has shown that a well-designed technology tool can benefit government agencies as well as our local chambers who have gone digital and improved their chamber services. For example, PCCI Antipolo's joint initiative with LGU of the City of Antipolo in conducting an orientation on Antipolo Bantay COVID-19 contact tracing system for local businesses and private sector. PCCI Batangas that has maximized the use of technology for its food security techno-based farm production, supply chain organization, and collection of membership database efforts. Metronaga CCI for using existing technology to improve their MNCCI website, making it easier for the general public to search for the businesses in Metronaga and neighboring towns through the business online directory. And of course, Camarines Sur CCI for using their own virtual platform, the CSCCI Vertex, developed by one of their own members to enhance a virtual conference experience in which will include transition videos and the illusion of you attending the event physically. Innovation and entrepreneurship have always been a personal advocacy because I have observed that these concepts are effective drivers, not only in helping businesses grow, but also having an entire circle of business development. Highlighted in the discussions today are for government to prioritize smart agriculture, farming, and food security, refocus growth strategy on sustainable infrastructure solutions to address supply chain bottlenecks, and leverage on future technologies to help business adapt to the new normal. In closing, I would like to emphasize that the future of South Luzon will depend on our current innovative programs and activities. This will secure the continuous recovery and upward growth trend of the two regions in the years ahead. I am fervently hoping the regions will generate more local and foreign investments that will create more jobs and attract more commercial activities in the region. Together, let us work for the further development of the South Luzon region. Again, my congratulations to the officers and members of PCCI South Luzon. Thank you for the privilege of your time and good morning.
This session provides an in-depth discussions and interactions on the provision of food production to alleviate hunger among people of Southern Luzon. Known for its vast agricultural and potential ecotourism sites, South Luzon remains steadfast in providing quality food production and distribution within its area. The PCCI, in its advocacy of sustaining local industry to thrive, has conceived of focusing on food security as one of its topic of discourse in this year's Solabc. Welcome everyone to the session on Zero Hunger, Ensuring Food Security in South Luzon. Introduction of Speaker by Ms. Marian Giovanna M. Berzuela, President, PCCI Camarines Norte.
Dr. William Doliente Dar is a champion of the poor, especially the small farmers and fisher folks. In 1988, he was awarded as one of the 10 outstanding young men of the Philippines. In 2016, Dr. Dar was awarded the Outstanding Filipino Award in cognizance of his servant leadership, which was instrumental in transforming the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics from a struggling institute to one of the top performing centers of the consultative group on international agricultural research. In his 15 years of outstanding achievements as Director General of International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, he championed and institutionalized an overarching strategy called Inclusive Market-Oriented Development, in which the farmers became active participants for their own welfare. The same strategy is now being advocated by him in pursuit of inclusive agribusiness in the Philippines. Prior to his international stint, he taught with distinction at Benguet State University with the rank of Professor 6 and served as its Vice President for Research and Development in 1985 to 1987. He was the founding director of the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Agricultural Research in 1987 to 1994. Served as Executive Director of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture. Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development in 1994 to 1998, and Secretary of the Department of Agriculture under President Joseph Estrada in 1998 and 1999. Under his watch at the Department of Agriculture, the Philippine agriculture achieved a remarkable 9.6% growth, which was never been equaled until today. In 2014, he founded the Inang Lupa Movement Incorporated that advocates and calls action for agricultural modernization and rural industrialization anchored on 4 pillars: inclusiveness, science-based, resilience, and market-oriented development. He now writes a regular weekly column called Ways of the Oasis in the Manila Times. From his weekly columns, he published the book titled The Way Forward Modernization and Industrialization of the Philippine Agriculture. He also advises Go Negosyo in the areas of agriculture and agripreneurship. Presently, he is the country representative of Prasad Seeds Philippines Incorporated. Dr. Dar obtained his Bachelor's of Science in Agriculture Education from the Mountain State Agricultural College, now Benguet State University, in 1973. Master of Science in Agronomy from Mountain State Agricultural College in 1976, and Doctor of Philosophy in Horticulture from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños in 1980. Cognizant of his leadership and laurels, he was awarded 8 doctorate degrees honoris causa by various higher educational institutions in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Dr. William Doliente Dar.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Before COVID-19, boosting the agricultural sector's performance had already been challenging as it is. But the slope of growth of the Philippine economy is worrisome, and we fear this can wipe out our years of progress in reducing poverty, food insecurity, and climate change challenges. As such, the Department of Agriculture has been aggressive in implementing key strategies to increase farm productivity and incomes by way of clustering small farms to create economies of scale, expanding the reach of our direct farm-to-market programs, ensuring uninterrupted guidance and aid of credit and inputs to farmers, and aggressively pushing for urban farming in various cities, among others. But beyond the challenges of today, we must not lose sight of the future with vision and continue striving to build an agriculture that is pandemic and crisis-proof. To achieve long-term food security and an inclusive recovery, we first and foremost must subscribe to a new thinking. We at the Department of Agriculture are implementing a multi-pronged strategic framework geared towards modernization, industrialization, and global competitiveness of export markets. Under modernization, we are helping our farmers in South Luzon and across the country to benefit from the technological revolution by way of deploying drones, providing hybrid seeds, creating better varieties, furthering our biotech research work, and many more. In industrializing Philippine agriculture, we must continue scaling up our downstreaming capabilities from value adding and processing to marketing. We need to help our farmers and agripreneurs keep step with the new and ever-changing consumer behaviors and preferences. We must improve our value chain analysis and transition from raw product specialization to high-value product specialization if we aim for global competitiveness. Global competitiveness will showcase Filipino agri-products, draw more interest in our ways of farming, our culture, and more importantly, provide farmers improved incomes. In partnership with the private sector, the government must invest for more laboratories that can ensure that the quality of our exports can meet international certification standards. Parallel to this, relevant government agencies must provide all its support in enabling our farmers to make greater contributions in global trade. In expanding our export capacity, crop diversification will be critical. We must strengthen our high-value crop development program and ensure this leads to greater livelihood generation in rural communities. The prosperity of smallholder farmers must always be at the center of an agricultural development agenda. For without our farmer heroes and fisher folks, agriculture will not be an attractive sector. As the pandemic remains in our midst, threatening even to be an endemic, provincial governments down to barangays and villages in South Luzon must have food security as top of mind in their recovery and growth agenda. The private sector can also help ensure zero hunger by contributing in the food supply chain. The DA has a long list of programs in building the foundations of a successful agripreneur. We are in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry in delivering the Kapatid Agri Mentor Me program, and of course with Go Negosyo, where we coach numerous agripreneurs. The DA's trading arm, the Agricultural Training Institute, provides regular workshops on a range of agricultural activities, while its e-learning for agriculture and fisheries program provides readily available online courses which entrepreneurs can take at their own pace. We also provide zero interest, no collateral loans through our Agricultural Credit Policy Council or ACPC to help with capital mobilization. ACPC programs are designed for a range of people, whether MSME, woman, or youth, signifying that everyone can have a part in driving food security. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry has always been one of the government's staunchest and most reliable partners in promoting trade and investment opportunities for our kababayans. But let me call on the business community once more. The fight against hunger is a fight of the whole nation. If you are on the lookout for business opportunities, look no further. Agriculture and agribusiness are the answers. Together, let us grow your business, ensure that it creates multiplier effects on the economy, decent incomes for our farmers and fishers, and that it helps us attain food security with no one left behind to go hungry. Thank you, and a pleasant day to all of you. God bless us all.
Introduction of speaker by Mr. Raul D. Mercado, President, PCCI Batangas.
Good morning, fellow members of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry in South Luzon, from the Calabarzon, Mimaropa, and the Bicol region. Our next speaker and resource person is considered to be in the League of Experts in the field of electrical and instrumentation construction, inspection, with considerable experience in offshore installation and noted proficiency in database and industrial software management. As an electrical engineer, he has accumulated a remarkable management and technical skill set earned through 20 years of work experience in global projects steered by world-renowned international pharmaceutical and petrochemical corporations, which include, among others, such names as Shell International and ExxonMobil. But to tell you honestly, it was his passion and love for agriculture that has set him as a model in what he has been known now through his creation of his own self-sustaining, environment-friendly, and integrated eco-farm in Taal, Batangas. Just a neighbor from my place in Batangas City. To make sure he realizes his dream, he attended various trainings and seminars from organic farming and mushroom cultivation and processing at the Costales Farm in Laguna and Dasmariñas, Cavite, and even traveling as far north as Taiwan to further his competencies and skill sets. Today, we are honored and privileged to have him with us as he shares what are the best practices he has developed and adopted in the practice of smart agriculture, a potent solution to the growing threat to food security. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the owner and operator of the Corrales Integrated Eco Farm, Engineer Mario Tolentino Corrales.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I am Engineer Mario May Corrales, the owner of Corrales Integrated Eco Farm. Inviting us and sharing our advocacy to the community is indeed an honor for Corrales Integrated Eco Farm. A great opportunity to partake every knowledge that somehow will contribute to answer issues regarding food security. With this, I am sincerely extending my gratitude to the organizers, most especially to PP Huber Picar and the rest of the team behind this webinar for giving me time to share my expertise on smart agriculture and integrated farming. Let us all take this pandemic situation as a chance to discover out talents in farming so that we can have our share in solving the growing predicaments on food security. With our simple bare hands, creative mind, and dedication, food for every table of the Filipino will be secured through integrated farming. With this, may I introduce Corrales Integrated Eco Farm. Being children of farmers ourselves, we're no strangers to back-breaking hard work, unwavering commitment to do and produce better, and the discipline to finish what we have started. When we decided to take action for the environment through responsible agriculture, we knew what was in store for us. We adopt and practice productive, eco-friendly, self-sustaining integrated farming for the cultivation of our mushrooms, fruits, and vegetables, growth of our livestock, and processing of our agricultural products. We are what we practice. We care for the future. We envision a better world for all of us. We farm for a better tomorrow. For the outline of my presentation, I'll be discussing the best practices that we have on our farm, on how we are growing our mushroom, and it will be followed by our vegetable production. And third will be our livestock, or the farm animals that we are raising. Corrales Integrated Eco Farm is located at Barangay Cscci, Taal, Batangas. We started our operations January 5, 2020. Our mushroom production starts with substrate preparation. On the picture, makikita po natin ang ating pong substrate. This is how we store our substrate. Kusot po ito, sawdust. So this is our composting area. Dito po namin siya tinitimpla. Nagdadagdag po tayo dito ng molasses and lime. Meron po siyang certain proportion at saka po length of time ng kanyang composting. And then, after composting, we are going to bag our substrate. We are going to use polypropylene bag, or in short, we call it PP bag. Usually, it weighs between 800 grams to 1 kilogram per bag. On site, we have fabricated our own bagging machine. And then after this is bagged, we are going to get these bags pasteurized. We have also fabricated our own pasteurizer on site. And our pasteurizer is able to handle 1,400 PP bags at one go. The bags will be exposed at a temperature of 100 degrees C for 6 hours. And then it will be cooled down. After it has fully settled and fully cooled down, pwede po na natin siyang taniman ng similya. We refer to this as inoculation po. So we are going to inoculate. We have our inoculation room. After inoculation, we are going to bring these bags sa incubation room. Ano po? This is going to be stored vertically. Nakatayo po siya para po yung kanyang similya, madali po siyang kumalat. Ang tawag po natin dito yung mycelia. Ano po? So it's going to be stored dito po sa incubation room for 3 weeks on the average. Hanggang sa makita po natin na yun pong mycelia, yun pong kanyang similya, ay kumalat na po dun sa PP bag, and then makita po natin na kulay puti po siya. And in some cases, makikita na po tayo ng pinhead, so yun pong formation ng small mushroom po. After that, we are going to transfer these bags sa grow area po. The bags will be stored horizontally. Dito po, ang ating pong grow area dapat po ay malamig. Meron po siyang adjustment sa liwanag kasi ang gusto po ng mushroom po natin ay medyo madilim po. And then moist. Yun po ang ating pong i-maintain. So meron po tayong humidity and temperature monitor po sa loob. And then meron din tayo pong program po sa pagdidilig po at saka po pag-sanitize po ng ating pong grow area. And then after 2 weeks, yan, you can see na po fully ano na po siya, nag-flash na po siya, o kita po natin yung fully grown na po yung mushroom natin. And then we can harvest na po. Atin pong dadalhin, we're going to bring our harvest po sa atin pong post-harvest area, and dito po natin siya ipaprocess. We are selling po fresh mushroom, and we are processing as well. So this is our products po. So we have mushroom chips or mushroom chicharon, and then we have also our mushroom bagoong po. For our vegetable production, we seek the help of our municipal agriculture office to help us get the soil tested. This is very important because from the test, we are able to identify the type of vegetable that we can grow on our area, and that help us a lot po. So you can see from the picture, yung pong mga na-identify nila na gulay na akma doon po sa amin pong soil, sa farm. Basically po yung mga gulay po sa pakpet. Ano po. So from the picture po makita po natin ang mga tanim po naming sili, talong, we have sitaw and kalabasa. And then there are other vegetable as well. Meron po din kami ditong upo and also the herbs. And we have also attended po seminars about hydroponics system of growing vegetable po. So we attended po yung pong seminar po sa UPLB. So we have also hydroponic setup po sa farm. Yung pong amin pong natutunan dun sa UPLB ay di po ay amin pong ginamit po dun sa farm. Ano po? So we are able to grow lettuce, pechay, mustasa, and iba pa pong mga gulay on hydroponic way of growing. Naging malusog po yung ating mga tinatanim na halaman sa farm sa paggamit po natin ng organic fertilizer. Yung pong organic fertilizer, kami din po ang gumagawa sa farm. Ginagamit po namin at kinocompose yung pong lahat po ng dumi po ng ating pong mga farm animals, and then yung pong mga damo na nandun po, yung mga pinaglinisan po, pinagtabasan, and dry leaves. Yun po, meron po kaming procedure na ginagawa sa composting, and then we are able to produce po yung pong compost. At ito po yung ginagamit namin na pataba po. And then makikita po nyo sa picture yung po malulusog na halaman na ginamitan po namin ito. Meron po kaming free range chicken sa farm. And for this, let us all watch this short video presentation. Ito naman po yung pong aming mga bibi sa farm. Ano po. So, unti-unti na din po silang dumadami and nakakatuwa po. And sa kanila man pong pagkain, we are augmenting po yung pong commercial feeds ng amin pong yun pong banana. Ano po, yun pong katawan ng saging. Amin po siyang chinachop ng pino and then niyahalo po namin. Also po yung sapalang niyog, and then yung pong trigo, ano po. So, gusto po nila. And we are still looking for other alternative feeds po para po sa kanila. Aming tuloy-tuloy po na kumbaga po ay inaalam, ano po, para po mas mabigyan po namin siya ng natural feeds po. Meron na din po kaming alagang rabbit sa farm. Nagsisimula pa lang po kami. And then sa ngayon po, meron po kaming 16 na po na heads po ng rabbits. And then nakita na po namin kung paano po sila alagaan. Marami na din po kaming tanim na pagkain po nila sa farm. So, unti-unti po, amin pong padadamihin amin pong rabbit sa farm. Sa amin naman pong pag-aalaga ng kambing sa farm, makikita po natin sa picture, yun pong ginawa po naming bahay nila. Ano po? So, made up of available materials po sa farm. So, yan po, para pong cubicle din po sila dyan. And then, mapapansin po natin, yung pong pinakapinto ng cubicle, yung pong panara, ay serving two purposes po. So, pwede po siyang pansara nila, and then kapag po binaba po natin, yun na po yung magsaserve na ramp. Diyan po sila dumadaan para po makaakyat po sa kanilang elevated na cubicle. Ano po, marami din po kaming itinanim sa farm para po pagkain ng kambing. Meron po kaming ipil-ipil, madre cacao, meron po kaming napier, and meron din po kaming tricantera. So, yun po ang amin pong ibinibigay po sa mga kambing. Ito po yung kabuuan ng aking presentation. And I hope po na meron po tayong mga nakuha, natutunan, na magagamit po natin sa atin pong lugar. Ano po, para po makapag-produce din po tayo ng gulay and then makapag-alaga din po tayo ng mga hayop po na makakatulong po sa atin. Maraming salamat po.
Introduction of Speaker by Ms. Josette A. Cortez, President, PCCI Puerto Princesa.
Greetings, everyone. I am tasked to introduce our next speaker. Honorable Eduardo Eddie G. Guillen is the mayor of Pedig, Ilocos Norte, a town whose story exemplifies how good local governance can revitalize an ailing agricultural industry. Since being elected as the mayor in 2010, he has initiated numerous projects for the benefit of the local economy. But he is most recognized for his convergence projects, dubbed as the mother of all convergence projects, through which Mayor Guillen launched a multi-sectoral and multi-agency collaboration for responsible and sustainable rural development through an innovative approach to agriculture. For his significant accomplishments and outstanding performance in the implementation of innovative public service delivery programs and good governance during his term as the municipal mayor, he has received numerous awards and citations from the DNR, DOH, and NEDA. For his leadership and environmental advocacies, he has been conferred the Seal of Good Housekeeping by the DILG and was also named the most exemplary and outstanding public servant of the millennium for the year 2021 at the 4th Asia Pacific Luminaire Awards. He has participated in numerous national fora as a resource speaker on convergence programs, agribusiness, the best practices of local government, and entrepreneurship. A graduate of BS Civil Engineering from Mapua Institute of Technology and an expert in local governance, development planning, civil engineering, and community organizing. Please help me welcome my fellow civil engineer, Mayor Eduardo Eddie G. Guillen.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa lahat ng nakikinig at nanonood sa atin ngayon. Gusto ko pong magpasalamat sa mga organizers po ng event na ito at ako po ay naimbitahan na maging resource speaker dito sa inyong prestigious event ng South Luzon Area Business Conference. Gusto ko munang i-share sa inyo yung favorite lyrics ko sa kanta ni Bambu na Tatsulok. Hindi pula't dilaw, tunay na magkalaban. Ang kulay at tatak ay di siyang dahilan. Usually kasi, kami mga politiko, ang alam namin na kalaban ay yung katunggali namin sa politika. Nawawala yung focus namin sa tunay na problema, yung tunay na kalaban. Ito yung social injustice, lalong-lalo na po yung kahirapan ng buhay o yung poverty. Ayon po sa data ng Philippine Statistics Authority, mas mataas ang poverty incidences sa rural area na umaabot pa ng hanggang 60%. Ito din ang dahilan kung bakit malaking problema ang peace and order, lalo na sa mga probinsya. Sabi nga ni Willy Brandt, as long as hunger exists, peace cannot prevail. Dahil po dito, naisip namin sa PIDDIG na gumawa ng isang project upang tugunan lahat ng development challenges sa aming bayan. Tinawag po namin ito na Whole of Nation Approach, Convergence Initiative Project, as enabler of sustainable and inclusive rural development. Una siyempre, na-identify namin yung mga common problems na dahilan ng kawalan ng sustainable economic activity. Una na siyempre dito ang poverty, peace and order, lahat po nang nakalista dyan. At higit sa lahat, yung problema natin ngayon sa buong mundo, yung climate change. Ang sagot po namin dito ay yung aming National Greening Program, Convergence Initiative Project. Ito yung aming organic coffee production and tamarind production. At pangalawa, yun pong aming Consolidated Farm Production System. Ang idea dito ay mag-create kami ng isang platform o ng isang project na kung saan lahat ng government agencies at NGOs ay pwedeng mag-contribute. Ito po yung value chain map ng aming project. Para po sa implementation, we entered into a public-private partnership with the PIDIG Basi Multipurpose Cooperative. Tawag po namin dito ay P4. Kasi siyempre, ang kapartner namin dito, yung mga magsasaka natin, ano? So, public-private partnership for the people. Ito po yung output namin, ano? Doon sa upland coffee plantation namin, nakapagtanim kami ng 215 hectares of Arabica coffee. Ang average po noon, mga 800 coffee trees per hectare. Dahil nga po, ito ay convergence project. At dahil ang gusto ng DENR ay organic coffee production tayo, so, kailangan namin ng organic fertilizer. So, kinausap natin ang DSWD para magbigay ng tig 5,000 capital para doon sa ating 700 na 4-piece na siyang magpuproduce ng ating organic fertilizer. Nagbigay din ng 1 milyon na capital assistance ang DOLE para doon sa mga marginalized farmers natin na hindi na kasama doon sa National Household Targeting System for poverty reduction. Ito yung NHTS na tinatawag, ano? Kasi siyempre yung DSWD ayaw na magbigay doon sa mga wala doon sa kanilang listahan. Para naman sa production ng aming substrate, kasi kailangan natin ng magandang substrate para sa pakain natin doon sa mga African nightcrawlers, ano? Para sa vermicast, we intensified buffalo production. Kasi kailangan natin ng dumi yung kalabaw at saka yung ihi nila. Yung ginagawa ng mga farmers natin, ilalagay doon sa kulungan yung mga dayami o ano-ano. And then, pag nadumihan ng kalabaw yun, sinasama yun sa substrate para doon sa mga African nightcrawlers. Of course, kasama namin dito sa project na ito, ang Philippine Carabao Center. Dahil dito sa program na ito, nabigyan po ng award ang PIDIG as National Second Placer sa Artificial Insemination Award para sa aming Carabao Development Program. Akala nyo, napaliit na bayan pero laki ng impact. Ano po? Bilang counterpart naman ng Department of Agriculture, base sa napagkasunduan namin sa National Convergence Initiative for Sustainable Rural Development o yung NCISRD, nagbigay ang DA ng Rice Processing Center. Ito yung RPC2 na tinatawag nila. May kasama kasi na ito na mga mechanical dryer at yung byproduct. Pag nagda-drying na sila, yung byproduct na carbonized rice hull, ito ang inihahalo namin doon sa aming vermicast. 60-40 ang ratio namin dito. So ito ay additional income din ng mga farmers natin, itong vermicast production. Nagbigay din ng DTI ng coffee processing equipments galing sa kanilang shared service facilities. And of course, sa infra naman ay nakahingi din kami ng farm to market road sa DA, nung una 98 million ang ibinigay, para doon sa aming upland coffee plantation. Dahil ang aming coffee plantation ay agroforestry ecotourism project, nakalabi din kami ng project under Department of Tourism. Galing ito doon sa kanilang Tourism Road Infrastructure Project Prioritization Criteria o yung TRIPC. Pero ang pinakamalaki po, ang impact na convergence project na nalabi po namin ay yung galing ng DPWH na impounding dams. Na-convince ko po noon si dating Secretary Babe Singson, ganitong project ang tunay na sustainable flood control project. Ma-impound yung tubig during rainy season, hence we could prevent flash floods. Mabawasan na rin ang siltation sa ilog dahil nga makontain na kaagad yung tubig doon sa impounding dam. Afterwards, pwede na naming magamit na para doon sa aming fishery livelihood at para din sa mga tourism activities, mga kayaking, fishing, etc. Kapag summertime na, pag kailangan na ng patubig, gamitin namin yung naipon na tubig para sa irrigation ng aming palayan at para doon sa aming mga high-value crops. Pagdating ng susunod na rainy season, ubos na or paubos na yung laman ng tubig sa impounding dam at ready na naman ito para sa susunod na tag-ulan para kargahan ulit namin ng tubig. Ang problema lang noon ay hindi naman mandate ng DPWH ang paggawa ng small water impounding dams. Kasi ito nga po ay dapat project ng DA at saka NIA. Kaya ang ginawa namin ay pinalitan namin yung title ng project. Ginawa namin siyang Sustainable Water Management. Iyon, pwede nang punduhan kasi flood control na siya eh. So yung pundo niya galing sa flood control fund ng DPWH. Ayan po yung aming Abukay Impounding Dam. Napunduhan po yan ng 300 million. DPWH, 90 hectares po ang impounding area. At an average height of around 15 meters, more or less, mahigit 8 million cubic meters po ang laman ng tubig niya. Napakalaking tulong po yan para sa aming mga farmers. Ulitin ko, bukod sa additional fish production at tourism potential, magagamit pa namin sa pagpapatubig ng aming palayan. Ito ang the best na climate change adaptation project. Talagang malaki ang impact sa livelihood opportunities. Naging poster project po ito ng DPWH under Secretary Babe Singson. Isipin po ninyo, may additional area for planting rice during rainy season dahil hindi nga nababaha yung palayan. During dry season naman, magagamit din namin ito para sa pagpapatubig na ng aming palayan. Ang ginawa namin para magkaroon ng distribution area, lumapit kami sa National Irrigation Administration. Humingi kami ng pondo doon para sa distribution system para may parating namin yung tubig sa aming mga taniman. But instead of construction open irrigation canals, I insisted that we use pipe conduits. Ang rason ko po ay mas efficient, mas matipid, at mas mabilis gawin at magagamit pa namin para sa future drip irrigation projects namin. After completion ng National Greening Project last year, na-award na din po ng DNR yung National Greening Program site namin. More than 2,000 hectares po yun sa PBMC through CBFM o yung Community-Based Forest Management. Ipinamahagi naman ng PBMC sa mga members sa 2 hectares per recipient. Very manageable po kasi yung 2 hectares. May tanim na ito na 800 coffee trees per hectare. Ang condition lamang ng DENR at PBMC ay dapat i-maintain or i-improve pa ng beneficiary yung 800 na coffee trees. Kasi iniisip namin, kung makaharvest ng 1 kilo per tree, di may 1,600 kilos na siya. Say, mabenta niya ng 100 pesos per kilo, meron na siyang 160,000 gross sales. Sa aming estimate, ang average family income para doon sa mga lowland farmers ay 104,000. At 138,000 naman para doon sa mga highland farmers kasi ito yung Arabica coffee, mas mahal po kasi yun So, above poverty threshold na po yan. Di ba, nasa 100,000 pesos naman yata ngayon ang poverty threshold for a family of 5. In fact, ang ginagawa ng mga beneficiaries namin, nagtatanim pa sila ng papaya, saging, luya, at iba pa sa pagitan ng coffee trees. So, in-expect namin na mas mataas pa ang kikitain nila. At dahil maganda yung output namin dito sa coffee plantation, natuwa ho si Secretary Pahe, kaya binigyan ho ulit kami ng pundo para sa aming lowland coffee plantation. So, 3 variety po ang itinanim namin, yung Robusta, Liberica, at Excelsa. Isipin po ninyo, ang laki ng idle lands natin. Ito yung mga forest land, karamihan dyan Mula Apari hanggang Hulo. Kung magagawa yung ganyang project, wala na pong maghihirap. May kanya-kanya ng lupa. Lalong-lalo na po sa Mindanao kasi napagaganda ng weather nila doon. Wala rin po palang babayaran na realty tax ang recipient kasi technically, forest area po yung pinamahagi sa kanila. Para naman sa healthcare ng mga farmers natin o yung mga beneficiaries natin, meron kaming itinayo na, ang tawag namin, PIDIG Cares. Ito po yung aming healthcare program. Sagot ng local government unit ng PIDIG, ang lahat ng hospitalization bills ng mga farmers natin at mga beneficiaries doon sa program. Kasama na po yung kanilang mga pamilya. Lahat na nandoon ang pangalan doon sa NHTS ng DSWD. Kasama po lahat yan sa program natin. Para naman po sa mas mabilis na information dissemination sa mga programa natin, nagtayo rin po kami ng sarili naming FM station. Ito yung 105.1 DWCI FM. May program po kami na mag-agree tayo from 5 to 7 in the morning para itong School on the Air para sa mga farmers namin. So tinutulungan namin sila, may lecture sila doon, kung ano yung mga bagong mga procedures ng pagsasaka. Kasi naniniwala kami na dapat namin i-improve yung aming human resource development, lalong-lalo na itong mga farmers natin. In our consolidated farming, we wanted to break yung parochial thinking ng mga farmers na kanya-kanya. We were able to consolidate around 1,000 hectares involving 1,300 farmers. Our goal was to create a value chain in the farm production system wherein the farmer will realize profit or savings in all stages of farming. Lahat ng stages. Nagawa po natin yan sa pamamagitan ng pakikipagtulungan natin sa PBMC. Alam niyo po, ang mindset kasi ng national government, ang tinitignan lamang nila yung kikitain ng farmer doon sa time na magbenta siya ng palay. Sa amin, hindi. Gusto namin lahat ng stages mula doon sa capitalization, land preparation, doon sa seeds procurement. Meron pa kaming insurance, crop insurance, saka ng mga farmers namin, harvesting, So lahat-lahat gusto namin merong kita o may pakinabang si farmer namin. Ang program component ng project, of course, yung institutional development ng PBMC. Tinulungan namin na magkaroon ng sapat na farm equipments at capital, yung itong aming co-op, para maging isa siyang farm service provider. Ang major features ng project sa consolidated farming kasi nagiging posible yung application ng economies of scale business concept. Sa simula ng project, nakipagmuha po ako sa Bureau of Soil and Water Management. Nag-counterpart po ako ng 1 milyon para sa paggawa ng soil evaluation at strategic agriculture and fisheries development zone. Kahit yung aming NGP project, gumawa din kami ng forest land use plan na incorporate itong dalawang plano na ito para sa pagbuo ng aming CLUP. Mahalaga po na may plano para may sustainability yung ating mga projects. Ang advantage po ng soil and land resources evaluation ay hindi na po ala-tsamba o guessing game ang ginagawa ng mga farmers natin para sa fertilizer application. Ang katwiran ko po kasi, ang halaman parang tao yan. Paano mo mapapabuti o pangangatawan ng isang tao kung hindi naman tama ang gamot o vitamins, di ba? Ganon din po sa palay. Paano mo ma-increase yung production kung hindi naman tama yung ibinibigay na fertilizer o hindi mo naman alam yung condition ng lupa. This undertaking resulted in the increase of palay output of our farmers. So, lumaki yung ani nila. Sa inbred rice, from 3.5 tons to 6.273 tons. Sa hybrid rice naman, from 5 tons to 8.2 tons. Lumaki ang kita ng mga farmers natin. Pero ang ultimate na goal natin dyan, yung tinatawag namin na 510. Dapat nasa 5 pesos na lang yung production cost at nasa 10 tons yung production namin ng palay per hectare. Ito naman talaga ang wish natin, yung lumaki ang kita ng ating mga farmers. Para, to make our farmers not only producers, but consumers also of goods and services, which is a necessary condition for a sustainable economic growth in our municipality. Our partnership scheme, ito yung P4, opened a chance for our small farmers to be involved in the management of resources allocated for them, and empowered them to create and manage their own economic enterprise. Through the Convergence Initiative, small farmers, through their cooperative, now own the 16 million peso processing facility. And of course, complete farm equipments, marami silang traktora, harvester, etc., enabling them direct participation in the agribusiness aspect of agriculture. That provide more benefits from their farming activities. Isipin na lamang po ninyo, dati-rati, ang palay namin, dinadala lahat sa intercity sa Bulacan para ibenta sa mga big traders. Ngayon, may nakakapture na po kami, So, kung kwantahin mo, bale 2,000 hectares yun for 1 year, kasi 2 croppings. Ang added value cost kasi, na nakapture po namin, sa kwenta namin, is around 20 pesos per kilogram of rice. Kung sumahin mo, halos 150 million to 200 million pesos na po yun. Ang captured value namin na iikot sa PIDIG economy. Our farm consolidation production system has created socio-economic and other significant benefits to our small farmers. The cooperative income from captured value added, it contributes significantly by creating economic multiplier effect for the PIDIG economy. May economic multiplier effect yan kung mas maraming perang umiikot sa locality, di ba? Punta po tayo sa performance outcome. Of course, sa social aspect, yung peace and order, modesty aside, lagi po kaming nasa top 3 sa Region 1 na most peaceful town. Dahil na din siyempre sa dami lang trabaho. Wala lang time magluko yung ating mga constituency, sabi nga nila, idle minds where evil dwells. Our people became more preoccupied in gainful undertakings rather than disturbing peace and order. Siyempre, na-strengthen din ang aming cooperative capability. Sa economic naman, pinagmamalaki namin dito sa PIDIG, yung tinatawag natin na collective shared economy of PIDIG. Yung equitable distribution of wealth among stakeholders. Ito yung result ng aming P4 scheme. Kasi ang kapartner nga natin dito, ulitin ko, yung ating mga maliliit na magsasaka. Yung ating hinahanap na inclusive growth natin dito. Sa environmental naman, the PDIG Convergence Project helps in dealing climate change mitigation through the implementation of NGP. Siyempre, nagtrim ka ng mga kahoy, ng kape, climate change mitigation yon. Climate change adaptation enhanced through the construction naman ng water catchment basins. Ito yung mga project at saka yung farm consolidation for efficient water management. Thereby, na-increase yung aming climate change resiliency dito sa PDIG. We consider the triple bottom line concept para po sa implementation ng project namin. Gusto kasi namin itong maging sustainable. Gumagawa ka ng project para sa environment, may social impact at may economic impact din siya. Kung babalikan po natin yung developmental challenges, makikita natin na may kasagutan po lahat ng issue sa ating project concept. Ano po ang mahalagang aral na natutunan natin dito sa rural development project natin? May kasabihan po tayo na in every crisis lies the seed of opportunity. Ang crisis po natin dito, yung climate change, yung mga developmental challenges na na-mention kanina, but ang opportunity naman, meron naman tayo makukuha ng pondo. Tulad ng pondo para sa climate change, yung mga flood control projects, para sa mas makabuluhang proyekto. Instead of flood control dikes, imbes na puro dikes na lang ilalagay mo doon sa ilog para makontrol yung flooding, dapat water management project. Kailangan po natin ng sustainable flood control project. I think ito yung dapat na solusyon. Sa ganitong klase ng proyekto, imbes na baha ang maranasan natin, magiging kapaki-pakinabang ng tubig baha kasi ini-impound na nga natin para sa ating agrikultura. So yung tubig baha, i-manage mo, i-impound mo, gamitin mo for livelihood and then gamitin mo for irrigation. Nasimulan po ito ni former DPWH Secretary Babe Singson. Talagang pinupos po niya ito. Alam po natin na malaking parte din pala ang mga cooperative sa paglago ng ekonomiya para ma-attain natin yung ever-elusive na inclusive development. Subalit, sa aming experience, nahirapan po kami na maghanap ng marunong na co-op manager. Yung strengthening ng co-op, mahirap po yun ginawa pa namin, binuo ko pa yung aking local finance committee, silang naging advisory council ng co-op. Yan. So kasi alam niyo naman sa local finance committee, nandiyan na yung mga marurunong ng mga accountant, mga engineers, mga development officers. Siguro marahil ang rason ay kung bakit mahirap kumuha ng co-op managers ay wala yatang educational course na co-op management. Sana mabigyan pansin ito ng Commission on Higher Education. Magkaroon sana kahit masteral man lang ng co-op management. Marami pa po ako gusto i-share sa inyo pero nabigyan lamang po ako ng 20 minutes na magsalita. Masasabi ko lamang para sa aking mga kapatid sa public service, hindi po rocket science ang sustainable and inclusive rural development. Madali po natin ito may sakatuparan kung gugustuhin lamang po natin. Lagi ko nga pong sinasabi, kung gusto, may paraan. Kung ayaw, may dahilan. Maraming salamat po.
Introduction of speaker by Mr. Marvin P. Adolfo, President, Laguna Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good day to everyone. It is indeed an honor to introduce our guest today, who currently heads the Administrative Office of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative and at the same time, the focal person for gender and development. He has been serving in Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative for about 12 years now. Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative is a 1.8 billion cooperative in assets with more than 120 members and operating in 42 branches in the whole of Visayas and in Mindanao. Our guest is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy at San Carlos Seminary College and took up 1 year in theology at Seminario Mayor de San Carlos. He continues to serve the Lord by way of serving the people through the cooperative movement. He truly believes in the Bible passage as the dear Lord says, "What you have done to the least of my brethren, you have done it to me." Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome the head of the Administrative Office of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative, Mr. Ken Tene Broso.
Hello, everyone. A healthy and safe day to all of us. First of all, in behalf of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative, headed by the chairperson of the board, Dr. Delphine P. Tukib, and the general manager, Maria Elena C. Limocon, please allow me to give thanks to the organizer of this event, the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industries, for this 30th Solabc invitation to allow us to share to you the practices of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative. Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative is located at Barangay Lamac, Municipality of Pinamungahan, Province of Cebu, wherein in 1970s, previously, there were no roads, no electricity, and no potable water. But God had a plan. We believe that God had a plan, everything in our life, wherein the Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative was the former Lamac Samahang Nayon that was organized by 70 farmers, mobilizing an initial capital of 3,500 pesos in 1973. And through their sacrifices, God valued their sacrifices through their active volunteerism. That's why they were able to gain, nakuha po nila yung wala sa kanila tulad ng walang kalsada, walang electricity at potable water. Because of this, the Lamac MPC's original and early members contributed whatever talents and resources they have for the benefit of the community. From chipping in capital, small capitals for the organizer, the pioneer members of 70 farmers, they only chip in 50 pesos each of them. That's why they have this initial capital of 3,500. From chipping in capital to opening up roads, to setting up electrical power, to creating businesses, to providing water and more, the members, the pioneer members, we are so proud of them. They did it with gusto. Their willingness, their commitment, their passion to help, not for themselves, but for the community. And indeed, from way back, the Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative is existing since 1973, but we are now out for about 40 years of existence. And as a cooperative, we are registered by the Cooperative Development Authority, March 13, 1992. And we believe that God took over because now, Barangay Lamac, we are so proud of the sacrifices offered by the pioneer members. Barangay Lamac now became a self-sustained community through the spirit of the cooperative movement. And we are so thankful na kami yung, although we are not from the Southern Luzon, we are here in Visayas, we are so proud and happy that we are invited by the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And we are an affiliate also, affiliate member of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Then these are now the offices. We have now 42 branches and 7 satellite offices. We just started here in the sa Bukid po, dito sa Lamac, but later on we spread the good news not only for the capital but for the spiritual, the essence of being one, bayanihan system. And now we are operating from the provinces of Cebu, province of Bohol, Negros Occidental, Leyte, and Southern Leyte. And these are our offices. And we are so proud we are able to create such kind of offices because the people on that area decided, they are willing to become a member, not only a member of the cooperative, but the owner. Owner po sila ng kooperatiba. Ito po yung mga opisina na namin. And we are so thankful to the management and the officers of leading this cooperative since 1973 until now that we are under an operation. Allow me to share to you that we are also happy. We are so happy that the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture visited our place here in Lamac last December last year. So we are so happy that he was able to see our different kind of agriculture, agri enterprises here in the sa bukid dito po sa Lamac. And just recently, This month, June, the Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform, Secretary John Castriciones, was able to also visited us here during the giving of the CLOA for our farmer members also that ilang years na nagtitiil sa land, and they were able to gain now the certificate of land ownership award to them. So thank you for visiting here in Lamac. So the adverse effects of pandemic. So during the last year, we are so affected by it. We have the declination of operations. So in our financial operations, our 41 branches temporarily closed from March 27 until June. So only the Lamac main office here in Barangay Lamac is maintained open, but on skeletal workforce. So we believe the management decided that this is not time, during the lockdown, this is not time that we have to close, because this is the moment that the cooperative movement to give action, especially to the owner of the cooperative, to the members, that during sa kanilang mga challenges, nandyan pa rin yung kooperatiba kung saan sila pupunta, kung saan sila hihingi ng mga tulong. So non-financial operations, we have also managed and owned a resort. So we temporarily closed from April to July, and we resumed resorts operation during month of August 2020. Only skeletal force. So we have a net loss of 4.7 billion. Only our agri, co-op mart, water system, gasoline station are open. We're opened during that situation during the lockdown. And we have this, don't have any meetings in our members and to our officers, no conduction of annual assembly to our members. So the employment also, we are affected also because we have the retrenchment of employees. So we offer early retirement for employees ages 55 and above. And we have the forced leaves, and our operating hours is only limited. So skeletal workforce, from Monday to Friday, only 6 hours. So these are big impact during our financial, because this is the time that we don't have any collections of regarding the obligation of the members in payment of their loans. So in our market also, we have the closure of institutional markets, just like Chowking, where our clustering of our vegetables, our farmer members, they produce for the production for production and supply for the stores. But during the time, it was closed. So we are very sad for them, but we continue to serve them. But on how? So these are our innovations undertake. So before COVID-19 or any kind of pandemic, Lamac MPC already have a technical working group on disaster team in creation of the business continuity plan. And we are so thankful by the Land Bank of the Philippines for guiding us on how to produce, how to have this business continuity plan in preparation of any kind of situation or pandemic. To sustain lives, minimize suffering, and protect property in a timely and effective manner in communities that become overrun by disasters. So on April 4, the board of directors decided, they have this meeting, decided and produce a resolution allocating an initial amount of 10 million to be taken from the optional fund of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative for the purchase of relief goods and financial assistance to members Visayas-wide for co-op officers, staff, and frontliners during the implementation of enhanced community quarantine due to COVID-19 pandemic. And our innovations also, we undertake taking care of our members. So we have this rice distribution to our members as one of the part of the 10 million, and giving of dairy products to the frontliners. So we are so thankful to the frontliners being there in protection of the community, and in partnership also with the Jollibee Group Foundation, we have this food aid during for any kind to the frontliners and to our members, owner of the cooperative. And other than that, we have this 4-month moratorium to all loans from March to June to our members. And for our employees and officers, they have access to calamity loan for 20,000 each, no interest, and COVID assistance also, relief goods, retrenched staff, managed farm-owned lot by the cooperative. So the one we have retrenched the following employees, we also invited them that the lot owned by the cooperative for the production of vegetables into agriculture. So we invited them to manage the farm lot. Then they have still the income in their life. And then we have this partnership also with different kind of government agencies, just like the Department of Agriculture. So through the Kadiwa in Ani at Kita, we are being partner of them. So the partner, our members, our farmer members, hindi po sila naging sad because yung produce nila, yung product nila ay pinaano pa rin namin, pinasupply pa rin namin through their Kadiwa. So we have entered all the barangays during the lockdown, and we take risk, especially to our staff in managing this Kadiwa distribution of goods, of the food for the community being locked down. And in partnership also with the DTI, we have this partnership with them in livelihood seeding program, and ACPC for their continued expanded Sure Aid and Recovery Project, Sure Aid COVID-19, and also the Anyo and Kaya program. So many of our farmer members, instead of decreasing our membership, it became tumaas po siya dahil itong mga programa galing sa Department of Agriculture and different kind of government agencies. And we are so thankful of them that the Lamak Multipurpose became their conduit in making this program available to others, especially to the farmers. And we have also this free-range chicken production for our marginalized women farmers. And we have also this contest we did, just like happening here in Cebu, the Sugbusug. Here in our cooperative, we take risk, and we also make as a model to everyone, our members. Our staff and officers we have the contest for them to our program, the PPP, plant. So plant 7 varieties herbal for health regimen, and plant 7 varieties of vegetables for food in the table, to assure food in the table. No matter what, kung ano lang, maliit lang yung lugar mo, but you have innovative. We have the innovative initial also to how to plant just beside their home, magkaroon naman sila ng mga food on the table, assurance of food on the table. We have also planned 7 varieties of ornamentals for IGP and the household beautification. So these are the common we did for our members, for our staff and officers, to do that hindi maging hindrance ang magkaroon, meron tayong pandemic, but this is a way of giving importance of how to survive, teach them how to survive through these programs of the cooperative. We have also in partnership with the Department of Agriculture on their food subsidy distributions. So many of our farmers and supplier of eggs, we have assisted them, and as a link, as a conduit, we are the one distributing to the farmers, especially chosen by the different kind of local government units in the area of Cebu and Bohol. So resiliency mechanism, we have this resiliency mechanism, and we are yes to that. It's a great restart for our to begin the business of our farmer members. So resiliency fund proposed allocation of 1 million per year as resiliency fund to be taken through the dividend, members equity, community as the CGF, and fundraising. So livelihood recovery program, we have also the soft loan in partnership with the Land Bank of the Philippines, the iRescue loan and the iCare loan. Assistance to members affected by pandemics, any kind of disasters for them. Then relief goods, then consumer access. So making the branch and satellite office as outlet of basic commodities, agriculture, etc. that kind of basic commodities that needs, where our members don't have to travel afar just to buy their needs, but our branches and satellite offices, they can also buy their basic commodities. And we have also this digitalization of all programs and services, our online membership and marketing. So we continue all the kind of the smart activities that we have through the partnership and affiliations of different kind of government agencies. So instead of closing our offices, we rather, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, we rather opening of satellite offices. So for our members' accessibility, just to help them na kung saan sila na problema po sila kung saan sila lalapit. So we are now opening for them, to access their needs, to answer the needs, and we are so thankful again to the Department of Agriculture to be making Lamac Multipurpose their conduit partner in distributing, in accessing their programs for our members or for our non-members also. So specific innovations we have features in our cooperative is the value chain, our clustering approach. We cluster every kind of products in our agriculture. So this is a partnership. This is the program we adopted from the Catholic Relief Services in partnership with the Jollibee Group Foundation. So we also have this holistic support from technical, from finance to financial, then to marketing. It's a wholesome services for access. Pwede nating ma-access dun sa ating mga membro. Kompleto po siya, so no need to worry. And through this, our clustering approach can be studied and can be, pwede silang mag-aral doon kung paano gagawin ito dito through our farm school, our agritourism site. And this farm school was created in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, the Agricultural Training Institute, and the TESDA, and we are now accredited, a farm school. And Department of Tourism has became the place here in Lamac as agritourism site. So hopefully from Camarines Sur or from the South Luzon, hope you can visit also Lamac, and we can see to we can present this to you, our different kind of agri-enterprise. So in our partnership with the Philippine Carabao Center and the Department of Trade and Industry, we have this multiplier farm. So we have the program also of dispersal program to our farmers. Instead of waiting para ma-harvest na yung mga crops nila, they have diversified program, and we have this buffalo dairy production, milk production. So sasabihin nga nila na ang kita sa dairy, ang kita ay daily. So every now, kung mayroong gatas, bibilhin ng kooperatiba, hindi na mapoproblema yung mga farmer. So ang kooperatiba na yung bibili ng kanilang gatas. Just imagine, 40 pesos per gallon, I think 40 or 60, around 60. And every day, makaano sila ng mga around 4 to 6 liters a day. So kikitain nila every day. Ang laki na, no? Another income for our farmer members. Then we have this processing plant of our dairy. We have a partner also with the steel, with the Department of Agriculture, Philippine Carabao Center, and the Department of Trade and Industry. Through this program, in partnership with the Department of Education, through the help of the PCC, we are now having producing pasteurized milk for the supply to the program of Department of Education in feeding program. So around almost more than 30,000 students, mga bata o mga pupils ay yung naka-beneficiary ng kanilang feeding program in partnership with the Philippine Carabao Center in La Carlota in Negros. And we are now continuing, still coming pa din yung mga supply namin para doon sa kanilang feeding program. And also in partnership with the DTI and Department of Agriculture, we have this cassava production. So partner po namin din yung San Miguel Foods Corporation para supply sa kanilang needed supply needed para doon sa kanilang cassava chips, yung granulated na cassava. So yan po, tuloy-tuloy namin na ini-encourage namin yung farmers na yung mga secluded area, especially yung mga mga members namin na nakatanggap ng award from the DAR, no, para doon sa land ownership. So pwede nilang gawin tamna ng cassava in partnership also. We can lead the Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative can also assess them through their financial needs. So continuous pa din yung shared service facilities of the DTI. So we are so proud na nakatanggap kami ng kanilang mga shared service facilities of equipments in chipping and drying of our cassava chips. Still, we are able to have this also this cacao production. More of siguro around mga 100 hectares na yung napatanim na namin na mga cacao dito sa Cebu at saka sa Leyte. So in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, the DTI, and Land Bank of the Philippines. So continue pa rin yung ano namin at sigurado na din, clustering pa rin from production, kung sino yung bibili ng kanilang mga seeds, basa po na seeds, wet beans, so bibilihin ng kooperatiba para i-produce at dadalhin sa aming processing plant ng tableya, gawing tableya, local chocolate. So yan po yung ginagawa natin para continue pa rin yung value chain of every product. And also our vegetables, so hindi namin sila, ang kooperatiba ay hindi niya pinababayaan yung mga farmers namin ng mga gulay, kundi especially kung yung nagsirado na po yung mga institutional markets. So we continue them, collecting them, consolidating their produce, and the cooperative management were able to supply, we're able to buy the products through the Kadiwa program of the Department of Agriculture. And also our coconut in partnership with the Philippine Coconut Authority. So patuloy pa din yung tulong natin sa mga magsasaka ng mga kaniyugan. Just imagine in Barangay Tuburan, Barangay Colunya, Tuburan, Cebu, we have now a facility there, a shared service facility also in partnership with the Philippine Coconut Authority, the DTI, the Department of Science and Technology. We are able to create a processing plant. Just imagine 50,000 nuts per day ang kakailangan na i-produce, kakailangan i-harvest para dun sa processing plant. So tuwang-tuwa yung mga farmer, that's because they believe ang alam lang nila na until kopra lang yung mga products nila, pero through the processing plant we're able to create a different kind of products of coconut, and many job employment we have generated in the processing plant. So just recently also we opened up the smart food value chain and manufacturing village there in Tuburan, Cebu, in partnership with the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Agriculture, Department of Trade of Industry, and Bureau of Fishery Aquatic Resources. So patuloy pa din, no? Wala tayong hindi po tayo nagko-close, hindi po tayo nag-ano ng serbisyo para dun sa mga ating mga membro at gustong maging membro ng kooperatiba. And still for our farmers also on rice and corn production, patuloy pa din yung namin assistance, no? So we are able to turn over a rice pre-harvest facility for the farmer or association in Barangay Punod, and also here in different kind of barangays in Pinamungahan through the cooperative and with the convergence of the different kind of government agencies. Then we have this hog raising program, no? Also another different kind diversified program for our farmer members in partnership with the Virginia Farms Incorporated. So yung sistema po namin ito is buyback. So kami yung galing pa din sa Virginia yung feeds, sila pa din yung bibili ng mga baboy. So hindi na po maproblema yung mga membro kung saan nila i-ano yung mga baboy nila, kung saan nila ibebenta dahil assured na buyback program ng Virginia Farms Incorporated. And also, in partnership with the Bureau of Fishery and Aquatic Resources, we have this milk fish cages. So in Northern Cebu, no, naging partner po namin, naging ano po namin yung BFR in partnership para tulong naman doon sa mga mahilig sa mga fisher folks. And their produce can be bibilhin ng kooperatiba at dadalhin doon sa smart food value chain para mag-create ng mga sardines. So upcoming na po yung mga sardines natin. Hopefully there in Camarines Sur, I believe also na marami ding nag-produce nito niyan, pero subukan niyo pong bilhin yung aming produce na sardines para naman matikman ninyo. Then in partnership also with Smart, so patuloy pa din, then online na yung ano namin transaction. So ito yung pinapartner namin, Smart ka-partner portal. And this is for especially for the women, no, living in their sari-sari store. So they have access loading, so different kind of programs in Smart. So yung ano namin kooperatiba, patuloy pa din yung tulong namin sa mga youth. Kay we believe the success without succession is a failure. So patuloy pa din namin create yung mga skills and knowledge ng aming mga youth. So ito po yung isa sa mga programa nila, yung SAGEP Youth, Sustainable Agricultural Education Program. So this program educates the youth to engage themselves into agri-enterprises and realize that there is money in agriculture. So to inspire them, to give them encouragement to join on making livelihood through farming. No, so ito po yung mga different kind of activities ng ating mga youth. And isa doon sa mga program din ng ating youth is Garment Center Design and Prints. So partner namin, shared service facilities pa din ng Department of Trade and Industry. We're able to upgrade our sewing production, embroidery. So ito na po yung mga machines, no, na na-acquire namin galing sa DTI. And hopefully aabot na din yung embroidery machine namin. So mag-upgrade na po yung ano namin ng aming sewing, yung aming garment center. So turnover, just recently, we are so thankful to the Department of Agriculture for the turnover of agri projects. We are able now to meron po kaming nakuha ang mga project na tractor for our corn and cassava production, and hauling truck for our vegetables in their Kadiwa na ano siya, inclusive food supply chain program para doon sa mga from farm until to the consumers, towards the consumers through the cooperative with the help of the Department of Agriculture. At ito naman yung different kind of better normal innovations we have, no? Construction of soft bailage. So ano ba yung soft? Soft stands for Sustainable Organic Farm Town. So nagsisimula po tayo nag-create dito po sa Barangay Punod, Pinamungahan, Cebu. So meron siyang 700 square meter. So maliit lang yung bahay niya, pero the rest of the 700 square meter is more on agricultural products. Para naman we have the assured, no? Hindi na nila there's a food on the table, assurance of food on the table before market, no? Dahil ito naman yung kinakailangan natin eh. Mayroon tayong pagkain. Hindi tayo mahirapan na maghanap ng pagkain because we planted it in our own beside our house, no, beside our home. So yan po. Another better normal innovation is we have this housing project, housing program for our members also na wala pang bahay. So giving them dignity na magkaroon ng kanilang bahay here in Barangay Lamak. And well, hopefully you can visit our Lamak. So this is just recently, last year, October, we opened up and blessings our head office building of Lamak Multipurpose Cooperative. Para siyang kapitolyo in the barangay. Yung ibang mga bisita nga kapag darating na dito sa Lamak, and we are so proud, no, na sabi nila, wow, parang kapitolyo dito sa Barangay Lamak. Wow, ito lang yung barangay na mayroong kapitol na ano na construction. So, basic facts as of May 2021. So, these are our organizational. We have our regular members of 107,133. Our youth members, 24,763. Total members of 131,896. And our financial, we just begin with our initial capital of 3,500, but now through the cooperation of our member owner of the cooperative, our share capital right now is having a 704 million with the deposits of 818 million and loan portfolio of 1.5 billion, net surplus 17.9 million, and we have now a total assets of 2.3 billion. So, and counting, no, hopefully, no. The continuous the willingness of individual, of the farmer of different kind, or the what we call this the vulnerable sectors here in our community will willing to become member and owner of the cooperative. So convergence. So a key for better normal for all through the convergence. Convergence between the local, the different kind of partner, NGOs, POs, local and international. Because we believe in our the cooperative pledge as stated, one of the statements and the cooperative pledge, no? Alone, I am weak, but with others, I am strong. Alone, we are weak, but with others, we are strong. Okay? So yan po ang napaka-gandang tingnan kapag magtutulong-tulungan tayo, no? Different kind of agencies we can have. So my last slide will be this. Allow me to share to you the message of Saint Paul II. Let us remember the past with gratitude, live the present with enthusiasm, and look forward to the future with confidence. Despite of pandemic, Lamak MPC, go, grow, and glow. Thank you.
CSR, Ms. Nora Lacuna. Regional Governor for NCR South Sector, Ms. Tess Ngan Chan. Regional Governor for Region 2, Mr. Cloyd Velasco. Regional Governor for Region 6, Mr. Ronald So. Regional Governor for Region 7, Mr. Eduardo or Edward Du. Regional Governor for Southeastern Mindanao, Mr. Art Milan. Past Area Vice President for South Luzon, Mr. Eduardo Nicolas. Past Area Vice President, South Luzon, Ms. Teresita Leabres. Past Area Vice President for National Capital Region, Mr. Pete Dumana. Past Area Vice President, North Luzon, Mr. Nelson Yuchong Chan. Past Area Vice President, North Luzon, Mr. Alfonso Lau. And the President Emeritus Chairman, Utilities and Legislative, Mr. George T. Barcelon. Introduction of Speaker by Ms. Noraida M. Morada, President, PCCI Lipa.
Thank you and good day. Our next speaker is presently the Chief of Party of the BC Project, which work with the government of the Philippines to provide agencies with the tools to help the government domestic and international food safe and trade protocols. BSAFE is one project organizations that implements more than 140 projects in over 46 countries to provide solutions to some of the world's most complex social, agricultural, and environmental challenges. The former dean of the UP School of Economics is still a professional lecturer and this school, course UP, focusing on trade and industrial policies, agriculture and food, as well as public sector policies, while offering consultancy services to a variety of government agencies. Today, we will hear his expert opinion on the national impact of African swine fever and an inspiring project aiming to solve this crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ramon L. Clarete.
Good morning to all participants of the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference with the theme Innovative Economy, a Better Normal for All. I wish to thank Mr. Hoover P. Carr for inviting me to give a talk during today's plenary session of the conference. He asked me to talk about the African swine fever, and I will do that. And I have two parts of it. The first one is to make an economic assessment of the impact of ASF, and then talk about the recovery plan of the Department of Agriculture. Next slide, please. Okay. All right. So the ASF was formally announced sometime in September 2019. And this was after we had a confirmation from the World Animal Health Organization reference laboratory that the samples that we gave to them were infected by the ASF virus. But before this, we already know that the region, East Asia, had been affected by ASF, particularly China. And we were already taking some measures against the entry of pork imports that may be infected by the virus. But unfortunately, of course, that did not stop the entry of the virus into the country. Next slide, please. And in this slide, as in other countries, the disease spread very quickly. And GIRAG and Associates, or GIRA, in a report they prepared for the National Pork Board in 2020 of the US, identified swill feeding, lack of biosecurity, commercial breeding, lack of respect of biosafety procedures, and insufficient government financial support as factors contributing to the rapid spread in 2019 and 2020 of the disease. I would add a particular factor that in the time that we declared the outbreak, that was the time that we had a transition of administration at the Department of Agriculture. And Secretary Dar assumed his office, inherited this particular problem of the ASF, even as he was managing the problem about the effect of the rice tariffication law. Next slide, please. So in this figure on the slide illustrates the annual inventory of the pigs, pigs, which is the dark line, and its yearly growth, the changes per year, which is the red line. So in 2021, the inventory fell by about 3.08 million heads. That means the the statistics is at the start of the year, the starting inventory. So 2021 is reporting a 2020 loss. So something like 3.08 million heads were lost by the country in 2020. So this is a sharp drop of the pig population, as you can see. And next slide, please. This disaster is also reflected in the quarterly changes of the annual inventory of pigs. You can see again these curves reflecting the changes in the or growth in the quarterly inventories. Well, typically we have this pattern like at the last quarter of the year, then the inventory goes down. We are going to be butchering or slaughtering our pigs, obviously for the holiday season. And then so when we start with the following year, we have the lowest inventory, and then we start building up again our quarterly inventory. However, in the 2019 and 2020, we can see that there was just a sharp plummet of quarterly inventory, reflecting the disease. It did not recover anymore. Okay, next slide, please. This slide, which is shows the geographic distribution of the ASF disease, and it hit the island of Luzon most. The chart on this slide shows the regional incidence of ASF in 2020, and Central Luzon and Calabar zone, which happens to be the country's top 2 regional pork producers, servicing the country's largest pork market, which is the National Capital Region. They were the badly hit, worst hit. The Visayan region, particularly Western Visayas, which is the 3rd largest regional producer, hardly show any incidence of the disease. So that was good. Other regions on this chart, also like Central Visayas and Northern Mindanao, had 2 opposite effects. So you can see some growth yet in the region. Particularly Visayas and Mindanao were less hit by the disease. I think thanks to the archipelagic nature of our country, it did not spread as quickly as it spread in Luzon. Okay, so next slide. This is now showing pattern of regional incidence of ASF can be seen on this slide on the pork output, not the inventory anymore. The indicator used in this percentage change of the 2020 pork output from the average regional pork output from 2016 to 2019, okay? A negative value of the indicator may mean just that because of either the ASF disease or a region had relatively very low average pork output in 2016 to 2019. Central Luzon is the region that is most hit, having a 28.36% reduction of pork output, followed by Batangas or Calabar zone, and Batangas I think is the most important province of that region. It had 8% loss. And the rest of the slide shows how the other regions were impacted, but they were only impacted slightly by the ASF disease. The average loss of pork output throughout the entire country, of course, is very low, just 6%. Caraga and Bicol regions, not major regional pork producers, lost pork output at a rate worse than the national average, but they are not major producers. So even if the average is just 6%, the impact is so large because the top 2 regions were the most badly hit, and they were serving the main market of pork, which is the National Capital Region. So that's a situation why it became in a crisis situation for the country. In fact, next slide. Okay, I did some regression analysis on this one. econometric analysis, yes, yearly it would just be 7.36% change in the inventory because of ASF. But again, we should not downplay the seriousness of the problem, because down in the main regions like Central Luzon and Calabarzon, I mean, if you sum up all the losses, that's around 3 million pigs that were lost. And some of those pigs are the inahin, are the breeders. So that really hurts the capability of the country to produce additional pigs for slaughter. Okay. Now, what I'm going to discuss in the next slide. Now, I just have to be careful because I'm reading my notes. I'm not sure whether the slide is, this should be slide 9 now. Yes, this is the one that I'm, thank you very much, Maya. Okay. Let me go back to my notes. Okay. On this slide, the slide of pork production loss estimate is important. Why? Because I'm going to do a simulation on the impact of that on the economy. That should be the next slide. So we discussed this with Dr. Ruth Sonaco of the International Training Center on Pig Husbandry. JIRA had the worst estimate, which is really around half of our pork output would be gone by 2021. So, but then we ended up with something like probably around the average of what the DA thinks is the loss and what GRAM, the private sector's loss would be. So I used 35%. So about a third of our pork output every year got lost because of ASF. So the question now, what is the economic impact of that? Next slide, please. A little briefing about the model. So this is an economic model of the entire Philippines. And it has 53 industries, 17 of which are agricultural. And the household sector or the consumer sector are represented by 10 income deciles. This is what we call in economics as a computable general equilibrium model. So what we do with this is we introduce the loss in pork output because of ASF and compute another equilibrium, economic equilibrium of the economy, and compare that with the equilibrium before I introduced the loss in pork output. And that kind of analysis is what we call in economics as a CGE model analysis, or computable general equilibrium analysis. So next slide, please. I did 3 equilibria computations. So when we say computing this, there's a system of equations describing the equilibrium of the economy, and we use an computer software to compute the equilibrium. And I computed 3 equilibria. The first one is before the ASF. The second one is you have an ASF, which is a loss of around 35% of pork output, but you don't change the imports. You hold the imports the same. Then thirdly, the loss in ASF plus imports are allowed to increase. So those are the 3 equilibrium scenario that I computed. So next slide, please. So in this slide, starting with this slide on primary impact on primary agriculture or agriculture performance, I now discuss the results of the analysis. Okay. So how did ASF affect primary agriculture? Okay. So to recall, we had a 35% loss in pork output. Then we compute equilibrium and compare this in the situation without the loss in pork output. So agricultural output may go down by 5.14%. I use the word may instead of will because this is a simulation, a what if. If the pork output went down by 35%, then agricultural output may go down by about 5.14%. And that would be about 149 billion pesos. Okay. Pork output may fall by 35%. That's what we introduced as a shock to the economy. And then we trace the impact of that on the other industries associated with pig production, such as poultry, other livestock, corn, and agriculture services. Then we also see that they are badly affected relative to the other agricultural industries. So that is revenues, outputs. So let's talk about value added, or the GVA, gross value added for agriculture. GVA of primary agriculture, including forestry and fisheries, is lower by 79.7 billion pesos. So if we don't do any repopulation, if we don't do anything to address the ASF problem, we will be losing this yearly. So that is how bad the ASF had impacted. So it is really a must for us to really rebuild the industry, because we're losing around nearly 80 billion pesos yearly because of the ASF. We cannot afford that. The piggery industry is one of the most promising and more successful industries in Philippine agriculture after rice. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, in this slide, the distribution of the losses by primary industries is shown. Of course, we expect hogs to be the most badly hit, okay? We're talking here about how the losses are distributed across the primary industries. The value-added loss in pig production amounts to 45.6 billion pesos. Other industries with significant losses in revenue are the ag services, rice, corn, and poultry. Of course, corn and poultry are related industries to hogs or pigs. The ag services are affected significantly, may indicate that the pig industry is a major user of agricultural services. Of the losses, the hogs industry account for 82% in terms of revenue loss of the primary agriculture. And the GVA, as I mentioned earlier, was 79.7 billion pesos, and 15.2 billion pesos of, and well, the 79.7 billion pesos is the loss for gross value added, while it was 15.2 billion pesos revenue loss for revenue losses, as opposed to 15.2 billion revenue losses. My point here is, for every peso lost in revenues, about 5 pesos are lost in value added, 1:5. Next slide, please. Now, I'm not finished yet, because this one has the effect reverberates across the economy. So let's try to find out what happens to the rest of the economy. And I just use the indicator of GDP, or the gross domestic product, okay? If primary agriculture lost 15.2 billion pesos in GVA and 17 pesos in GDP, meaning to say we have more losses. There you are. Gross domestic product goes down by 265.3 billion pesos. So we have an even bigger loss across the economy because of ASF. And this is a major reason why it is not just an agriculture problem, it is a problem of the economy. And so with that kind of loss, for every peso revenue loss in ASF in the hog sector, we lose about 17 pesos in GDP. Inflation edges only about 1%, because the weight of the inflation coming from pigs. Pig prices is just small relative to rice. Rice has about a weight of about 9%. And pig prices is a combination with other meat prices. The whole group would be just about 3%. So it is not going to really push the headline inflation as much. But we can see already some increase. In fact, BSP is worried about this because the inflation index of the country is really breaching their target band for inflation, CPI, and they are blaming food price inflation. And when it's food price inflation, this is the effect of the pigs' meat prices. Next slide, please. Next slide. This table shows the percent change in local production and prices. Okay, the prices reported in this table is a composite price of the price of locally produced and imported pork. Obviously, the heavier weight goes to the price of locally produced pork when okay, yes. Okay, I think this one, we have some corda. Okay, this is next back please, Maya. Back. Okay. This is still back, Maya. I'm sorry. I'd rather not read my notes anymore. I'm sorry. I'll just talk looking at these slides. Okay. So in this particular slide, you have local production and prices. As you can see, hogs, 35% loss in production. And then if we don't import, 181.6% increase in prices. Okay, so that is why I'm one of those economists who said, I think we have to open up some imports of pork in order to cushion the effect on prices of pork. Okay, next slide, please, Maya. Okay, so as you can see, I just validate that we did not increase our imports because of ASF. That's hogs is zero. Hogs imports are zero. Okay, so next slide, please. Next. And that particular situation makes the poorest and the richest household, that's the HD1 and the HD10, they tend to suffer the most. Okay, those bars are going down. They are in the negative zone. Okay, next slide, please. And effect on tax revenues. Just look at the total tax revenues at the lowest, the row, around 23.3 billion pesos. You know how much the DA is asking the Congress? About 27 billion pesos for 3 years in order to repopulate the country's pig industry. So I think this is a very easy case to make a positive cost-benefit analysis for the investment in repopulating our pig industry. Now, next slide. Okay. Now, in the next few slides, I have this other scenario. Suppose we increased our imports. Of course, we did increase our imports. President Duterte issued EO 128 in order to reduce the tariff on pork. And then there were some negotiations between the executive and the Senate until it slightly adjusted upwards the lowering of the pork imports. So this is now that scenario. Suppose we allowed imports to expand. So how much more imports did we expand? Okay, just focus on these hogs. If ASF column did not change the imports, now this scenario is we allowed imports to increase by 136%. Okay, suppose we did that, what's the effect of that on the economy? Next slide, please. Okay, Now, focus first on GVA and output. And at the very end, the last column with, they are all bigger negatives compared to just ASF. Bad news for agriculture if we do imports. I am for imports, but of course we expect that this particular measure will have a negative impact on local production because imports tend to bring down prices and producers would like higher prices in order to recover their investments in repopulating their farms. And they would not repopulate their farms if there's this uncertainty about how much imports is going to be introduced. Okay, so it's really a balancing act that we need to do here. If we don't do imports, we will have an impact on high prices or food price inflation, and that's also have a very bad effect on the economy. And so we traced all this agriculture performance here, ASF. So we do have percent change on ASF, hogs, 35.9%. Okay, I'm pointing this now. And then if the low tariff, it's even worse, 39.6%. Okay, so once again, okay, maybe the pig producers will say, that's what we are telling you, that if imports are going to be introduced, we are just going to kill the industry, okay? I can see that, but I don't think it will kill the industry. It just says the incentives are there and it will not be helpful in creating the atmosphere for repopulating the industry. And so I'll just take note of that there is a negative effect on agriculture performance with additional imports. Next slide, please. So, okay, agricultural output effects. Okay, so just focus on the last two columns, please. If we did not have any imports, we have about 35.9%, and now we have a worse effect, 39.6%. This is production. Next slide, please. And this is about prices. So when we don't import and we have ASF, prices will go up for pigs, meat, or pork, 181.6%. Now it's moderated to 178.6%. Not much, but it is stabilizing enough in order to cushion the surge of inflation due to food prices. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Economy, we have a positive effect for the entire economy. Before, just focus on the last two columns. We have 265 billion peso loss in GDP. Now it's only 249.7 billion. So there is a mitigating effect of imports on the GDP. And we have in CPI, well, it increased to 0.06, which is, how should I say this, unexpected. We should have expected this to go down. So my explanation for this is the resurgence of growth because of additional activity in the economy due to additional imports in pork, that has its own dynamics in terms of other prices. We economists attach this particular indicator as the overall summary of it. So what's happening here? Overall loss. Just ASF, 147.3 billion pesos. ASF from a lower tariff, 139.137 billion pesos. There is still a loss, but at least it's mitigated somewhat. Okay. So next slide, please. And the effect of the consumer, there's slightly, these lighter bluish columns or bars are slightly lower negative. So meaning to say there is an improvement in consumer welfare associated with having more imports, increased imports of pork into the economy. Okay. So there you are. Those are the economic assessment of the effects of ASF. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So as you can see, we still have a loss. Okay. Stop here first. So I introduce this. We still have a loss, and we cannot avoid it, but we really have to go down into the root cause of the problem, which is to revive the industry. Okay. So some would say it's crazy for us to get imports to come in. Now, I think that the logic of having more imports is to stabilize prices in the short term. But the long-term solution of the problem should be a repopulation of the pig population so that we can recover again the capability of the country to produce pork. This is the program of the DA, the so-called INSPIRE program. It stands for something to jumpstart and revive the swine industry, restructure and modernize backyard swine farming and with strict biosecurity, increase the breeder base, involve government financial institutions, institutional livestock insurance system, and encourage industry-led partnership with the DA and government. Okay, so how does it work? Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Hello. Next. Maya. Hello. Hello. Maya. Okay. I think we, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. How does it work? So about 90 days. First 50 days spent for cleaning the farm and making sure that there is no more ASF in that farm. And then they introduce for 40 days sentinel pigs. If none is going to die, then you have the farm declared free of ASF virus and the repopulation starts with biosecurity. Backyard farms, independent, are open farms. They are very much vulnerable to ASF virus. So the recommendation of veterinarians here is to get them clustered into a clustered, like a mini commercial farm. Now, that is an important shift in the way we have our industry. About 60% of our industry is backyard, and then we are going to shift to clustering them. Now, our farmers may not be ready for that, so that's a change that needs to be managed. And then insurance against the virus, meaning to say introduce indemnification and financing provided for those who needs to recapitalize, to repopulate their farms. Next slide. Okay, we talk about public-private programs, partnership, and this I think is a major PPP program. So we have PPP programs in infrastructure, and it's a national government with or local government with a private sector, and the private sector implementing it. This one involves more. It actually involves three: national, local, as well as the industry. So I think this is a quintessential PPP. And we need to repopulate this if we have to recover our industry's capability to produce pork. That's why it's very important that this particular three players, stakeholders, should be managing this program jointly. It's not just a DA problem. It is not just a local government problem, nor an industry problem. They have to be together. So that I think is not very clear in the current INSPIRE program. Next slide, please. Next, okay. Because we do not know what happens as we implement this. program. The problems will just surface, and it needs to be discussed right away how to manage that particular problem. That's why it's important that we have this troika of partnership between industry, DA, and the national and the local government. I mean, this is like a project, so they have to meet regularly and assess the progress of the recovery program. Okay, so it's like in every problem they know their targets, so they have to reverse engineer here. Like for example, they want the backyard farmers to cluster. Now that's a very big change in the smallhold farmers. They're so used to be independent. So what can be done in order to? Now I have some ideas, such as, for example, why don't the local governments declare those clustered farms as an agro-economic zone where they can pour assistance to the zone? Okay, and one of the costs that these clustered farmers will encounter will be cleaning up. I mean, like for example, cleaning up the waste of the farms. I mean, they did not have to worry this before because they were just a very small hold, but now that they are together, then that's a significant cost, and that may not be they may not be ready to pay for it yet. So perhaps the local government can come in and assist them in undertaking that particular DNR requirement of managing the waste. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. All right. This one is the most important that I thought the INSPIRE program should reassess. They should not take the commercial farms lightly. Why? Because if we want to repopulate the fastest way, this will be the commercial farms. So they have to look into the kinds of needs of the commercial farmers, the medium to not so big farmers. The integrators know how to handle themselves. They have to be assisted well because they can easily increase the base of the inventory of the country. So that's my point. While we attend to the smallhold farmers, they must also attend very much the commercial farms because they have the potential of speeding up the repopulation. Next slide. I think this is my last slide. Well, the troika of management, the troika of managers, the program managers will have to be dealing with several risks associated. For example, it will probably not be easy for them to tell backyard farmers to repopulate. Okay, that may take some time. And can you prevent them from undertaking production? Probably not. So this is a risk because that kind of open farming may introduce viruses into the locality. So how do you manage that particular risk? Okay, so I mean there may be some other risks, but my point is, the managers have to deal with these kind of problems and risks every day, or not even every day, regularly. So they have to find ways how to manage those risks. And I think with that, I'll stop and I'll be happy to answer some of your questions. Thank you.
Introduction of Speaker by Mr. Bryant O. Kim-An, President, PCCI Antipolo.
Mr. Robert Bobby C. Amores is the President and CEO of His Last Marketing Corporation, pioneer and leading exporter of fresh and processed mangoes and vegetables in the Philippines since 1978. Aside from 4 decades of experience as an agribusiness entrepreneur, he provides equal devotion to over 10 organizations and advocacy groups, including the Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Organization, Inc., or PhilFoodX as president, and Philippine Exporters Confederation, Inc., or PhilExport as trustee for the food sector. He was also recipient of the ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurs Network as Pioneer Agri-Mentor in November 2017 during the 50th anniversary of ASEAN in Manila. As a respected and trusted voice of the Philippine agro-food sector, he is frequently invited to represent the food sector and has been part of official business contingent with the government and private sector group to promote Philippine food products to various countries such as Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, China, USA, Taiwan, UK, and the EU. The product of the University of the Philippines with a Bachelor's of Art in Social Science and the Director of the Agriculture Committee of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our session chair, Mr. Robert Bobby C. Amores.
Thank you very much, President Brian, for that very kind introduction. Maraming salamat and good day to all of us here in this 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference. I've been very active in participating in almost every conferences, especially that are related to agriculture, of which I'm very thankful that our organizer for this 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference has included an agriculture sector segment in the program, considering the many issues and very important concerns that we are facing right now, which is every day, nadidinig natin to, we always hear this. The term that we hear every day is called issues on food security. We are facing this very serious concern because of a very wide imbalance between managing the supply chain in relation to the need of the market or the consumer. Anyway, I was not able to listen to the other presenters from the Department of Agriculture and from our LGUs. I was able to listen intently to two presentations, but I would presume that the presentations that were made earlier from agriculture and the LGUs are equally important and equally enlightening. So I would like to describe this segment, the presentations in this segment, as in three words. It's very inspiring, so I would like to describe it as enlightening, all in a synonym way of describing the presentation. Enlightening, it was exhaustive and illuminating. Nakakapaliwanag sa atin. Okay? Now, it's been a byword every day of our life, the term food security. And it's a long-standing dream that we remain to aspire for our country. I will mention a little of this aspire later on. We have not really been successful in this aspect. We have to admit, if you are to consider, especially the last presentation, information coming from the Corp Clarete, with the exception of a very inspiring presentation from Lamac Cooperative, which alone, if we will be able to duplicate or copy the pattern on how Lamac has been engaging its business with its members, then I think the issue of food security will be a thing of the past, considering all those successful endeavors that were presented earlier. We have not really been very successful in the aspect of food security. In fact, the Philippines recorded the most number of food insecure people in Southeast Asia in 2017 and 2019, with 64%, or 59 million Filipinos suffering from moderate to severe lack of consistent access to food. With due respect, this is a reality. With the advancement of modern technology in farming, coupled with a number of innovative approaches being introduced, we hope this would translate to increased production of raw materials, sufficient availability of supply, and food in every table. The agriculture sector in South Luzon offers so much opportunities both for local and the export markets. Actually, we have been championing three products, three commodities under the Aspire program. There are three important commodities that being produced in South Luzon that has this opportunity to grow globally in exponential terms. What are these? This is the world famous pili in Camarines and Sorsogon. Then we have, of course, coconut, which is endemic in the southern Luzon region, Quezon, Bicol, Camarines, and of course, another product which is in South Luzon and very prominently produced every year, but has a lot of challenges on productivity and cost competitiveness, calamansi. So these are the products that are being championed under Aspire, imagine, which are considered a global market winner already. And we have this thriving industry, but all of these industries are facing very serious challenge in the light of recent developments, climate change, and of course, this recent problem that we have encountered, the global pandemic of COVID-19. With the new normal, the need for farmers is to adapt to the changing times is really very critical. Farmers must not give up planting. They should not stop cultivating their land and improving and making it more productive and competitive. I hope that you gain insights from our distinguished speakers today. And before I throw there are several questions from our panel, from our other members who have participated in this activity, and also our questionnaires which were prepared out of the ideas that were presented in this various presentations of the distinguished speakers. And Lee, anyway, just a reminder, kindly keep your audio muted until it's your turn to speak, okay? Key in your questions in the Q&A box or chat box, and I will read them later as we move along with our discussion. Our speakers may also respond directly to the questions in the Q&A box if they wish to. Just call the attention of the moderator. Without further ado, we shall now begin with the panel discussion. Among the participants in the panel discussions, we have these general questions that all of you can answer. There are three generic questions that I would like to present to our distinguished panelists. I will already read the three questions, and each of you are given 1 or 2 minutes to react on this generic question. The first questions, please listen carefully. Agriculture remains to be the predominant economic activity in the country. Why do you think we have not been successful in our efforts to improve the state of Philippine agriculture? What do you think government and private sector should do? This has been a regular talk day in and day out. Question number 2. Smart technology has become the new norm in farming. How far, this is on the government side, how far has the government gone in terms of its reach in employing these innovative interventions in the countryside? I think our distinguished representative from the Department of Agriculture, I think Undersecretary Leo Sebastian is present. I was advised in as Secretary Dar, I think, is tied up with another important engagement. Question number 3. We have been preaching food security for years and years and years. And we have remained unsuccessful until today. Do you sincerely believe that this is something we can still achieve despite the many challenges? May I ask the panelists, anyone can start? Can we start with the government sector, the Department of Agriculture, followed by our representative from Lamac Cooperative, then we can call on Dr. Clarete, and of course our LGU representative, Mayor Eddie William. The DA first. May we hear from you, the Department of Agriculture, if you are around? Yusek Leo, nandiyan ka ba? Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, well, what a surprise. Director Rodel Tornilla is pitching in place of Yusek Leo Sebastian. Director Rodel Tornilla, are you around? If you are, then kindly go over the questions and please relay your answers for the appreciation of our participants. Thank you, Brad.
Magandang umaga, Brother Bobby. Can you please repeat the question?
Okay. There are 3 questions, no? Agriculture remains to be the predominant economic activity in the country. Why do you think practically we have not been successful in our endeavors to improve the state of Philippine agriculture? There are 1,000 reasons, no? That includes climate change, government laws, private sector initiatives that are not in place. What do you think the government and private sector should do? That is the first question, and you can answer it now. Brad Rodil. Brad, you can answer, Brad, the first question.
Thank you po. Actually, with regards to the first question, ang number 1 na kakulangan po ng kung bakit hindi tayo nagiging successful sa agrikultura ay yung kakulangan ng investment with regards to the agricultural production dito sa Pilipinas. We have many technologies, modernized technologies for that matter, smart agriculture technologies, but the number of investors na nag-i-engage to further or to spread the use of those technologies ay medyo napakababagal po dahil wala nga tayong maraming investors. Yung mga teknolohiyang yun, ang nag-i-invest primarily ay mga first is sa Department of Agriculture pero limited din ang budget na binibigay sa Department of Agriculture. In the procurement and establishment of those technologies. Second is nag-i-invest dito ay yung mga multinationals pero hindi niya inaabot yung level ng ating mga farmers who are the majority of the producers ng agriculture sector dito sa Pilipinas.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Any gawin na natin gawin na natin talagang real panel discussion to. Very informative in nature, dapat ganon. Any reaction from our other distinguished panelists? May I hear from I would like to hear from our LGU, Mayor Eddie Guillen, with regards to the situation is there should be an effective partnership between the two parties, no, government and private. Pag wala kasi yung partnership at saka walang collaboration, wala naman talagang mangyayari. So calling the mayor of local government executive, Mayor Eddie Guillen, ano po ba ang pwede niyong masabi? Nandun kayo sa LGU as a representative of your constituents, and here is the Department of Agriculture, a government agency tasked to bring in the food secure Philippines, and we're the private sector and consumer. Mayor. Si Mayor Ed nandiyan ba? Anyway, in the interest of time, we can just call...
Okay na po, na-mute na. Naka-mute po kasi yung ano ko kanina.
Okay, Mayor.
Magandang tanghali po. Well,
Mayor,
I think ang problema ho kasi natin dito sa rural areas, I think isa masyado ng complex yung problema natin sa agrikultura. So kaya nga po namin sinusulong dito yung Convergence Initiative Projects kasi gusto namin maalis yung parochial thinking ng gobyerno, yung national agencies na kanya-kanya. So again, nung announce po namin yung Convergence project natin, yun po yung ating nasa pag-iisip. And hindi ba ho namin yung aming approach? Tingnan ho namin yung tinatawag na triple bottom line concept. Kasi tayo sa gobyerno, pag nag-implement tayo, ang importante yung social at saka yung environment. Nakakalimutan natin yung economic side. Pagdating naman sa investment, again, naniniwala po kami na consolidation ang problema kasi tingnan niyo po yung bagong launch namin na problema sa livestock production. Napakaliit po naming bayan. We have only around 4,000 farmers. Pero meron kaming 2,800 na female cow. So, kinausap po namin yung Department of Agriculture dito at kumuha kami ng aming big brother partner sa Mindanao na magkakarne, magrarancho. Ang usapan po namin, i-AI namin yung aming mga native cows ng Wagyu semen. Kasi dito sa Ilocos, wala akong may gusto ng itim na baka eh. Ang gusto nila rito, puro ko puti. Hindi nila alam na yung masarap pala na karne yung sa Wagyu. So, isipin nyo ho yun. Kung kapital ang problema, meron na ho yung mga farmers, pag-consolidate mo lang eh. Yung 2,800 na baka namin, 100,000,000 na ho ang halaga nun. Di ba? Yung tinatawag natin capital expenditure sa unang project, bale halos zero yun kasi farmer naman ang nag-produce. Yung operating expenses, halos zero din kasi bibilihan lang namin yung bata kapag 7-month-old na. And then saka namin yun. So I think consolidation and convergence ang sagot ng problema po natin dito.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Meron pala kayong 2,800 na baka doon. Are these hybrid breeders? Breeders po ba itong 2,800? Kasi napakagandang quantity nito as a cluster. As a high value agribusiness cluster project. Napakaganda pong size ito to have a successful cluster. you're talking about 2,800 heads. Alam niyo po ba na ang kakulangan ng Pilipinas sa ating dairy output, dairy requirement, napakalaki. 99% po ini-import po natin yung ating gatas at ating dairy products. Less than 1% lang ang napoproduce natin, and I'm happy to hear that there is a project with that size, 2,800 na ulo. Ngayon, maipa-partner pa po namin kayo because we are now, the PCCI now is very active in partnering with other countries who are advanced in terms of agriculture technology. Yung may mga advanced AI, smart technology to address issues on competitiveness, issues on ASF, buti pa yung COVID-19, may bakuna na, yung ASF up to this point, wala. We will be introducing you to our Israeli counterpart who can improve our livestock industry in that part of the region. They are experts in terms of dairy, genetic line improvement, and we will take note of that. Secretariat, please take note of that para mabigyan natin ng ayuda kung gaano kabilis makaka-improve ang ating mga kasama doon. Now, talking about partnership of government and the private sector in rebuilding agriculture to where it should be, let us listen dito sa when I was listening very intently to the presentation of Mr. Ken of the Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative. Kung iisa-isahin natin yung mga success stories at maduduplicate natin sa different regions, palagay ko issues on food security and other relevant issues on food needs in every aspect, baka magkaroon ng magandang solusyon. Anyway, can we hear from you, Mr. Ken of Lamac Multipurpose Cooperative? Please limit your time to a maximum of 3 minutes so we can give opportunity to the others. Salamat po. Mr. Ken.
Yes, thank you, Sir Robert. So, sang-ayon po ako sa concept ni Mayor Eddie, na yung consolidating the products of our projects. But basically talaga, sir, is napaka-importante talaga yung yung mga farmers, i-value nila yung mga support galing from the LGU. Kapag wala kasing support from the farmers mismo, wala pa ding patutunguhan. Yan po yung experience namin dati yung 1973. Akala namin more on agricultural cooperative kami, tapos nag-twist kami into lending. So nagfo-focus kami ng lending until na such na parang mali yata itong ginagawa natin. That's why we go back into agriculture talaga. Nag-focus na kami ng agriculture. Dahil nandyan kasi yung buhay, na ang mga income nandun pa kasi. Food on the table, first is food on the table before the income. Yan po yung namin. So maganda yun, clustering talaga, consolidating the product the produce of our farmers and giving importance. Kailangan ang importance din na maramdaman ng mga farmers ng value yung mga ginagawa ng other government agencies.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Ken. And we took note of your presentation, Mr. Ken, and we are looking forward to have a continuous engagement with your cooperative. Pwede po ba yun? Ma-share natin yung ating mga experience at saka yung mga successful endeavors natin dito sa ating mga kasama, not only in South Luzon, but in all the regions of PCCI. So in one way or another, we will be able to navigate the proper route to a successful agribusiness sector. Pwede po ba, Mr. Ken? Mr. Ken, hindi nyo ako sinagot. Pwede po bang ma-engage yung inyong information at sa magandang
Pwede po.
experience?
We are so
maraming
happy,
salamat.
Sir Robert.
So,
We are happy to share to you.
AVP Clarin, please take note of that. This is a very good model that we will be using, and we can also duplicate, and we can also share with the other sectors of the different regions in the north. We have the south, and we have the Visayas and the Mindanao areas where we can share all these successful endeavors that was presented by Lamac. Congratulations po, Lamac, Multipurpose Cooperative. Now, going back to a very serious issue that has affected the swine industry. Napakamahal po ng ating baboy ngayon. Kaya we are fortunate to see here the attendance of PCCI Business Conference Chair of last year and our Phil-Export Director, Ms. Nina Mangyo. Miss Nina Mangyo po, meron po siyang 54 na restaurant na ang principal na inaahin liempo, baboy. So, napaka-importante itong issue nangyayari sa African swine flu. Apektado po yung ating mga consumer ng swine, ng liempo, of which a greater majority of the Filipinos are really consuming daily. And the restaurant chains that are being operated here, especially this Korean type of food presentation, food servings, are more pork-related, swine-related. So, napaka-importante po. Kaya ang demand po nito, napaka-constant ang demand nito kasi we are a pork-eating nation. And we are facing this problem of the African swine flu. Now, we are importing in order to address this food security issue. Okay? Now, may I ask Dr. Clarete, no? According to Cito Beltran, no, of the Philippine Star, no, ASF is the equivalent of COVID-19 for pigs. But unlike COVID-19, which already has a vaccine, there is nothing yet for ASF. Without a vaccine, is there really hope for controlling ASF? I did not catch most of your presentation, but if you had done it, pakiulit na lang po, Dr. Clarete. What is the status of the ASF vaccine trial being done, if there were?
Thank you po.
And what is this possibility? That this has to be a possibility na ma-share sa farmer that there is such a technology that is being addressed, being introduced, even just to detect a symptom. Napaka-importante. Symptom kasi bago mangyari yung contamination ng fever, even just the symptom is very important in order makukontain na ito eh. So, may we hear from you, Dr. Clarete?
Thank you po, Bobby. Yeah, there is no vaccine yet. I think Pfizer is developing one, and that will still take some time. They are going through the trials as of now. But to the question whether is there something we can do even without a vaccine, yes, there is. I think Spain, for example, had this ASF virus and was able to escape this without any vaccine. So that's the whole idea of doing this repopulation of our swine industry with biosecurity. And I think the INSPIRE program has that kind of plan. It remains to be seen whether they would be successful in doing so.
Thank you, Dr. Clarete. I was struck interestingly, by the project that you have under the ASF program of eradicating African swine fever, no? And you call this project INSPIRE. Dito, yung INSPIRE, ibig sabihin, awakening, no? Awakening, INSPIRE. It means the awakening of the mindset of our stakeholders, no? We have a similar project here, which may be related to INSPIRE. This is ASPIRE, okay? ASPIRE is a collaboration of DA, DTI, and PCCI with a mission. No? ASPIRE means agribusiness support for promotion of investments in regional enterprises. No? Ang mission po nito, napakalapit din sa INSPIRE, no? Is to extend support to our farmers and suppliers and provide them with the right information and what to produce in order to meet the demands and requirements of the market. Since we are a market-driven economy, we should produce what is needed in the market and what is needed by our consumers. So we look forward to collaborating with the Inspire initiative, Dr. Clarete. It will have a good blending because Aspire is well coordinated with all the regional offices of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we can collaborate and we can do some blending on all those initiatives and proper interventions and coordinate closely together with the technical group of the Department of Agriculture. We will do that. Okay? Now, going back to tourism. Okay. Engineer Corrales, no? What were the opportunities and threats you have encountered in pursuing your dream of putting up an agri-ecotourism farm? And what are the things you could have done otherwise or could have avoided in setting up the farm? Engineer Corrales. Engineer, nakamute po kayo. Nakamute kayo.
Okay po. Thank you po, Sir Bob. Opo. As you're aware po, located po kami dito sa Taal. And during po nung ayon pong start ng operations ng farm, way back in January 2020. A week after that po, nag-open kami, nag-era po ang Bulkang Taal. And nabalutan po ng ash yung buong farm. And so it took us a while bago namin naayos po. And then on the same year, come March, nagkaroon na po ng lockdown. So ito po yung mga naging amin pong challenges, initial challenges po when we're setting up the farm. But ito pong mga challenges na to ay hinarap po namin. Lumakas po ang loob namin sa pagtuloy nito sa tulong na din po ng atin pong sa amin pong local municipal agriculture office po na all the way ay lagi po silang nakaalalay. From the start po, andun po sila na tumulong po sa akin para makapagsimula. And tuloy-tuloy po hanggang ngayon po ay lagi po silang naka-assist sa bawat gawin po naming kumbaga po in a sort of expansion po ng amin pong farm. So they're always there. Ang LGU po lagi pong naandun. And kagaya po ng mga nasabi po ng iba po nating panelists kanina, napaka-importante po noon. Hindi po lalakas ang loob namin ganito kung without the support po ng amin pong local agriculture office on this regard. And ang Taal po ay heritage town. So nagko-complement din po ang amin pong farm being additional destination po later on. Once we nagkaroon na po ng normalization sa travel and everything, our farm is positioned to be isa po o ma-include po doon sa mga pwede pong i-visit ng mga local tourists po natin.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Corrales. I was signaled by our secretariat that I only have 5 minutes left. I would like to use this effectively. No? Give me about 7 minutes because I will give our panelists 1 minute each. Then I will close it for 2 minutes. Okay, Secretariat. Okay, can we start with Dr. Clarete? Then we have Mr. Ken. Then we have Mayor Eddie. Then we have Engineer Corrales. And we have the rest of the panelists. Then I will put the closing remarks to end this very, very successful panel discussion, very informative. Okay, Dr. Clarete, please. 1 minute word for you.
Okay, I think I'll just make remarks would just be on your general question about what I think would be needed.
Okay,
I think we need to reorganize our agriculture sector so that we can attain economies of scale and we can do smart agriculture better than just independent small farmers. Although we can still organize into co-ops, but that's the whole idea. We need some scale economies in order to attain productivity. Secondly, I would like to see our agriculture sector become more competitive by reducing protection of agriculture. Protection will actually just subsidize inefficient producers rather than helping our agriculture sector become more competitive. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, can I comment in 30 seconds about you're talking about removing subsidies? You mean, Dr.
And
Clarete?
trade protection.
Trade protection.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you talk of subsidy that is mandated, that is under the WTO doctrine, it is a clear fact that all those members of the WTO are subsidizing their own agriculture, not in an official way, no? Kaya nga sila nakaka-compete, no? So I mean, we took note, we are taking note of those things related to trade and subsidies. Thank you, Dr. Clarete. Anyway, next is our representative from Lamac Operative, Mr. Ken. Your 1 minute closing information for the benefit of our participants.
Okay, in behalf of Lamac, we are just open here, and as a cooperative, we are willing to any kind of programs the government address to the co-op, and as conduit, we are the right conduit for the programs or changes. So I agree with the social economy reorganization, and the cooperative will be your conduit in doing this.
Okay. Mayor Eddie, your 2,800 livestock, I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Dito po sa Ilocos ba to? Sa sampung parte to?
Pindig, Ilocos Norte po, sir.
Okay. Kasi ang business na ginagawa namin dyan, we generate some of our mango supply galing dyan sa Ilocos. Galing sa isang official ng PCCI, si Mr.
Carding Tolentino.
Yeah. Kaibigan natin yan. Kasama natin na matagal yan sa mango industry. Bumagyot, umulan, umaraw, etc. Hanggang ngayon, ang mango industry natin nag-decline na. And we needs a lot of intervention, both socially, politically, and the rest that are needed to really regroup the production system of mangga. Mayor.
Mr. Carding Tolentino is from Pindig din po eh. But salamat po. Gusto ko lang gamitin yung oras ko po para parang appeal din ito sa national government na sana i-strengthen pa nila yung National Convergence Initiative for Sustainable Rural Development, yung NCISRD. Malaki pa siyang impact noon. And para matanggal natin yung parochial thinking ng national government agencies na kanya-kanya, talaga kailangan natin magtulungan dito. Yung whole of nation approach yun yung convergence approach natin. And of course, the national government dapat mag-focus tayo sa sustainable projects like sustainable flood control projects, mga ganyan para mas mapakinabangan namin dito sa baba. One more thing, yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung cooperative, strengthen natin yung ating mga cooperatives, dapat mas marami pang courses ng cooperative management sa mga state universities. And sa mga state universities din, dapat meron tayong platform for collaboration doon. Kasi maraming binibigay ang national government ng mga research yung sa R&D na pondo, Kaya lang hindi nakakarating sa amin sa baba. Dapat result-based tayo. Dapat hindi lang yung performance nung And of course, lastly, sana ang regional offices, yung national government, dapat mag-consult po sila sa amin dito sa LGUs para sa identification ng high-impact projects. Dahil alam po namin kung ano yung swak sa aming mga munisipyo. Dapat more inclusive yung pagpaplano po natin.
Salamat po, Mayor. For the information of everyone, ito pong proceedings nito at saka yung notations na nakuha dito na summary, isi-share po namin sa ating mga ibang regions, lalo na yung sa Lamac Cooperative at saka itong kay Mayor na may 2,800 na baka. Brad Rodel Tornilla, baka meron kang ma-comment naman na in your 1 minute time allotment, nadinig mo naman na nando kayo sa kawanian ng pagsasaka, nadinig mo naman yung mga presentation ng iba nating mga kasama Ano po ba ang atin sa Department of Agriculture? Mag-focus tayo dito sa Region 5, kung saan nandoon ang South Luzon. Ano po ba ang mga ating pwedeng gawing pagtutulungan ng Department of Agriculture? We are in touch. We are in touch with the good secretary and also our Region 5 regional director. Itong si Director Tornillo, yung telepono po nito sumasagot. Okay? I have this experience with a lot of government bureaucrats before and even recently na hinihingi ko yung contact telephone. Kaya nga, ang tanong ko parati, pag nakuha ko yung contact telephone, Mr. Secretary o Mr. Bureau Director, sumasagot po ba itong telepono nito? Okay, yun lang po. Brad, take it away for 1 minute.
Sumasagot Brad ang telepono ko pag lalo na ikaw tumatawag. Actually, para maging lalong mag-develop ang agriculture sector, we would like the private sector to continue or increase the investment sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda for that matter. While we at the Department of Agriculture will assist in consolidating and clustering our farms para maging enticing naman yung pag-invest sa ating agriculture sector. Second, the challenge for the agriculture sector in the next few years is that majority of the resources from the national government would be devolved to the local government unit because of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. So, nasa kamay na po ng local government unit yung bola pagdating sa food security ng kanilang mga local government unit. So,
Okay.
Yan lang po.
Maraming salamat for that very important information and announcement about how government should relate itself with the private sector in really having a proper and coherent work schedules as far as making things work in our agriculture sector. And last but not the least, Engineer Corrales, your 1 minute slot.
Thank you, Sir Bob. Ang positioning po ng Corrales Integrated Farm, kagaya po na akin po na-mention kanina, yung po importance ng assistance po natin from LGU. So ipapagpatuloy po namin yon, and I'll be working with our local agriculture office para po maging center of learning po ang Corrales Integrated Farm. I will coordinate with them para po yung pong kanilang mga programs can easily be rolled out using our farm as a landing platform po. And marami pa pong sanang matulungan na maging aware, to educate po para po mas marami pang ma-attract to get engaged sa farming. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat for that very brief and very informative statement. Anyway, in closing, looking at the theme of South Luzon Area Business Conference, innovative economy, a better normal for all. Napaka-importante po ang role ng agriculture sector dito. The very important sector in our economy is agriculture because it has something to do with the food requirements and food security issues in our country, which is up to now at a certain level na hindi natin maarok-arok because of a lot of factors, both natural and man-made. Maraming man-made. 70% halos man-made yung ating mga calamity. Anyway, learning from this panel discussion, ito po ang napulot po natin. It is very important, especially in the agribusiness sector. It is very important, and it has been a successful endeavor on a project when you work on clustering system, a clustering basis of operations. This is what is being explained by our cooperative from Lamac, and of course the tourism should be engaging itself in the clustering in order to make it more efficient and more competitive and more productive. My sector, I have a sector which produces vegetables in Tarlac. We were able to develop a cluster with a special protocol with government and following protocols of the importing countries. Kaya we are able to grow it in a manner where we are able to limit the risk of the farmers and make them more profitable. The cluster that we have in our vegetable cluster in Tarlac, we call Secretary Dalcos this rice cluster high value, the rice and high value vegetable agribusiness cluster. Ang ginawa ni Secretary Darpo dito, pinayagan po niya kasi since we are already importing rice under the rice tariffication law, we are free to import rice, and if it will be rice alone, palay alone ang itatanim nitong ating mga farmer, baka hindi sila makasurvive. So we were able to organize a concept which is the agribusiness high value crop cluster. Brad Rodel, I will explain to you further when we have the opportunity. Pwede nating i-apply ito on selected crops in the Region 5. The agribusiness cluster for the North Luzon na ginawa namin is rice partner with high value crop vegetables. It means, ang karamihan, gusto ko maintindihan natin lahat, ang karamihan ng ating magsasaka wala silang sariling lupa. Unfortunately, the lupa na nabigay under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program has never been successful. Ayaw din ng mga investors kasi this is a land na binigay under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, binigay sa magsasaka, pero yung magsasaka, nasa kanya yung lupa, wala na siyang pwedeng gawin dahil hindi niya pwedeng gawin collateral. There are three elements in order to have at least a successful startup: land, labor, and capital. Ang magsasaka natin, may land, binigay ng CARP, may labor, yung kanilang pamilya at saka yung mga ibang laborer na maarkila nila, pero wala silang kapital. So it is for this reason that we in PCCI is advocating and working closely with the Committee on Agriculture of Senator Cynthia Villar with regards to introducing revisions and amendments to the Agricultural Credit Reform Act law. They are very serious, no? Senator Villar is very serious together with the members of our committee, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Nancy Binay, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan, na ma-amend ito para maging useful siya for the use of our farmers, especially our stakeholders. Okay, that is on clustering, no? And this is included actually, the clustering program is embedded in Secretary Dar's 8-point paradigm of his thinking agriculture. Thinking agriculture, okay? Agriculture na may direksyon. So, thinking agriculture. And we will be working closely with the swine industry and try to integrate yung in-explain ni Dr. Clarete with regards to that INSPIRE program. No? INSPIRE program, i-integrate namin sa mga information that is needed with our ASPIRE project. And I think we might be able to do some positive directions in order for us to contribute to the recovery of agriculture sector. On that note, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for spending time in this very important segment of the South Luzon Area Business Conference, which is agriculture. We know for a fact that most of our areas in South Luzon are dependent on agriculture as a means of livelihood. So we look forward to engaging our members and our different participants and also our different sectors. Kung meron kayong mga produktong nandiyan dyan sa South Luzon pwede nyong ipadala sa aming secretariat, pero pwede naming sabihin sa inyo kung ano talaga ang dapat itanim nyo. Okay. Lastly, I just would like to inform, since South Luzon is participating in this specific commodity production generating activities, under our Aspire, we're trying to promote commodity champion winners. Gusto ko nang banggitin, nabanggit ko na earlier, yung ating pili, which is really commercially produced in Camarines and Sorsogon. It has a very good potential in the export global market. You can see this in the specialty stores, Trader Joe in the United States, and selected high-level consumption retail stores in Japan and in Korea. Yan po ay pili, no? And you have buko, young coconut. We have already requested and have been discussing with the Secretary, together with the Philippine Coconut Authority, that we really need new interventions in generating improved genetic materials para sa ating coconut industry. Alam nyo naman, mag-surf lang kayo sa YouTube, makikita nyo na coconut production, Thailand, tignan nyo lang po doon. Maiinggit kayo pag nakita nyo kung gaano kaliit lang yung mga puno ng buko ron at ng nyog. Incidentally, for the information of the body, coconut sa Thailand separate ang production ng coconut at separate sa young coconut. Meron silang farm ng buko at may farm sila ng nyog. Dito sa atin, from young coconut, pag mahalang buko salad lahat. Pag wala, punta ngayon sa nyog. Wrong notion. We will have to innovate. Yung po innovation. Improve genetic material and then proper identification of the technology intervention. On that note, I would like to congratulate Ms. Clarine Tobias. Congratulations, our chairperson for the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference, and the rest of our officers who made your 30th business conference a success. Ngayon pa lang, sinasabi ko, because I think the informations that were shared in this agribusiness sector will mean a lot as far as improving and making our constituents in South Luzon understand the need really to pay attention to agriculture. Maraming salamat po. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for giving us some time to extend and be able to generate very good discussions in this specific segment on agriculture. Good afternoon. Maraming salamat po. Brad, regards to our team in Region 5. Brad Rodel.
Session chair, at this point, we will have a quick photo opportunity with our resource speakers and session chair. May we request everyone to please open your cameras. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We would like to express our gratitude to all our resource speakers and invited guests. Indeed, your presence and participation has helped shed light on how an innovative economy can lead to a better normal for all. Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format. name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce.
The PCCI South Luzon Local Chambers in action.
Our Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated is a local organization of businesses in the city of Bacoor, whose goal is to further protect the interests of small to large enterprises. Business owner societies in the city form this non-government organization through the guidance of the LGU, particularly the Business Permit and Licensing Office, to advocate on behalf of the business community. Our vision is to lead networks of small to large enterprises that serves as a catalyst and driving force to help connect, transform, and create a vibrant and enabling business environment. Our mission is to help improve the economic environment and to enhance the quality of life in the communities in Bacoor through business development, policy advocacy, strengthen organization, community involvement, and effective services to its members. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, we have been vigilant in the needs of our members. We take lead in bridging communication between the business sector and the LGU, especially during ordinances and executive order consultations. We are also in constant communication with the LGU on the plight of businesses in the city, which has been hit by the pandemic, requesting for dialogues with stakeholders so as to help solve the problems that the businesses are facing today. The information on operational guidelines for health protocols were disseminated and posted regularly on our website and Facebook page. Financial help through SB Corp loans with PCCI are within reach by the micro-entrepreneurs in the city. We have been through with our advocacy in helping not only the businesses but also the community by donating goods that will greatly help those who are in need, not just due to the pandemic but also due to calamities. We have been constantly finding ways to regain the vibrancy of the businesses in the city by organizing trainings and seminars for our members and will continue to do so for the benefit of our members.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry is recognized as the sole official representative and voice of the entire private business community. PCCI's strength is founded on the vast network of its local chambers nationwide. Included in the list is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce Cavite Incorporated, that was once established as Cavite Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated in 1980. This local chamber supports advocacy for policy reforms, business services, and networking to help build PCCI's competitive advantage. In 1980, the business sector's national and sole voice echoed and bridged the gap to Cavite's local sectors, having a strong desire to support and cater to the business sector's needs in Cavite by reaching out through informative and strategic business innovation. With their continuous efforts to diversify in a fast-changing market to keep up with the merits of the Internet of Things, the organization then pivoted to virtual activities to always convey content and involve members. Its success is credited to the previous leaders, started from its charter president, the late Renato Dragon, enthroned by presidents, the late Celso Romera, the late Natividad Nazareno, Ernesto Yu, Marcos Romera, Apolinar Aure, Teresita Liabres, Nelly Ilas, and Edna Ibrado. The legacy passed on from one set of dedicated officers to another, led by the longest-seated president, Mr. Virgilio Hernandez II. Since 2013, An organization's reputation depends on having a reliable and risk-free experience for all of its members. They actively participate in different business, face-to-face, virtual conferences, meetups, exhibits, and trade shows to generate and invite more members to help our community's progress. PCCI Cavite Incorporated is more robust that it parented the Bacoor Chamber of Commerce. Kawit and Imus business sectors are in the pipeline. The organization believes that local chapter's birth will intensify the local sector's contribution and function within the business sector. They are not an ordinary business agency. It does business with a heart that is willing to extend their constituents' assistance. They have always done business in the name of public service. The organization participates in different online and offline events for visibility and promotions. They are also expanding their reach for possible business expansions and opportunities. This includes membership recruits and/or business affiliations. The officers and its members believe that happiness is only real when it's shared. They never cease to show their compassion in giving to their officers, members, and the people within their community. Because everyone in PCCI Cavite Incorporated believes that compassion is an action word with no boundaries.
Welcome to the coconut capital of the Philippines, Quezon Province, Hi, my name is Elizabeth Enverga, and I am the current president of PCCI Quezon. I am proud to represent the 8th largest province in the Philippines. Quezon is primarily agricultural and leads the country in the production of coconuts as well as other crops. The province has been around for a long time, having been established in 1591. Coconut, being one of the main agricultural products of Quezon, was the focus of the PCCI advocacy tagged as 25-25-25 Quezon Agri-Beats, where 2.5 million coconut seedlings were planted on 25,000 hectares of land in Quezon Province within 2.5 years, with the PCA as the main driver of the project. PCA offered free seedlings plus a certain monetary incentive for those who can make the seedlings grow. Because of this project, PCCI Quezon was awarded Best Local Chamber given by Confederation of Asia-Pacific Chambers of Commerce, Incorporated. And likewise, 100,000 cash award was given to the chamber. This project made PCCI Quezon the most outstanding awardee in Southern Luzon. PCCI Quezon likewise hosted Solabc in 2008, which was a huge success. In response to the problems brought on by the pandemic, the PCCI online marketplace was created for the members to promote and make their businesses known not only in the local scene but also globally. PCCI Quezon was first in stepping up to assist our frontliners by donating face masks, face shields, and other materials needed by our local hospital. PCCI Quezon took the initiative in conducting webinars to help business owners in Quezon to be able to bounce back by conducting webinars and assisting them in their loan applications with the Bayanihan Cares program of the Department of Trade and Industry. PCCI Quezon is also active in helping to alleviate the conditions of the people who lost their jobs and those who are in need by creating community pantries, not only in the chamber, but also in the different local chapters. We are confident to say that PCCI Quezon, with its dynamic group members, is always ready to host the future Solabc for everyone to see the beauty of Quezon. Come and visit us in Quezon.
PCCI Taytay is a relatively new local chamber, and I am Engineer Elmer C. Espiritu, its current president. PCCI Taytay was established in 2016. On its third year of operation under President Glady Malyari, it was awarded Most Outstanding New Chamber, while a year before that, its president then, Mr. John Barredo, was awarded Most Outstanding Rizaleño in Business category by the Rizal Provincial Government. Right now, even with the pandemic, PCCI Taytay remains steadfast in its support of the local MSMEs. As our region was recently hit by successive calamities, PCCI Taytay extended assistance to communities affected by Taal volcano eruption and Typhoon Rolly and Ulysses by acting as a channel for CSR projects of its members. We are also assisting community pantries in our locality, as well as in other areas with the vehicle of one of our members, Industrial Specialties Incorporated, doing the delivery rounds of donated food stuff to the pantries. Because of health safety protocols that prevent us from meeting physically, our chamber continues to maintain communications through social media platforms. And as coping mechanism, many of our local MSMEs resorted to online marketing. And with the ongoing government vaccination program, we are hopeful local businesses can again open soon, albeit in a new normal setup. More power to all local chambers and PCCI. Mabuhay ang Solabc. Thank you.
We would like to thank our valued partners for the year 2021. Province of Camarines Sur, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office 5, Department of Trade and Industry, Anjena Trading, GCI Construction and Development Corporation, Julia Outdoor Advertising, Jurassic Construction and Supplies, Pixeled Solution, Medlane Enterprises, Ngo & Sons Trading and Industries Incorporated, SVM Marketing Solutions OPC, Tugawi Cove Resort, and Samgyup Masarap. Thank you to our generous sponsors, Moraleda Farms. Bronze sponsors, Area Vice President Clarine P. Tobias, PCCI Antipolo, PCCI Bacoor, PCCI Camarines Norte, PCCI Lipa, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI Palawan, PCCI Puerto Princesa. Donors, Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI El Nido, PCCI Marinduque, PCCI Quezon, PCCI San Pablo, PCCI Taytay, would like to thank our valued partners for the year 2021. Province of Camarines Sur, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office 5, Department of Trade and Industry, Anjena Trading, GCI Construction and Development Corporation, Julia Outdoor Advertising, Jurassic Construction and Supplies, Pixeled Solution, Medlane Enterprises, Ngo & Sons Trading and Industries Incorporated, SVM Marketing Solutions OPC, Tugawi Cove Resort, and Samgyup Masarap. Thank you to our generous sponsors, Moraleda Farms. Bronze sponsors, Area Vice President Clarine P. Tobias, PCCI Antipolo, PCCI Bacoor, PCCI Camarines Norte, PCCI Lipa, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI Palawan, PCCI Puerto Princesa. Donors, Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI El Nido, PCCI Marinduque, PCCI Quezon, PCCI San Pablo, PCCI Taytay, we would like to thank our valued partners for the year 2021. Province of Camarines Sur, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office 5, Department of Trade and Industry. Please follow these webinar guidelines. To the speakers, kindly mute your audio if you are not the speaker yet. To the attendees, please rename your account in this format: name of chamber or organization, dash, first name, then last name. Please input your questions in the Q&A box.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds. PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Live from CSCCI studio in Kamsur, Philippines. Let's face it, Philippines is in its facelifting. Gradually, the country is moving at par with the global demands socially, demographically, and economically. Along with these changes is the growth of small-scale entrepreneurs who venture on making waves in the national and international market. Such a sector begins from communities and cities who attempt on improving lives from the countryside, contributing to the economic growth nationwide. This next session will tackle on the issues and concern on how these sustainable cities and communities will sustain its business sector, which is currently affected by the prevailing dilemma on climate change. Welcome everyone to our session on sustainable cities and communities adapting to climate change. Introduction of speaker by Engineer Armando L. Aman, President, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good morning, everyone. Our speaker today was appointed and currently serves as the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways under the administration of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. In 2010, he was the elected congressman in the Lone District of Las Piñas City from 15th to 17th Congress, and for 8 years, he served as the General Manager for Crown Asia Corporation. He finished his degree in Bachelor of Science in Political Science, Philosophy and Economics at the University of Pennsylvania, and his master's degree in Business Administration at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Through his years in the department, he was able to institute numerous changes, have led to the impressive completion, rehabilitation, and improvement of the quality infrastructure all over the Philippines that continuously benefits the Filipino people. He also played a notable role in realizing the golden age of infrastructure through the Build, Build, Build program. But if asked to name his greatest achievement in life, Secretary Mark Villar will tell you, without a doubt, that is marrying the strong, beautiful, and passionate Undersecretary of the Department of Justice, Mrs. Emeline Agipay Villar, and his beautiful and energetic daughter, Emma Therese A. Villar. Without further ado, Let us welcome the man of action, hardworking and resilient, the son of my former boss during my Palmera days, Secretary of DPWH, Secretary Mark A. Villar.
To the officers and members of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, a pleasant day to all of you. Foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for giving me the opportunity to be part of your 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference. It is an honor and a privilege to speak with acclaimed professionals who continue to affect the economy's development through exceptional business practices. For 3 decades, this annual event reminds us of your contributions and accomplishments in driving progress. I acknowledge your organization for remaining steadfast in providing better knowledge and understanding of the business and commerce sector, as well as the various factors that propel it. The necessity to discuss innovative ways to boost our nation's economy is manifested in your theme, Innovative Economy, a Better Normal for All. As the infrastructure arm of the government, your Department of Public Works and Highways continues to undertake vital projects that would spur development opportunities in the provinces south of Luzon, especially amidst this uncertain time. One big-ticket project implemented under the PPP program in Calabarzon is the 45.9-kilometer Cavite-Laguna Expressway to connect Cavitex in Kawit and SLEX Mamplasan Interchange in Binyan, Laguna. In Mimaropa, the construction of an 8.7-kilometer access road from the town of Coron to Boracroro Port in the province of Palawan is expected to enhance the national roadway system, increase mobility of vehicles, and reduce travel time, which will hasten trade and commerce. A big-ticket project undertaken in Bicol region is the Sorsogon City Coastal Bypass Road, which is expected to boost tourism not only in the city but the whole province of Sorsogon, which will help improve the economic condition in the area. It will also provide protection to nearby areas from storm surge, since Bicol region is among the most frequent path of typhoons. These projects were thoroughly planned and conceived based on the need for accessibility and eliminate barriers that hinder trade and investment between the regions and Metro Manila. At the onset of the pandemic, movement was restricted, which led to suspension of construction activities on some projects. Now that the vaccine rollout is in full blast, rest assured that the DPWH will continue to fast-track more projects that will help accelerate the country's economy and development. With your knowledge and expertise, I'm optimistic that the PCCI and the CSCCI will continue to keep the stakeholders engaged and inspired in the endeavor to thrust our country to the finest standard. I wish you more power, and may you have a fruitful gathering. Thank you very much at mabuhay po sa inyong lahat.
Introduction of Speaker Aurora M. Macavinta.
Good afternoon. Our next speaker graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering at the University of Santo Tomas in 1983. Throughout his career, he has continuously educated himself in the most modern techniques and best practices for engineering, construction, and infrastructure planning and development, traveling as far as Tokyo, Japan, to attend training seminars such as public transport planning and counterpart training on highways planning. A member of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, or PICE, and Road Engineering Association of the Philippines, or REAP, please welcome the Division Chief of the Project Preparation Division of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Engineer Maximo Ewald M. Montaña II.
Share my screen. Hello, can you see my screen? pleasant day to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to present the department's infrastructure programs and projects. In behalf of Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral, may I deliver to you the accomplishments of the department through its strategic infrastructure programs and projects. Infrastructure development remains the best driver of economic growth, with its multiplying effect in terms of employment and inclusive growth. The Philippine government is strengthening the Build program to revitalize the economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, the country's 2019 spending on infrastructure drastically increased. It surpassed the 5% of GDP, which is twice as much as the country's average total spending for the past 50 years. Roads and bridges constructed and upgraded to improve linkages and inter-island connectivity, which is important given that the Philippines is an archipelagic country. A modern, well-planned, disaster-resilient, environment-friendly, and sustainable community is being built in New Clark City. Also, efficient transportation infrastructure systems were pursued that narrow the geographical and physical divide, connecting the country, its islands, and its people to the rest of the world. As the country's engineering and construction arm, the Department of Public Works and Highways implemented more than half of the Philippine government's infrastructure spending. The actual disbursements made by the department increased by 209%, from 800 billion pesos disbursements from 2011 to 2015 to 2.5 trillion pesos from 2016 to 2020. Also, DPWH was able to generate 6.5 million jobs from 2016 to 2020. And this year, we target to generate additional 1.6 million jobs. The DPWH is mandated to undertake the planning of infrastructure such as national roads and bridges, flood control, water resources projects, and other public works, and the design, construction, and maintenance of national roads and bridges and major flood control systems. The Philippines has a total road length of 210,613 kilometers, of which 16% or 33,018 kilometers are national roads within the mandate of the department. Our main objective is not only to build, but also to connect. No? It is important that the infrastructure projects we build are integrated and complement each other for it to be sustainable and promote inclusive growth across the country. Our main strategy is to build the well-planned and integrated infrastructure that will decongest and avoid over-concentration of socio-economic activities in highly urbanized areas and promote regional rural development. Also, infrastructure that will make communities livable, sustainable, and resilient. Under this program, high standard highways, expressways, bypasses and diversion loads, intersection improvements and widening are being pursued to address the traffic decongestion. Likewise, access roads are continuously constructed to designated tourism destinations, industrial trade corridors, ports, seaports, airports, and railway stations under convergence programs with the Department of Tourism, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Department of Transportation. Inter-island linkage mega bridge program are also being developed for an integrated and seamless transport system. And also equally important are the programs for the integrated water resources management, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation, bike lane facilities, and pedestrian infrastructure. Under expanding the country's highways and expressways will give way to regional development and will eventually decongest highly urbanized areas. DPWH will build and lay the groundwork for the 1,253 kilometers of new high-standard highways and expressways in Luzon, Cebu, Davao, with a total estimated investment cost of 800 billion pesos. One of the game-changing projects of the department is the Luzon Spine Expressway Network Program. A total of 1,101 kilometers of high-standard highway expressways in Luzon are targeted to be implemented, which is more than twice the 382 kilometers of existing expressways. Once these projects are completed, the travel time from Ilocos to Bicol will be reduced from 20 hours to just 9 hours. Now, taking a look at the northern portion of this zone spine, we already completed last year the final section of the 89-kilometer Tarlac-Pangasinan-La Union Expressway, or commonly called as TPLEX. Travel time between Tarlac City and Rosario, La Union, was reduced from 3.5 hours to 1 hour and will benefit 20,000 travelers per day. And to further promote the development of Northern Luzon, TPLEX will be extended with additional 59 kilometers section up to San Juan, La Union. To complement the road network of the Luzon Spine, we have also the 30-kilometer Central Luzon Link Expressway, or CLEX, and it is targeted to be finished early next year. Travel time from Tarlac City to Cabanatuan City will be reduced to just 20 minutes. This is also an important section of the proposed high standard highway or expressway, which is the NLEX-SLEX connector road. This is expected to reduce travel time from SLEX to NLEX from 2 hours to just 20 minutes, especially along EDSA. The sections in Caloocan and Manila is 35% complete. One of the recently opened projects is the Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3, which has reduced travel time from Buendia to Balintawak from 2 hours to just 15 to 20 minutes. The construction of the 44-kilometer Cavite Laguna Expressway will reduce travel time between Cavitex and SLEX from 1 hour and 30 minutes to 45 minutes. The Laguna section of the project is already completed. The planned 50.43-kilometer Cavite-Tagaytay Batangas Expressway will traverse mostly the rural areas of Silang, Tagaytay, Amadeo, Mendez, Alfonso, and Magallanes, all in the Cavite province, and Nasugbo in Batangas. With the South Luzon Expressway, Toll Road 4, travel time from Santo Tomas, Batangas to Lucena, Quezon, will be reduced from 4 hours to 1 hour. And this will benefit 17,000 travelers per day. Another project going south would be called the South Luzon Expressway, Toll Road 5, is a 416-kilometer divided toll road from the terminal point of SLEX Toll Road 4 project at Barangay Mayaw, Lucena City, Quezon, and ends at Matnog, Sorsogon. The evaluation of the project's basic design is ongoing. So now, here are the major infrastructure projects in southern Luzon. This portion of the National Highway in Quezon from Chaong through Candelaria and onwards to Lucena City is already congested. Therefore, to improve the capacity along this corridor, bypasses were constructed in Chaong and Candelaria. That was the initial, while Sa Iriaya was still under preparation. And finally, this bypass, which is shorter by a kilometer, is now realized. This 7.42-kilometer bypass road is aimed to decongest traffic in the town proper of Sa Iriaya by 70% and reduce travel time by 20 to 45 minutes during peak hours. This is another project in Batangas, the Batangas City San Pascual Bawan Diversion Road. To decongest the section of the President Jose P. Laurel Highway or the Manila-Batangas Highway and the section of the Batangas-Bawan Road, which is now heavily traveled, the Batangas City San Pascual Bawan Road will reduce the travel time from 2 hours to just 30 to 45 minutes. Another project is the Laguna-Quezon Connector. It is also an important alternative alignment or route as it will help decongest the heavily traveled section of the Pan-Philippine Highway along the Alaminos-San Pablo City stretch. So this is a 12.825-kilometer road that starts at Junction Pan-Philippine Highway and traverses mostly plain terrain, passing through the junction of Alaminos Lipa City Road and terminates in Barangay San Vicente, San Pablo City. So this is 35.07 complete. Tagaytay is a major tourist destination any season of the year. So that has expected heavy traffic use along the road network of Tagaytay City, especially during weekends. Therefore, the Tagaytay bypass is an important additional road in the present road network to reduce traffic along the main thoroughfare and provide an alternative route going to or leaving the city. So the 8.654 kilometer bypass road will connect Indang Alfonso via Luksuhin Road and Tagaytay Batangas arterial highway to reduce the traffic congestion in Tagaytay City. This bypass road will divert traffic passing through Tagaytay going to nearby municipalities such as Silang, Amadeo, Mendez, Indang, and Alfonso, all in Cavite, and will reduce the travel time by approximately 20 minutes. At the moment, this is 47.37 completed. Lobo, Malabrigo, Laia, San Juan Road. This project road will traverse near the coastline of Lobo, Laia, and San Juan with a total length of 23 kilometers. This will open up access to the beach resorts and diving spots in Laia and Lobo. Now going to the province of Albay, a road with a length of 3.5 kilometers has been completed. This aims to provide safe, convenient, and faster access for tourists and other road users without passing through the town proper of Pamalig, and will deconnect during rush hour. The project offers a panoramic view of the majestic Mayon volcano. Another project in Sorsogon, so the Sorsogon City Coastal Bypass Road. This is 5.66 kilometers, 4-lane road, including rock causeway, and construction of 3 4-lane bridges with an aggregate length of 110.7 linear meters, and construction of 140-meter access roads. It is located at Barangays Pampang, Tugos, Cambulaga, Talisay, Sirangan, Sampaloc, and Balogo, all in Sorsogon City. This bypass road will commence at Junction Daang Maharlika and will end at the existing transport terminal in Sorsogon City. So the completion of this project is estimated to reduce travel time by as much as 43 minutes, therefore contributing to substantial savings for the road users and provide convenience to the traveling public. Another project in Sorsogon. This is a 31.41 kilometer road, including 3 bridges, traversing the coastal barangays of Santa Magdalena, Bulusan, Matnog, in the province of Sorsogon. The project will provide easy access to declared tourism sites in the municipality of Matnog, Santa Magdalena, and Bulusan in the province of Sorsogon. This will also serve as alternate route due to traffic impairment along the Marlica. At the moment, this is almost 76% complete. Another project is the Bacon Manita Road. This is a 15.87 kilometer road, including 6 bridges located along the east coast of the province of Albay and Sorsogon. So this is actually closing the gap, a missing link connecting to national secondary roads along the coast. So the travel time between Manito proper to Sorsogon will be reduced by an hour. and this will benefit mostly 5,000 travelers per day. At this point, it's 77.5% complete. Another project in Albay is the Agraray Circumferential Road. This is a 40-kilometer tourism road connecting to the Santo Domingo, Buhatan, Agraray Island circumferential road via the Solabc Bridge. So travel time between Barangay Agraray to Poblacion Bagakay will be reduced from 3 to 4 hours to 1.5 hours. So this is 76% complete. So in fast-tracking infrastructure development, government health protocols will be religiously adhered to so as not to run the risk of exposing our workers. A new set of construction safety guidelines is now in effect for the implementation of public and private infrastructure projects. The new department order number 30 follows recommendations from the IATF and other relevant government agencies while balancing economic growth through infrastructure development with public health and safety. At the height of the health crisis, DPWH worked with the public and private sector partners for the construction of various COVID-19 facilities. The latest monitoring report of the DPWH task force to facilitate augmentation of local national health facilities, 688 COVID-19 facilities with 25,200 beds have been completed to date, which consist of quarantine isolation facilities, modular hospitals, and off-site dormitories. Out of the target 746 facilities with a total capacity of 27,388 beds being built by DPWH nationwide. And that, ladies and gentlemen, are the programs and projects of Department of Public Works and Highways. The Build program will continue to back the Philippines' quest for greater and sustained economic development. It will solve the long-held problem of traffic congestion that provides inconvenience to our commuters. It will also pave the way for structures resilient to calamities and will safeguard the lives and livelihood of our people. It will get employment opportunities that can help numerous Filipino families to make a living and make ends meet. Of course, it will help us better recover from the tragedy of the pandemic. What we build is the future and the life of our people. And as we heal as one, together, we build as one. In behalf of Secretary Mark Villar and Undersecretary Cabral, we again thank you so much for the opportunity. Stay safe, everyone.
Introduction of speaker by Ms. Elizabeth R. Inverga, President, PCCI Lucena.
A pleasant day to all. I am honored to present the next speaker, and I am actually very happy that I was given this chance to introduce our next speaker to today's event. Mr. Renato Redentor Constantino is the Executive Director of the International Climate Policy Group, the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, and the Deputy Chair of the Expert Advisors Group of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, an advocacy association of 48 governments representing many of the world's most vulnerable countries. Mr. Constantino published and contributed to AGAM, Narratives on Uncertainty and Climate Change, the world's first literary anthology on climate change. AGAM won 3 National Book Awards and its international sequel, with contributions from the most distinguished poets and writers from Asia, the Pacific, Africa, and Latin America, is due for release in 2021. He also contributed to the anthology Letters to the Earth in 2019, alongside famous celebrities like Emma Thompson and Yoko Ono. But it is his affiliation with the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities that has enhanced his advocacy on climate change awareness. This Manila-based international group advances fair climate policy and resilient low-carbon development in the Philippines and with key partners in the Climate Vulnerable Forum. It provides climate-driven analytical tools and services that help policymakers, households, and businesses make sound decisions towards sustainability and climate change resilience. Please welcome renowned international author, publisher, philanthropist, and climate advocate, Mr. Renato Redentor Constantino.
Kamusta po kayong lahat? Thank you for having me. We live in times filled with unparalleled danger and opportunity. We are confronting the consequences of a pandemic that has exposed structural weaknesses that would have otherwise taken decades to reveal. World leaders have been struggling to confront the impacts of the pandemic because of a deficit that has been left unaddressed. Something we've lived with for so long, few notice its absence. I'm referring to resilience and its persistent absence from considerations of macroeconomic fundamentals across the world. Many have called the pandemic a black swan event, but this is a mistake. The pandemic we are all confronting today has been projected for years, if not decades. But because we only know how to measure productivity, because we only give importance to GDP, economies around the world have demonstrated how ill-prepared they are in responding to non-financial external shocks. Our setting needs urgent correction, because this is not going to be the last pandemic threat we will confront in our lifetimes. Certainly, warming global temperatures will likewise impose just as lethal blows expected to disrupt lives and livelihoods massively in the near term and the long run, with impacts falling disproportionately again on those who are least responsible for the climate crisis. What this means is simple. Unless and until we establish resilience at the heart of macroeconomic fundamentals, we will continue to be ill-equipped to deal with great and growing uncertainties in a world vastly different to what life was before February 2020. Is our country headed in this direction? Unfortunately, no. Or at least not yet. Decision makers still seem to be in a hurry to get back to pre-pandemic realities that unfortunately is no longer possible to return to. That past is past, while the future presents an array of choices. One kind of thinking is dominant, and it keeps strongly to the illusion that we can return to pre-pandemic realities without asking not only whether it is possible, but whether it is even desirable at all. If this mindset prevails, we will only bring back all the baggage and conceits that embedded fragility in our economic system. If we stick to this approach, it means we will have learned little from the collective pain the pandemic has inflicted on everyone, as working class families carry the heaviest burden. This kind of thinking assumes we can and will continue to live large and squander the possibilities of long-term development in order to chase dreams of profligate affluence without having to deal with the consequences of narrow, short-sighted thinking. It is why the organization I'm part of, the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, or ICSC, is organized the way it is. It's why we run our campaigns the way we do. Because as we often say, climate change is bigger than everything. And yet, it is also not necessarily the most important issue for the country. Climate change is not necessarily more important than poverty, health, hunger, shelter, or jobs. Our teams are organized around key programs that are designed to leverage maximum gain in terms of durable but also demonstrable transformation. We are an international climate policy group that's been around for a long while. We began as an informal initiative in 1998 to provide technical studies and campaign support for community and women-led campaigns to defeat a proposed coal plant in Pulupandan, Negros Occidental. We formally registered as a non-stock, non-profit organization with the Securities and Exchange Commission in 2005. 2 years later, we launched the country's first electric public jeepney fleet, a project we ran in Makati, Bacolod, Puerto Princesa, and Tacloban for almost 10 years. This is what we often do. We take on first-mover risks in order to generate experience points and lessons that we share with the public. This way, we help accelerate the change process because we invest in our own ideas. When we come up short or do well, others will know what to sustain or what to discontinue. Since 2010, we've added climate governance and climate finance to our portfolio, providing platforms where insights from the scientific community, domestically and abroad, are shared with policymakers, especially the country's economic managers. We have an urban transitions team in recognition of the fact that cities represent 70% of climate polluting emissions. In this way, cities are both a large part of the problem and at the same time they represent much of the opportunities. Today we are focused on advancing active, inclusive mobility. We're doing so not to chase emissions reductions, but to ensure the mobility interests for the great majority of our people are prioritized. Here's a fact some of you might not realize. 88% of households in Metro Manila, 88%, together do not own their own cars. It begs the question why government has been prioritizing for decades the interests of a tiny minority of car owners. The other side of this coin says that when we prioritize the majority's interests, our goal would be to move people, not cars. We are also determined to help realize an early and durable energy transition in the country, away from what is harming our economy and towards a system that can enable economy-wide transformation that results in far higher efficiencies. It is important to promote systems thinking rather than peddle technologies. And because the truth is still evident only to a few, the challenge is how to continuously impress on key sections of the public why reality is different from what most have mistakenly assumed. Coal-fired power plants, for instance, are unreliable, intermittent, expensive, and polluting, while renewable energy is more affordable, more reliable, and definitely sustainable, and renewables also promote energy security. We can actually discuss in advance the energy transition debate, even without climate considerations. But certainly, when we favor the transition towards reliable, affordable, secure, clean power, the co-benefit is we also contribute to the global struggle to decarbonize. It means as we prioritize the pursuit of better development, which sustainable power generation is an integral part of, we also end up contributing to global goals, aiming to stave off the threat of irreversible, dangerous climate change. Ultimately, what working households expect and what businesses appreciate is neither quote-unquote greenhouse gas mitigation nor quote-unquote climate adaptation programs, but strategies and initiatives that secure for our people better and long-term development, using inclusive processes that hopefully encourage participation and which can promote greater public ownership of climate change sensitive development strategies. This approach led us to set up, for instance, our storage and solar training facility in Tacloban in 2014. Our goal that year was to establish roots so we can stay and build bridges and pay it forward programs long after most humanitarian and relief groups working on the impacts of Super Typhoon Yolanda would have left Eastern Visayas. Today, our facility is home to the pioneering Solar Scholars Program, where we train climate change survivor communities to understand, deploy, and assemble community renewable energy systems. Most importantly, they are trained as well to train others. Today, Solar Scholars assemble what they call tech packs, or modular community energy systems, that they provide to communities hit with emergencies. This includes training community members in conducting energy audits in their households and barangays, as well as determining and managing the kind of renewable energy systems that can work in their areas. Many of them are women, and all are working class. We're proving one of our main points. Renewable energy is not the domain of men alone, nor is it the enclave of the educated and well-off. It can and will serve the needs of the poor, as well as middle-class families and small and medium enterprises. This is also the reason why we continue to run our Small Island Grids Transition campaign, because we get to save over $200 million annually the sooner we can hybridize our systems with solar power combined with diesel or storage. The Department of Energy is already fully convinced that hybridization is the way to go, and our work now is to help ensure electric cooperatives gain a portion of the savings so they can also upgrade their services and provide stable systems for the communities they serve. And when small island grids transition to cleaner energy systems, everyone gains, because you all get to reduce the universal missionary charge for electrification charged to main island customers. Why have we taken such an approach? Because it proceeds from the peculiar logic produced when we turn the climate change problem and its solutions on its head. The climate crisis is not an environmental issue. Or we can also say the environmental crisis is a mere subset of climate change, because fundamentally, climate change is an outcome of a development crisis and a crisis of democracy. This is what happens when anthropocentrism is left to thrive unchecked, a philosophical viewpoint embodied subconsciously by most humans today, which argue that, quote, human beings are the central or most significant entities in the world who are separate from and who think they are superior to nature, unquote. It happens when the interests of a few humans prevail over the needs of the majority of humans in the world as well. It is for this reason why we often ask climate change campaigners and development advocates to be specific when describing problems and solutions. This is why whenever we can stress the role, whenever we can, we stress the role of micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs in the climate context. They make up over 99% of businesses in the Philippines. In 2018, MSMEs contributed close to 36% of the country's gross domestic product, generating 5.7 million jobs, or over 63% of the year's total employment. And yet MSMEs occupy too little space in the climate change debate. This needs to change, and we need to steadily measure our ability to enhance the country's protection against the impacts of the climate crisis while increasing productivity despite the constraints of climate change by its positive impacts on MSMEs. We have spent far too little time dwelling on the potential of MSMEs to unlock more responsive protection in low-carbon development products and services among our MSMEs. Doing so will only accelerate interest in deepening and quickening climate action in the country, led hopefully not just by government, but by the private sector, cooperatives, and households as well. The Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department, for example, tells us the repair of motor vehicles and motorcycle sector accounted for 46.4% of total MSMEs in the country in 2018, followed by the accommodation and food services and manufacturing sector at 14.5% and 11.7% total shares respectively. Imagine the opportunities to retool labor. Imagine opportunities made available when we help propagate more MSME-tailored risk transfer mechanisms. As the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative, or MCII, and the V20 group of finance ministers have noted together, MSMEs are important drivers of socio-economic growth, arguably a key prerequisite for resilience and government revenue. We thus need to imagine the challenges MSMEs need to hurdle if they are to recognize and seize opportunities they are facing. Again, wise counsel from the V20 and MCII. Quote, MSMEs are often particularly vulnerable to extreme weather events and suffer from high electricity costs to the detriment of their productivity and growth. Low carbon technology options with deflationary costs for technologies such as rooftop solar and other more energy efficient equipment and infrastructure may help in addressing the latter. It is, however, difficult for MSMEs to secure upfront funds or financing options such as loans or leasing mechanisms. As a result, they are typically left with high operational costs, preventing them from investing in improving productive and operational efficiencies to increase the profitability of their businesses. MCII and V20 also raised the way the experience of climate vulnerable countries show an at least 90% protection gap for climate risks and non-life insurance penetration, typically indicative of the degree to which the private sector is covered, often lies below or between 1 to 2%. And yet, better insurance access and uptake among MSMEs can not only help to protect economic growth, but also reduce contingent liabilities on government's balance sheets, thereby widening the fiscal space for development. Unquote. Colleagues, it's time we take MSMEs far more seriously when formulating plans that attempt to bake climate change into long-term development strategies. We've still got a long way to go, however. The reality is that MSMEs are often too small to be of interest to larger finance institutions. At the same time, microfinance institutions, according to the V20, and I quote, cater predominantly to household-level clients, while micro-enterprises require additional product features beyond those of personal insurance offerings. Thus, small and medium-sized enterprises fall into the missing middle because they are too big for MFIs yet often also too small and too risky for the formal banking sector. In addition, MSMEs often have less formalized or very distinct cash flows and hence fall outside of a marketable client base. They need distinct premium and payment systems that accommodate their differing and sometimes more irregular economic cycles." Unquote. To take on climate change, colleagues, therefore, we will need everyone, because everything counts and everyone will and should matter. To take on climate change, we need to make everything more resilient, which in reality means we need to upgrade everything from infrastructure, urban services, supply chains, logistics, and food supply. And when we upgrade everything, understand that we will end up pump priming the economy and we will produce more jobs, which is one of the more important outcomes of climate action that we must recognize. It is time, colleagues, to break down our own silos and to take action as individuals. But also as individuals, it is our responsibility to influence our households and neighborhoods and workplaces. And we need to reach out to others, because individually we are small, but acting together we become far larger and far more formidable. We have no time to waste. The time to act is now. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Introduction of Speaker by Ms. Carmelita R. Reyes, President, PCCI Marinduque.
Good afternoon, magandang buhay. Mr. Ronilo Balgueran is a member of the faculty of the University of Asia and the Pacific, a licensed urban regional planner and infrastructure and logistic specialist with a 15-year strong record in delivering high-impact reforms. He serves as the Vice President of the Reed Foundation, which advises and assists the DPWH in the design, planning, and implementation of the Infrastructure Convergence Program of the DPWH with the DOT on local tourism roads, with the DTI on roads connecting eco zones and logistic hubs, with the DND AFP on military facilities, and with the PNP on upgrading police station. He was part of the team that's assisted DPWH in the effort to have a new right-of-way act legislated, and one of the writers of the Philippine Construction Industry Roadmap 2020-2030 launched in 2019, was one of the advisors in the Philippine E-Commerce Roadmap 2020-2022. Now, he is the team leader of the infrastructure component of the USA, delivering effective government for competitiveness and inclusive growth, or DELIVER project, where the team has just transformed the pickup contractors' license processes into a full digital end-to-end online experience. Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Ronilo Balgueran.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my sincerest thanks to the organizer of the South Luzon Business Conference. I'm here to discuss to you some potential infrastructure solutions to address supply chain bottlenecks. And we will focus on the Sorsogon-Samar transport logistics infrastructure. Allow me to share my screen. I'm Ronnie Balbiran from Reed Foundation. So to start off, I would like to explain the basic interrelationship between infrastructure development and economic growth. No? So the more you produce infrastructure projects, the more you actually catalyze economic growth. But at the same time, when you have increasing economic growth, and that will provide a lot of requirements for infrastructure development. And so there is an interrelationship between infrastructure development and economic growth. So from the point of view of our focus for this particular presentation, the Matnog Port congestion, and how we can enhance the infrastructure support for this part of our supply chain. So as you are very familiar with the Matnog Port and the congestion problem that we have recently experienced towards the end of 2020 and in the first few months of 2021. So we're here zeroing in on trying to solve the Matnog Port congestion either temporarily and of course permanently. So these are the pictures of the long lines as manifestation of the port congestion that I have mentioned towards the last part of last year and the beginning of this year. So from the point of view of this discussion and in tracing the supply capacity of the Matnog port, so I will tackle the problem from the point of view of demand and supply. So we have demand, which is general economic growth, and of course some peak load. So sometimes you may have generally low economic activities, but in certain hours of the day, certain days in a month, and certain months in a year, there are some peaks that are being experienced in that particular area. And at the same time, to trace the rated capacity of our port, we needed at least, there are more, but there are 4 major factors that determine the rated capacity of our port. So number 1 is the number of ramps for simultaneous use. Number 2, service time per vessel per ramp. Number 3, number of RoRo vessels. And number 4, turnaround time of RoRo vessels. And then we will zero in on the number of ramps that may be affecting our ports in terms of congestion problems. So what's the Sorsogon Summer Link? As you are very much familiar with your own area, may I remind all of you that your area is a very crucial link of the overall Great Asian Highway, and from the point of view of the Philippines, the Asian Highway 26 or the Pan-Philippine Highway or Maharlika Highway. The Port Matnog is literally in the middle of that particular backbone of transportation infrastructure. And thus, you have 29 billion worth of commodities flowing out of Sorsogon going to Samar, and 15 billion from Samar going to Sorsogon, with top goods ranging from food and beverages, consumer products, e-commerce, vehicles, construction materials, and some chemicals and manufactured goods. At your right, you will see the amount of geographical coverage of origin and destination of these trucks handling these goods. And of course, you have the overall Port Matnog being part of the whole backbone of transportation and supply chain, and very critical to ensure food sufficiency, and because it is the busiest and most one of the most important ports. So in terms of trade, you have Matnog Port being number 4 in terms of volume of maritime trade. And then you have, in terms of value of maritime trade, you have the Port Matnog at number 5. In terms of passenger traffic, you have Port Matnog at number 11 in terms of ranking of all ports handling passenger traffic. Number 11 at 3 million passengers in a year. as of 2019. And of course, a large part of this particular growing importance of Bicol and the Sorsogon Summer Link is the very fast regional economic growth of Region 5. From 2010 to 2019, Bicol region clocked in the highest, the highest growth, the fastest growth among Philippine regions. And also the most, the current, before the pandemic, the 2019 regional GDP growth rate registered an 8.2% growth rate in GRDP, whereas the rest of the Philippines clocked in at 6.1%. And this led to fast growth of volume handled by Port Matnong. In terms of daily truck equivalent, it increased from 155 to 364 trucks daily. And this is actually equivalent to an average annual growth of 7.9% per year. This is very, very high and above, always above the national average of economic growth. So definitely, Port Matnog was, is, and will be important in the facilitation of transportation and supply chain and logistics. However, there's only one big bad news. So Region 5 is along the Philippine Typhoon Belt and visited by a lot of typhoons every year. And this has caused a lot of occasional port congestion problems in the area. So some recommendations for infrastructure development. So if we trace the demand and supply, so the lines, here is what I've shown you in terms of historical demand. So at 7.9%. And then this line, this gray line, is the current rated capacity of all 8 ramps in Matnog at 2.7 hours of service time. So the question is, was the congestion part of the capacity problem of the infrastructure? Yes and no. No? Yes and no. No, because the rated capacity is at 500 and you have actually less than 500 in terms of daily truck equivalent handled by Port Matnog. So there is enough space, enough capacity to handle the daily truck equivalent of trucks in Matnog. However, during calamities, pandemic, and other unfortunate events, this 2.7-hour service time actually drops to an average of 4.5 hours. Of course, you will react na, Prof. Ron, minsan nga mas matagal, minsan 1-2 araw. Yeah, precisely. So this actually decreases the amount of capacity of port services. No? So it drops on the average from 500 to 300. And this causes the port congestion that we are experiencing from the point of view of the ramps. Okay, from the point of view of the ramps. And then, today, you may actually call it an artificial temporary congestion. So, but I remind you that if we project the traffic volume between now up to the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, using a base case scenario of 5%, then historical average of 7.9%, and a 10%, which is very achievable given the fast growth of the region and the growth in logistics, e-commerce, manufacturing resurgence, all of those, that we have so many reasons to believe that it will grow by more than 10%. So having said that, in the next 3 to 5 years, given constraints in service time and port management efficiency levels, I think we have a bigger problem in the next 3 to 5 years. Okay, and therefore, there is a case of have to build more ramps in preparation for these permanent and severe congestions. More ramps and other facilities that can improve the service time in Port Matnog. So some observations analyzing the problem in the last 2 months. No? So number one, there's an imbalance in the number of ramps between Sorsogon and Samar. So in the Samar side, you have San Isidro, Ubasan, Dapdap, and Balwarteco. So and effectively, it has those four have 13 usable RoRo ramps, whereas in Matnog, there's only 8. So just by the number of ramps alone, not accounting for the service time of each port, you already have an imbalance. Okay. Number two, there's a limited space for holding area for trucks being serviced by Matnog. If you can see here at your left, so Port Matnog has 8 ramps, but there is that very limited space of holding area and backup area that is actually being shared for all 8 ramps. And that's actually now prevents the service time to improve from 2.7 hours to 2 hours to 1.5 hours. So number 3, digitalization of port management. So there must be investment in terms of automated ticketing and dispatching system that will increase, again, the service time of the ramps. Okay. So some very short-term solution. There must be a development of a truck holding area. With good news, the PPA has already identified the area, has actually provided the funds for at least a 2.5 hectares holding area, some 1 kilometer away from Port Matnog. So, and this should help in the queuing, dispatching of trucks, and it will prevent trucks lining up across along our national roads. Number 2, electronic ticketing system should also help in the improvement of port management efficiency. The good news is both solutions are already funded and undergoing procurement activities in the next couple of months. Some medium-term solutions, while the holding area is being constructed and the automated ticketing system is being procured. So while we're doing that, there's another proposal that was recently developed. No? This is now what DTI and PPA call the Sorsogon RoRo Terminal Expansion Project. So building a new port that will serve as an annex to the Matnog Port, that will serve as the second terminal. So if Matnog Port will be the terminal 1, this one somewhere in Santa Magdalena will be the terminal number 2. So learning from the experience of Matnog, you have incorporated already, DTI and PPA incorporated already a huge backup area, 2 hectares, similar to the holding area being constructed, that will be constructed very soon. So that will increase maneuverability and queuing efficiency, maximizing the overall service time of the RoRo ramps. At the same time, you have a continuous ramp that will be flexible to handle as much as 5 to 6 vessels simultaneously. And this will increase port capacity and efficiency in conjunction with the 8 existing ramps in the Matnog Port. So this will also immediately address the balance between the mismatch between Sorsogon and Samar ramps. Okay. So as a result, we would the combined short-term and medium-term solutions will address the projected port congestion in the next 3 to 5 years, and the additional ramps will increase the capacity from 500 trucks to around 800 trucks, and sufficient big backup area in the new terminal, together with digital technology in operations of both the terminal and Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, will at least increase the capacity, the rated capacity of both terminals to at least 1,500 trucks per day, enough to service increased volume for the next 20 to 30 years. Okay, so another similar medium-term project is the proposed South Luzon Rail. So that will terminate in the imagined proposed intermodal holding area right in front of the Matnog Port. So We welcome this particular project of the OTR that should be started in terms of preparation, procurement, implementation in the next couple of months. No? So those projects, the PNR South Line with the truck holding area, together with Aurora Terminal 2 in somewhere in Santa Magdalena, and in conjunction with the national road, the AH-26. So this proposed network of intermodal transportation hub and port terminals in Sorsogon should increase the overall capacity for increased trade and commerce. So the developmental benefits of the proposal, which is at the very core, is the Sorsogon terminal expansion project. There will be sufficient reserve capacity that will serve as cushion during frequent visits of typhoons, other calamities, and even pandemic, preventing congestion and minimizing economic losses in travel and trade. There will be sufficient long-term capacity of the port that will avert the permanent congestion that may happen in the next 3 to 5 years. So take note that it takes 2 to 3 years to complete a port project that will be usable for the next 20 to 30 years. And it will support the fast pace of growth in traffic volume due to fast recovery and growth, and even faster growth of the Bicol region. Over the long term, there will be a sufficient long-term reserve capacity in anticipation of the boom in travel, tourism, agribusiness, manufacturing, and including sustained acceleration of e-commerce in the Philippines. And this will give us enough leeway, flexibility to entertain other types of infrastructure. And this is where my last note on some infrastructure solutions so that we can consider today, because these require long-term planning. And I think all of you know what I'm talking about, which is the Sorsogon Samar link bridges that was in the radar of DPWH, DOTR, and NEDA. I think it's they will continue investigating the feasibility of this particular mega project. And this should be entertained for a stronger and more permanent interconnections between Sorsogon and Samar, especially against typhoons. In evaluating this, my thoughts might be to consider a multi-purpose super bridge that can also support rail infrastructure, telecoms, and power. So build strong foundations for that super bridge that will accommodate all these additional components for a multi-purpose super bridge. And then the benefits can also include impact of international and domestic tourism, agribusiness, manufacturing, and e-commerce. Thus, I believe the higher cost of developing this project may actually catalyze an even larger impact on the overall national economy. So to summarize, these are some of the infrastructure solutions across timelines. We're very happy that PPA has already committed to the automated ticketing area, truck holding area that is already funded for implementation in the next couple of months. Short to medium term, the Sorsogon terminal expansion project, additional 5 to 6 RORO ramps plus large backup operating area incorporated in the port design. And then some long-term for more than 6 years and hopefully earlier. So the PNR South Luzon Rail that will complement the port system. And the very long-term probably will be completed in the next 30 years or more, the Bicol-Samar link bridges. However, we can shorten these timelines with proper planning, closer coordination, and more decisive action. So summary, we have the opportunities for the Sorsogon Samar link because it's part of the national backbone for transportation, trade, and logistics. Bicol is growing very fast. National economy and Region 5 economy will continue to grow even better because of the opportunities mentioned a while ago. Challenges, it's part of the typhoon and super typhoon belt. There are port congestion problems and the development of infrastructure and facilities to support accelerated growth in national and regional economic growth must match the pace of the increase in economic activities. So therefore, we must build for tomorrow. There's an initiative both by DTI and PPA and their private sector partners, no? Build for tomorrow, because infrastructure is always for tomorrow. So let's build now to prepare the infrastructure for even faster economic growth, for integrated, interconnected, multimodal, multi-perspective, long-term planning. And then public-private sector collaboration can be harnessed to shorten the timelines of development towards sustainable cities and communities, which is the theme of this second day of the conference. So therefore, I end my presentation with some concrete steps that can be undertaken by PCCI. So for the project on the immediate holding area and the automation of the ticketing system of PPA, PCCA can engage DTI and PPA in the monitoring and the implementation of this project, so that they will become very successful and timely in the implementation. In relation to the Sorsogon Roro Terminal Expansion Project, may I recommend that PCCI endorses to national government the immediate funding support by DOTR under the National Budget FY 2022, so that we can immediately add funds for DOTR and PPA and build the holding area and this Roro Terminal Expansion project at the same time. For long-term infrastructure projects, may I recommend that PCCI requests national government agencies for earlier planning activities, the conduct of feasibility studies, engineering designs for this super bridge, no? the long span bridges. And then lastly, continue your dialogue, as I know you're doing, with regional and local government leaders for integrated planning of infrastructure. So with this, I end my presentation for some potential infrastructure solutions to address supply chain bottlenecks, and I welcome your questions in our open forum. Thank you very much.
Introduction of speaker by Engineer Elmer C. Espiritu, President, PCCI Taytay.
Dr. Enrico L. Basilio is an associate professor of the National College of Public Administration of the University of the Philippines. He is director of the UP Public Administration Foundation, as well as chief of party of the Regulatory Support System for National Development under USAID. Dr. Basilio chairs also the Export Development Council Committee on Networking and serves as an advisor on infrastructure and logistics of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry Logistics and Infrastructure Committee. His most recently completed studies include land-based public transport system, logistic industry roadmap, and urban profiling of the railway system of the Metropolitan Manila. Dr. Basilio obtained his Doctor of Public Administration degree from the University of the Philippines, his Master of Arts degree in Applied Economics from the University of Asia in the Pacific, and his Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics with minor in Philosophy from the University of Santo Tomas. Most recently, Dr. Basilio completed a postgraduate course on federalism, decentralization, as well as conflict resolution from the Institute of Federalism of Freiburg University of Switzerland. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the session chair of Plenary 2, Dr. Enrico Henry L. Basilio.
Hello to everyone, and welcome to the second panel discussion. Last year, I was one of the speakers of the South Luzon Area Business Conference, but this year I was given this assignment of chairing this session, which aims to clarify the need to develop sustainable cities and adapt to climate change for those of you in our audience. We have heard from the introductory message of Public Works and Highways Secretary the big ticket projects in South Luzon, namely Calax Expressway Road Project in Palawan and the Sorsogon Bypass Road that will catalyze economic activities, especially in the provinces of Southern Luzon. We were also informed by Engineer Montaño of the Department of Public Works and Highways about the updates of the project expressway and bridges being constructed by the Department of Public Works and Highways, particularly here in South Luzon, in support of the new and better cities, railways, and urban mass transport systems, as well as gateway infrastructure facilities like airports and seaports. He also underscored the convergence programs being implemented by DPWH with other national government agencies like the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program or TRIP, and this is being done with the Department of Tourism, and the ROLIT program with the Department of Trade and Industry. On the other hand, Executive Director Constantino of the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities underscored the importance of establishing resilience in our macroeconomic fundamentals. He shared with us some of ICSC's climate resilient projects, like the e-jeepneys in some cities, as well as the proactive mobility initiatives to address 88% of the population who do not own private vehicles, as well as clean and sustainable power projects that address climate change challenges. He ended his presentation by calling everyone to action. And then finally, Mr. Ronnie Balbiaran, or Professor Balbiaran, who's a very close friend of mine, provided us with potential infrastructure solutions to address supply chain bottlenecks, particularly the expansion of the Matnog port to address the congestion that had tremendous negative impact on cargo movement in terms of delays and increased cost. So Mr. Balbiaran also underscored the importance for us to consider as long-term solution the construction of a bridge that would connect Sorsogon and Samar. So before we proceed with the open forum and pose question to our panelists, we have some time to reiterate a few gentle reminders. Number one, please keep your audio muted until it's your turn to speak. Number two, I will periodically check our questions or check questions from the chat box in the Zoom meeting for relevant questions for our panelists. The Secretariat will also help identify the questions that need to be answered live by the speakers. And finally, if speakers wish, they may also respond directly to the audience through the chat box. And I've seen some of them doing so. Now let me welcome all of our three panelists, Engineer Maximo Montaño, Division Chief of the Project Preparation Division of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Mr. Renato Redentor Constantino, the Executive Director of the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, and Professor Ronnie Balbiaran, Vice President of Reed Foundation and Team Leader for Infrastructure of the USAID Deliver Project. Thank you for joining us in this live discussion. And to start our panel discussion, let me direct the first question to Engineer Montaño. Sir, in your presentation, you underscored the significant reduction that will be realized in terms of time once these infrastructure projects, particularly road projects, are completed. So now the question is, of the projects that you presented earlier, can you tell us which of these major projects in South Luzon can be realized by 2022? So we understand that the pandemic has slowed down the construction and the implementation of these projects. But I heard during your presentation that many of these projects are already at the 75% level of completion. So if you can also give us your take on which among the projects that you presented can be completed within the year and by next year. Mr. Montaño.
Going back to what I have presented, those projects that probably have achieved already more than, let's say, 75%, perhaps no, but I think there is some kind of, an add-on to the construction period because of this pandemic. But surely this would the implementation period, they are still trying to hit the target of this completion of the projects.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you very much, Engineer. For example, the Cavite or the Laguna segment of the Calax has already been completed. So, is there a big chance for this Calax project to be completed by 2022?
Well, with regards to Calax, I'm not particularly familiar. No? That is handled by another office in the department, the PPP service. So perhaps those questions can be addressed. You know,
Okay.
we will take note of your.
Okay. So thank you. Before I ask my third question, let me first go to Mr. Constantino. Sir, climate change has been in the headlines, of course, for decades now, right? And we would like to know if the Philippines is on the right track in dealing with climate change and building climate change resilience. So again, in your presentation, you talked about SMEs, as critical drivers to economic growth. So from your viewpoint, Mr. Constantino, how can SMEs play a role in being part of the solution to the challenge of climate change? So that's the first question. The second is what activities for climate resilience could be done on a smaller scale by SMEs, particularly in the Bicol and the South Luzon area? And then considering that, as mentioned by Professor Ronnie Valveran, these provinces or this area is always frequently hit by typhoons. And then the third question, Mr. Constantino, is that what can big enterprises do also to reduce their carbon footprint and become more climate resilient without compromising their profits? So those are the three questions.
Dr. Basilio, thank you very much. Those are really important questions. My apologies, first of all. The construction nearby is just going to be noisy, and I've tried to move around, but I can't escape the noise. Let me answer your question with a couple of really quick points. The first one is that when it comes to climate change and government, our government is struggling, but it is not unique. Many of the other developed and developing countries are having a hard time grappling with this crisis. It's bigger than everything else. But for this government of the Philippines in particular, as I said in my presentation, it is not necessarily the most important, because poverty alleviation, shelter, jobs, hunger, and health, obviously, are all equally important. What will be a mistake, though, is if we choose between one or the other. We need to take all of these on and to understand that climate change is not an environmental problem. It is a development crisis. And the reason why some economies were able to move faster ahead is because they chose and decided to take up and use up more of the commons. And because of their historical responsibility in creating pollution around the world, the impacts fall disproportionately on countries like the Philippines. It is not fair, but also it doesn't mean that we do not have a role to play. We need to take action ourselves, because it cannot be an excuse that we have contributed so little, which means we shouldn't do anything about it. We need to contribute our fair share as well. Second point, Dr. Basilio, government must not and cannot face the climate change crisis on its own. This is an issue where we need the basic concept of tulong-tulong, because government will fall short of arriving at its own goals if citizens, civil society, academia, and businesses do not contribute their fair share as well. Hindi kaya ng gobyerno at hindi dapat gobyerno lang ang kumikilos. We will have disagreements all the time, but in this big crisis we're facing, we need to act together and find ways to collaborate. Um, when it comes to our own programs, are we doing well? No, we're not yet. One, because we're trying to chase emissions reductions and compliance when in fact we should be chasing better development. Communities, whether they're in the Bicol region or farther south in Mindanao, they don't really care if it's mitigation or adaptation. What they expect is better development. And many times, better development is our biggest contribution to resolving this climate crisis. Better mobility, moving people instead of cars, feeding people better with sustainable agriculture, producing more energy that is clean but also affordable, reliable, and secure. If we continue to rely on coal, for instance, then we're in a bad shape because it's more expensive, it's also unreliable, and so on. Another point that's important to make, Dr. Basilio, is that we must not equate climate change with extreme weather events only. Even before this crisis came about, as a highlight of our lives, the country was already experiencing, on average, 20 typhoons that entered the Philippine area of responsibility. That's not because of climate change. It's just because of our geographical situation. What is happening, though, is that the extreme weather events are becoming more intense and getting amplified. So what can we do? The first thing that we need to do is to ensure that resources are actually downloaded to where they're needed the most. Central government has the problem of absorptive capacity. It is not the local regions. And so what central government needs to do is to download larger parts of the budget, especially among provinces, which are in a far better situation, far better setting, in order to deploy its money to where it's actually needed. Local governments, we often think only of towns and cities, when in fact one of the most neglected governance units is the province, the provincial level, which can oversee a far bigger swath that central government cannot see, but also avoids fragmentation po. Because if we go through this again by almost like tradition in the last few decades, town by town, we're not going to make it, because the needs of MSMEs in a particular town or province is very different from the needs of other places as well. So if we're looking at insurance or risk transfer mechanisms that are very, very tailored to what a particular town or province requires, central government can't do that because they do not know. And what is better is if government downloads it so that health problems, especially related to climate or jobs or thermal heat issues that will, I think we will encounter more because of increasing temperatures, local government will know best. And it's not enough to just simply say empower local governments. We want to measure that kind of empowerment by the kind of budget that is released to the provincial level in particular, that at least will have that proximity with towns. Is it a perfect solution? Hindi po. But at least kung may problema po yung mga bayan ng isang probinsya, they do not need to go to Malacanang or to Quezon City if it's an agriculture problem, if they need to protest. Andyan na po yung Kapitolyo. They have a better means of dialogue, and democracy is what will see us through. We need development across the board, but especially on the ground. MSMEs, sobrang neglected po. And so insurance mechanism, financing, better energy, especially clean energy, that would allow them to get more solarization of their neighborhoods and businesses. That's the way to go because they need it the most.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constantino. No? So I agree with you, especially on that recommendation of yours, no, to have better download of resources, no, to the local government units, especially at the provincial level. No? But I think the MSMEs of the Bicol region, no, in particular, are ready to respond to your call for action. So they are now asking the question, what can they as SMEs or MSMEs do, no, to help improve the situation and address climate change challenges? That's for the SMEs. And then for the big ones, for the big companies, what can they do to reduce the carbon footprint? Without sacrificing their profit bottom line. Oh, you are on mute, Director Constantino. Secretariat, can you help Mr. Constantino with his...
I'm sorry, Dr. Basilio. I was trying to unmute myself, but 5 times I was being prevented.
All right.
So
Okay.
For big businesses, it's a simple matter. Their job is to make money, as with all businesses, whether small or medium. Something I've been saying for a long time, controversial, especially to the bigger businesses, is something that really needs to be said often. Large corporations or small enterprises should not act as if they were NGOs. Don't leave that to civil society. What you need to show is that you can make bigger money, more profits, if you actually turn towards what you consider green, or what I would describe as more efficient production. And so a company that is as big, for instance, as Jollibee, it's always welcome if they donate to planting trees, or they donate to some foundations to show that they can also solarize and so on. But the proof of the pudding that will convince the public is if they actually increase their margins, because, for instance, they retool their entire delivery fleet and replace their motorcycles with electric motorcycles, or if they turn and use bicycles. They will save bazillions of money in terms of fuel and maintenance and parking, but also promote more jobs as well. If a company wants to show that it's actually relevant in terms of its green programs, the ultimate yardstick is if their stockholders are happy, because they get to demonstrate that more efficient means of using energy and consuming energy is what is creating a better bottom line for them. And the same way that NGOs should not be working as if they were businesses. We're not built that way. And so those two roles are going to be really important. Ultimately, the same thing that happened with the cycling revolution that's happening as we speak, Dr. Basilio. The bicyclists in this country have just decided, especially in the pandemic, okay, we'll just take action. We will not wait for national government. Local government has decided the same thing. Then I think national government officials are happy as well, because no one should wait for the other to act first. There is an opportunity to actually demonstrate what citizenship really means. And MSMEs are even more important because, as I said earlier, 88% of the greater Metro Manila area do not own their own cars, which means they are the majority. MSMEs, as I showed earlier, form the humongous part of our economy and labor force. They need to band together and to tell DTI, DOF, and NEDA they would like products that are fit for purpose, built for MSMEs, not just for large corporations, because they are the lifeblood of this economy, and they need to be able to respond better in terms of productivity and protection because of what's coming our way. Things will become more difficult, but it doesn't mean that we will only try to survive. We must thrive as well, because prosperity is the promise that all households and small businesses have always wanted.
Thank you, Mr. Director Constantino. That is well said. Thank you. Now we move to Professor Balbiran. Ronnie, I heard about the ticketing system initiative. I think this is a good initiative. As we transition to this so-called digital economy, which is now the new normal. Of course, we have to develop systems that will enable our logistics service providers to transact online. And I think this ticketing system is good. Can you discuss this further? And and give us the status of this initiative. When will this be online? When can we use this system, so that we can also reduce this quote-unquote intermediary transaction activities that are going on right there at the port of Macno.
Thank you, Sir Henry. No, I think the blessing in disguise in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic is that the PPA has actually accelerated the preparation of the terms of reference for that particular project. And I think in our recent meeting with DTI and PPA, I think they are about to finalize. I think they are about to issue that in the next 1 or 2 months. No? And they are really trying to install that particular system. Hopefully, before the change in the administration, we understand that any IT system introduction or implementation takes a lot of time, but they said that they will do their best to procure it as soon as possible. They said it will be coming out very, very soon and will be implemented very, very soon.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie. I hope that we have that system in place sooner than later. Because yeah, I think it's important, and it will be of great benefit to our shippers. Engineer Montagna, can I go back to you? Well, there are two things. No? One is the Sorsogon Samar Bridge that was mentioned by Professor Baltiran seems to be an important initiative to pursue, especially since it represents a long-term solution to connectivity, connecting islands. So can you update us as regards the if this project, this important project, is already in the pipeline of priority projects of DPWH?
It's Macron Sorsogon Bridge has been identified beforehand. We have these facilities assisted by ADB, this what we call IPIF. So these long span bridges that were identified, including this Macnog Sorsogon, because there are other long span bridges that connects islands, that were considered in the list. And then upon assessment, initial assessment of this ADB IPIF, there were only several projects that I think worth carrying out for the subsequent further study. Although initially we've got some preliminary information about the challenges that of these bridges along that corridor, Macnog Sorsogon. There were actually several alignments that were identified, but I think initial studies had rendered the same results of the challenges because of the foundation for the construction. But anyway, I think there are still there might be some interested donors that may continue studying this bridge, interlinked bridge.
Well, I'm happy to hear that that the department is already looking at this important project, and I hope that this will find its way in its priority listing of projects to be pushed and pursued. There's just a clarificatory question here, Mr. Montagna, Engineer Montagna. Can you give us just a quick update on the Quezon Bicol Expressway? I know that this project was you mentioned this project earlier, but I think the participant was unable to catch your presentation. So it's just asking for a specific quick update on the Quezon Bicol Express way.
So, I think I recall what I presented was the toll road 5, no?
Okay, yes.
This is actually
Yeah.
a private initiative, no? But before that, we have conducted, actually the department have conducted a feasibility study for the Quezon Bicol Expressway.
Okay.
So now we are looking at the merit of both of both uh, of both alignment, no? Because I think TRB has already a go signal for this the concession of this toll road 5. So at this point, we were still it's still in the discussion, but we have already we have already finished some preliminary studies for the Quezon Bicol Expressway.
Thank you. We are on our last 2 minutes, and there's a question that I will have to direct to Engineer Montaño, rather Montaña. Here, the question is the Farm Market Road Program of the government still under the PWH or DA? So this is a clarificatory question. Who's handling the farm to market roads now, DA or DPWH? And if it's DA, how can DPWH and DA, enhance their collaboration to ensure that these so-called farm to market roads are put in place because of, as you know, South Luzon and many of the parts of our country are agricultural economies.
Okay. Please let me check. I think the DA is the one identifying the project.
Yes.
And then the department, is the one implementing this project. So the district engineering offices.
Right.
At this moment, I'm looking for the statistics or the cost that was already for this farm to market roads.
If I may add, Sir Henry, I think
Ronnie was saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
It's yes, Sir Maki is correct, no? So it's DA that identifies the project,
right.
And
Correct.
it's actually their fund. It's under their budget,
right.
And a portion of I think there's a category, so certain number of kilometers or length of the road, and that will be implemented by DPWH. So a bulk of that budget of DA is actually being delegated to DPWH for implementation.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ronnie. I think I was told that we have already exceeded our allotted time for Q&A. So let us now go.
If I may.
Yes.
I want to just the first question, I think, about the Calaks.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just got some information that more or less the right-of-way status is between 55%. There are 62%. And for this Cavite section, and, they have these target deliveries because this is divided into 4 sections. Others will be delivered, the right-of-way will be delivered by January 2022, others May 2022. There will be right-of-way that will be delivered this year, November 2021. And their target construction completion, as mentioned there, is first quarter of 2022.
Right.
Perhaps for the subsection 2, which is the open canal interchange, Imus to Governor's Live interchange, the completion, the target completion is second quarter of 2023.
Okay.
Information.
All right. Thank you, Engineer Montaña. As I've said earlier, I think we have already exceeded our allotted time for this session. So let me take this opportunity to thank our distinguished panel of members. Of course, we have Engineer Montaña of the Department of Public Works and Highways. We have Executive Director Constantino of the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, and Professor Ronnie Balbiran, Vice President of Reed Foundation and Team Leader of the USAID Deliver Project. Let me also congratulate Ms. Clarine Tobias chairperson of the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference. So we definitely had a very productive and engaging discussion. With this, I now formally end this interesting session. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you to our session chair. At this point, we will have a quick photo opportunity with our resource speakers and session chair. May we request everyone to please open your cameras. Photos are being taken. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Introduction of Speaker by Mr. Bryant O. Kim An, President, PCCI Antipolo.
Attorney Jeremiah B. Bellica, or Attorney Mai to his friends, currently serves as the first Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ARTA. Before being appointed by President Rodrigo Duterte as the ARTA Czar on July 3, 2019, DG Bellica serves as a founding and managing partner of his own law firm, the Bellica Aranas Valdueza de la Cruz and Associates, where he practices private law. Some of DG Bellica's achievements include the following: the youngest consultant to the Office of the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, founder and chairman of the Kabataang Bagong Buhay, an organization which was awarded as one of the 10 accomplished youth organizations of the National Capital Region, and founder and chairman of the Youth Moral Force Society of the former Chief Justice Renato Puno, a practicing lawyer, a licensed real estate broker, an environmental planner, a Christian pastor, and now Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Attorney Bellica aims to use his skills and experience to serve the people. And so, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, Attorney Jeremiah B. Bellica.
Good afternoon to all of our participants in this 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference. To our PCCI National President, Ambassador Benedicto Huico, to our Area Vice President, Ms. Clarine Tobias, to our Regional Governor, Ms. Mergy Moraleda, and also to the host chapter from the CAMSUR's Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Ms. Maria Soledad Magtuto, to all of the members, officers of PCCI nationwide, and also to my fellow servants in government. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, and I hope everybody is safe. Thank you for inviting ARTA to be one of the presenters in this very important event of your organization. And if I may share my slide. So today I would be sharing very quickly on the innovative economy, a better normal for all creation, for all, also on the creation of the business one-stop shop at the Matnog Port. Now, give us a little bit of a background. The authority was informed and was alarmed through several social media posts, and primary of which is one by former Secretary Manny Piñol on the long lines, congestion, and rampant fixing, or alleged rampant fixing at least, along the route towards the Port of Matnog. The Port of Matnog is a vital jump of port from Luzon and is considered as actually a funnel
to the Visayas and Mindanao regions. From 2014 to 2020, the Philippine Ports Authority recorded a daily minimum number of around 450 vehicles and 4,500 passengers during the peak season, and about 430 vehicles and 3,600 passengers during the lean season. On the problem of fixing, consultation meetings with the private sector actually revealed that some truckers are asked for payment of up to 8,000 pesos in order to gain priority and ensure that they can get on board the available ships quicker than usual. The PNP has also taken an active role in addressing and trying to curb fixing activities in the area and has arrested 4 fixers in 2 separate and rapid operations. One was in January 2021, and on the more recent ones is one in March 2021. Now, the congestion problem at the Port of Matnog cannot be solved by ARTA alone, obviously. Also, it cannot be solved by just an establishment, simple establishment of a one-stop shop at the port itself. The consultation meetings actually revealed that a collaborative effort among different government agencies and the local government units involved is actually required in order to reduce, number one, the congestion, address the fixing activities, and ensure the efficient delivery of government services at the Port of Matnog. Now, Executive Order number 77-2020, which was issued by the Governor of Sorsogon, is also known as the first in, first out rule, or the FIFO rule. This actually tasked the PNP to lead the task force Taga-Bisay in the implementation of the said executive order. Task Force Taga-Bisay is being led by the Deputy Provincial Director for Operations for Sorsogon, for the Sorsogon Police Provincial Office, and is also comprised of representatives from the provincial and the municipal governments. This includes the barangay captains, the barangay tanods, also the Philippine Coast Guard, and the representatives from the Philippine Ports Authority, as well as the private sector is actually being represented by this task force. Now, the number of ships plying to and from Matnog Port is actually said to be the main factor in addressing the stranded vehicles and the stranded passengers. The number of ship calls actually depends on the number of ship in operations. According to the study by Marina, it has shown that 8 to 12 ships are actually the stable operations of the Port of Matnog. This also builds on the 3-hour maximum port stay rule, which is already being enforced by the PPA and the Philippine Coast Guard. Now, as per the PPA, the number of ships operating today has already increased from 12 to 14, and they were able also to register the highest number of 30 ship calls in a day back in April 2021. Now, the PPA currently has 8 operational ramps at the Port of Matnog. 7 ramps is dedicated for regular vessels, and one specialized ramp for what you call the fast cat. In order to address the problem of ships staying too long at the port, or the quote-unquote punuan, the PPA, together with the Philippine Coast Guard, will continue to enforce the 3-hour maximum port stay rule. Well, previously they observed that some ships staying for as long as 10 to 12 hours. Thus, the 3-hour maximum port stay rule will ensure equal opportunity for ships to load and unload the passengers as well as the cargoes, and allow the port to maximize the number of ship calls they have in a day. Alternate ports are also seen as a solution to help decongest the Matnog situation. The port of Castilla is now operational, and the PPA has also identified Buluan Port as a possible alternative port. Now, as mentioned earlier, the Philippine Coast Guard also helps the PPA enforce the 3-hour maximum stay rule. The Coast Guard is also tasked to ensure maritime safety, especially during the inclement weather. To this end, it is the Coast Guard's responsibility to allow the resumption of operations once seas are actually deemed safe and navigable. This will also require close coordination between the different agencies, so that little time is actually lost before operation could start back up again, with due consideration, of course, which is the primary consideration, which is the safety of all of the passengers as well as the cargoes. Now, the consultation meetings actually revealed that many of the process remain manual and kind of disjointed from one another. The queuing, the pre-marshaling, and shipping line ticket purchasing are all done outside the port area, while there are a number of processes that are done inside the port itself. However, this can only be done once the vehicle or the passenger or passengers are finally allowed inside. Therefore, streamlining automation and the adoption of digital solutions, which is what ARTA actually is pushing for, have the potential to further reduce the congestion and also address the problem of fixing in the area, as it would reduce the opportunity for the passenger for the fixers to operate, since it would be streamlined and automated. Now, the proposed general procedures and guidelines are as follows. The step 1 would be the rolling cargo is processed under the FIFO rule. Step 2 is that vessel representatives to categorize the batch of vehicles for loading to a specific vessel. Step 3 is the rolling cargo secures a ferry ticket, then proceeds to the port. Step 4 is that inside the port, rolling cargo is categorized depending on type of vehicle. And step 5, passengers and drivers pay passenger terminal building fee. And step 6, rolling cargoes to proceed to either a weighbridge or marshalling yard. And step 7, the rolling cargoes are loaded to the vessel. Now, all concerned agencies and LGUs shall also implement control measures to address and eliminate any fixing activities in and around the port of Matnog. ARTA, being a new agency, somehow has managed to really push for a renewed commitment by the different government agencies in the whole of government battle against red tape and fixing. Also, the transacting public is also reminded not to patronize fixers, not to engage the services of fixers, and also they are encouraged to report the acts of fixing and collusion of fixers. Sinasabi nga ho natin, kung wala pong magsusumbong, ay wala pong magbabago. Now, as we would always say, that the train of reform against red tape is now on the move. Let me just give a little bit of an editorial to that. It is not just on the move, but it is already in full speed ahead. On this train, the hopes of the people for a smarter, streamlined, e-governance-centered Philippines are all in this train. As we work together for a smarter initiative and better Philippines, let us remember that anyone who would seek to go against or to stand in the way of this train of reform against red tape will surely be ran over. Muli, kami po nagpapasalamat for your partnerships, and as ARTA is here as a partner of PCCI, and our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, is 100% committed to end, the bureaucratic red tape that has been hovering against the people for decades and decades now. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, and stay safe to everyone.
We would like to express our gratitude to all our resource speakers and invited guests. Indeed, your presence and participation has helped shed light on how an innovative economy can lead to a better normal for all. The PCCI South Luzon Local Chambers in action.
Isa pong mapagpalang biyaya ng Diyos sa ating ngayong umaga at binigyan tayo ng pagkakataon na maganda ang klima ng panahon ngayon. Ako po ay lubos ang pasasalamat sa Diyos dahil po sa kahit ganitong pagkakataon lamang ay natuloy itong ating maliit na trade fair. Ito po ay ginagawa taon-taon at last year po ay talagang milyon po ang nalugi sa amin. Lahat po itong mga ito, yung iba po ay hindi na nakabangon dahil sa dami ng puhunan na i-google ay talaga pong kami ay ubus na ubus ang puhunan. Kaya nga sabi ko po kay PA, ako makikipag-usap ng isang araw sa inyo upang ilapit itong mga SMEs na existing na kailangan lang po ipagpatuloy nila ang kanilang mga produkto. Ito po ay sa tulong at pagsisikap ng DTI, DOST at kami po sa PCCI ay nakalaan pong tumulong sa mga SMEs. Kasi ang purpose lang po naman namin talaga dito sa PCCI ay itulungan makabangon o tulungan na lumago ang kanilang mga negosyo. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyong lahat at naipagpatuloy natin itong ating maliit na trade fair. Ang unang-una po sa number 1 booth namin ay yung Heart of Island. Makikita po ninyo dyan. Ang ikalawa po ay Sinaya. At nandito po yung carp beneficiaries. Makikita po ninyo na talagang sila nag-start ng mga business. Pero kaya igob, madating ang panahon na magiging quality lahat ito. Ano po?
morning, everyone. I am Engineer Randy Aman, President of Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And we have a new team and new members who were inducted last February 2021. We started our activities with team building and strategic planning attended by the Board of Directors. In our 5 months of operation, we conducted regular monthly board meetings. We organized a business advisory council composed of professional organizations, bankers association, and businessmen, and we conducted consultative meetings to identify challenges brought by COVID-19 and find appropriate solutions. Here are some. For the hotel businesses, we arrived with a dialogue with Tourism Office of Naga together with our mayor in balancing the implementation of IATF protocol and effect in economy. We also had a dialogue with Casureco, our electric cooperative, and the registry of deeds for the improvement of their services in favor of the business sector and local economy. We also met with Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the financial concern of our locality. We joined the city government of Naga in their business stimulus program. The objective was to help small entrepreneurs to survive through these pandemic times. We have a partnership with DTI and Office of the Vice President in providing shared facilities for the farmers of Metro Naga. Caramoan is the most famous tourist destination in Kamsur, but because of the pandemic, they were shut down. People involved in tourism learned to divert to seaweed farming, but because of the 3 typhoons in the area, they were badly affected. MNCCI, through the Office of the Undersecretary for Bicol Affairs, USEC Labisilia, and BIFAR Region 5 and Kamsur, we helped them recover. Through the partnership with BIFAR, members of MNCCI were given the opportunity to invest in BIFAR Mariculture Fish Farming Program. Because the new trend in business is online, MNCCI intended to develop our own startup and incubation program. To promote programs of MNCCI and businesses of our members to the general public, we engage in radio program. To encourage the growth of our membership, we promote privilege cards using the ID of MNCCI. Lots of businesses supported this program. In the first week of May, we launched our website. Inside our website is the list of all businesses in Naga City. Members of MNCCI have their own advertisement in business directory. We also submitted to Naga City government the General Business Registry. Thank you and congratulations to Kamsur Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the successful hosting of our South Luzon Area Business Conference.
Greetings from Palawan Chamber. Welcome to the 30th Southern Luzon Area Business Conference. This has been the second year that we have faced the pandemic. It has been a very challenging year for all of us. Our chamber focuses on 2 major things: the how to recover during the pandemic in terms of economy, and how to maintain the safety of all our community. In terms of economic recovery, we are working hand in hand with the local government in addressing the issue on how to safely recover from the economic situation that we are facing now. In the safety side, we encourage our community to practice the minimum health standard, social distancing, hand washing, wearing face masks and face shield in our work environment. We also contributed to the community by supporting those who face lockdown here in our local area by providing community pantries and donations. In terms of education, one of the major projects of the Palawan Chamber is the support we gave to the radio-based instructions in working with Filipina Shell, Palawan Tourism Council, and other private organizations. We provided transistor radios for the students who are in far-flung areas. As we face greater challenges due to the surge of COVID here in our area, we are still hopeful that we can survive and create better years for our beloved province and for our country. We are one with you in helping and continue to be resilient in these times of pandemic. Thank you very much. Mabuhay ang PCCI.
We would like to thank our valued partners for the year 2021. Province of Camarines Sur, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office 5, Department of Trade and Industry, Anjena Trading, GCI Construction and Development Corporation, Julia Outdoor Advertising, Jurassic Construction and Supplies, Pixeled Solution, Medlane Enterprises, Ngo & Sons Trading and Industries Incorporated, SVM Marketing Solutions OPC, Tugawi Cove Resort, and Samgyup Masarap. Thank you to our generous sponsors, Moraleda Farms. Bronze sponsors, Area Vice President Clarine P. Tobias, PCCI Antipolo, PCCI Bacoor, PCCI Camarines Norte, PCCI Lipa, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI Palawan, PCCI Puerto Princesa. Donors, Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI El Nido, PCCI Marinduque, PCCI Quezon, PCCI San Pablo, PCCI Taytay, our participants, attendees, and our Solabc organizing committee to please open your cameras for our photo opportunity. Being taken. Take your pictures now. Smile, please. And that concludes our Day 1 conference proper. Let's enjoy the next segment of our program today as we now relax and keep our fingers crossed and find out if you will win in the raffle draw of Solabc's Wheel of Names.
Simula na ang kasiyahan at papremyo! More than 300,000 pesos worth of prizes ang ipamimigay natin ngayong hapon dito sa Solabc's Wheel of Names! Sasamahan tayo ng ating mga cuties na sina Ali and Angie. Let us all welcome our Game Master, CSCCI's past president, Mr. Hoover Bacon!
Yeah! Okay, you expect me to dance? I need 1 hour more. But first and foremost, on behalf of the organizing Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Camarines Chamber of Commerce Industry, thank you very much. But ako lang naman po yung napag-utusan for the raffle kasi yan lang naman po ako magaling. Okay, so before anything else, I'd like to ask our tech to have a VTR for our raffle prizes to be given.
We would like to thank the following game segment sponsors. Anna Farms for the 5 units of itel cell phone. Sinan and Go for the 5 sacks of rice. Valerosa Farm Adventure Resort for the 4 units of stand fan. Ngo & Sons Trading and Industries Incorporated for the 5,000 pesos in cash. New TH Trading for the 5,000 pesos in cash. Another 5,000 pesos in cash from Lendes Poultry Farm. Angena Trading for the 2 units of mountain bike. Bicol Best Trade Center for the 5 units of Miniva DZ Air Circulator. Special thanks to our Grand Raffle Prizes sponsors. Pixeled Solution for the 32-inch Aptus LED HD TV. Gold Star Agrivet Corporation for the 2 units of 2TC32BB1M Sharp TV. Hypertech Computers for the 1 set of Dahua XVR with 4 CCTV cameras. Tugawi Cove Resort for the gift certificate of 3 days and 2 nights stay in Tugawi Cove Resort. Jurassic Construction and Supplies for the 50-inch TCL LED TV.
To our tech hub, can we already show them our wheel of names? As of now po, nasa 1,000 ang balita ko nag-iintay. Kanina po mga 200, 300 lang daw tayo, pero nung may raffle na, balita ko 1,000 na daw po ang naka-online. Okay, ito po, sa sobrang dami, isipin nyo na lang na pangalan nyo yan. Pero definitely, these are names. These are all those present right now for our raffle. And for the set of raffle that we'll be having, we'll be raffling out 3 units of itel i2 173 mobile phones care of Anna Farms. So, 3 po ang mananalo. Let's start. Spin. Okay, Virgilio Laurari. Okay, anong high choice? Oh, Virgilio Laurari, kung ikaw man yan, magparamdam ka through Telegram. Okay? Next, we have 2 more. 2 more winners. Trisha May Taiko. Wow, from Kamsur Chamber. Hindi po sinasadya yan, nagkataon lang po talaga. Next, the last one who will be winning an iPhone. This one. Hindi pala iPhone. Pasensya na, baka magkamali pa. Itama IT 2173. Okay, it's Eliza Francisco Ancheta from Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce. Okay, now we will be raffling out 2 sacks of rice, 50 kilogram each. Okay? Actually, sponsored by Sinan Engo, our E-Agri Summit Chair, Gina Malchor. Sabihin nyo lang po kung gusto nyo makarating fried rice o sinaing na, or palay pa lang. Okay? So, let's start again. 2 sacks of rice, pero isa-isa lang. Go! Go! Claire Ann Bertumen! Okay, pasensya na po kung wala kayong nailagay kung anong chamber kayo. Kung hindi, maghahanap pa po kami. Kailangan nyo po ng special power of attorney para mapakita na talaga kayo yon. Okay? Next! 1 more!
It's all about humanity.
Irene Kate C. Rico! Okay, may 2 na po na bigay natin. So right now, we will be raffling out 2 units Airfinity Stand Fan Hero Valerosa Farm Adventure Resort na nandito po ngayon ang may-ari, Board of Trustee, Gary Larde. So 2 units po, stand fan. Disclaimer lang po ha, yung stand fan po, dapat hinahawakan nyo, nakatindig kayo para maging stand fan. Okay, go! Oh, eto na, sino yun? Ang bilis. Cristina Josefina Festintan, PCCI Marinduque. Next one. The next one. Okay. One more. Mark Andrew Campoy, PCCI Quezon. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners. Hindi pa po tayo natatapos dyan. Meron pa po tayong pamimigay. Care of Past President Monmon Ngo and Sons Trading Industries, 5,000 pesos in cash. 5,000 po na mamiso ang ibibigay sa inyo. Okay, spin a win. Joshua Alexi of BSU, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Okay. Next one, another 5,000 pesos in cash, sponsored by New TH Trading, Henry Lee, 5,000 pesos. One more time. On Francis M. Thompson. Okay. Okay, the next batch of winners, they will be at 3 units of minibar DC air circulators, sponsored by Bicol Best Trade Center. Evet Olivan. So 3 units, sigigisa po. Go! Spin a win! Dave Franz Pelimiano, Metro Naga again. Pasensya na po kasi, problema kasi kami paano pakakarating sa malalayo. Kanya, hindi naman po natin nire-recto. Ityan lang po talaga, swerte-swerte lang. Okay, Metro Naga. Next! 2 more, di ba? 2 more. Sate D. Maglagnit. Okay. And the last one for air circulator. Catherine Ann. Uy! Hindi ko na po sasabihin kung gaano kalapit sa amin yon. Baka sabihin nyo naman may internal pero wait na lang po for Twitter, Instagram ang aming posting. Kung sino po yung Catherine Ann Uy. Okay, so we have already, eto na, for the grand raffle items. Let me remind you, my fellow colleagues in the Chamber Movement, ito pong ginagawa nating raffle, there's a grand raffle only po sa first day. Pero tomorrow po, there's a major grand raffle. Okay, ngayon po, ito po ay nawalis-walis pa lang namin. Okay, actually, on the way to room 22, nakita namin to, nakakalat-kalat. So, up to 32 LED, care of, no, it's not Bicol Best Trade, it's care of Pixeled. Okay, Pixeled from Boss Ricky Magtoto. Okay. So, ito po, isa ang mananalo. Okay po? Dito po, ang disclaimer ko dito, 110 po ang nito. Ang kailangang unit. Okay? Go! Spin a win! Ces Martinez, kung saan ka man naroroon, magparamdam ka. Okay, kung hindi, pag hindi po kayo nakapagsabing kayo ay naandyan until tomorrow, pwede po itong ma-forfeit. Okay, this one, another winner will be having 1 set Dawa XBR with 4 CCTV camera, sponsored by Hypertech Computers. Okay, spin a win. Oh dear! Sorry, wait, not. Okay, trivia. May mga taong sineswerte. This, Melody Ngodi Prieto, CSCCI, is the one who donated the 1 set Dawa XBR. Para kasi kanya pala nung nireceive ko kahapon, parang gusto niyang ibalik ko eh. Okay? So, wait po yun. Ulit, isa pa uling winner. Wait, one more winner. Okay. Uy, si President Marvin Adolfo from Laguna Chamber. President Marvin, nagbunga ang effort mo na 2 beses kang nag-record ng iyong ipapakilala. Okay, because of that, you won an XBR 4 CCTV camera. Tama? Okay, eto na. Wow, 1 unit mounted bike. Sponsored by, pakita nga doon, Angena Trading. No other than by Board of Trustee, Simon D. Yung mountain bike pong to, for your information, galing pa po talaga sa mountain. Okay, kaya tinawag na mountain bike. Okay, eto po. Okay. So, once again, spin a win! Oh, talagang may mga sineswerte. Jaime M. Calao Jr., Metro Naga Chamber. Kung kayo ay naandyan, pwede nyo nang daanan dito sa may room 22. Okay? Metro Naga just won 1 mountain bike. Okay? Ano pa? Okay na? Okay. Ang sabi ng ating director, bukas naman daw. Okay, doon pala po tayo natatapos sa ating raffle. Pasensya, biglang akala nyo pataas pa ng pataas, biglang bagsak. Okay? But at the end of the day, before I leave, let me take 1 hour of your time because this is my time. Okay? Si Preson, masama ang tingin sa akin. So, once again, on behalf of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce Industry, who organized this particular event, the 30th Southern Luzon Area Business Conference, hosted by the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude for all, for giving time, for sharing your precious time in learning and be enlightened by what has inspired for today. But let me remind you, there's another day tomorrow. Probably another 5 to 6 hours of your time you lend us your time. So as I leave, please wait for our next PTR because we will be giving you what's the program for tomorrow. And let me remind you once again, same time, tomorrow, 8 o'clock, you can start logging in. Okay, and by 9 o'clock, we'll again officially start our Day 2 program of the 30th Southern Luzon Area Business Conference. Thank you!